Welcome to the iconic Indianapolis Motor Speedway for the Indianapolis 8-hour presented by AWS. I'm Amanda Busick alongside Calvin Fish for a very active grid here this morning already. And Cal, over 40 cars entered to race here this weekend. Which ones do you have your eyes on?
Well, it's tough to pick a favorite, Amanda, because the field is so stacked here, but the number 51 Ferrari, those drivers coming off a brilliant victory at the Spa 24-hour race. And yesterday in qualifying, Pierre Guidi's pole lap was sensational. Simple, clean, efficient, but incredibly fast. So you look around him on the grid, a lot of really fast Audis. You know that Dries Van Tor finished second at Spa. He wants to go one better here today in Indy, so look for those guys. And from the North American camp, I'd have to say the K-Pax Racing number 3, that black Lamborghini Huracan. Boy, they've been sensational this year. 9 wins on the year. They want the icing on the cake and win on the global platform here at Indy.
I had heard from one of the K-Pax drivers that he felt like a legend walking into Indianapolis. What wins this race here today?
It's a special place. To win any big endurance event, you need a little bit of luck on your side, but you have to be efficient. You need to make those split-second decisions, both on and off the racetrack. The strategists, they have a number of playbooks they can work with here, but for the drivers, a lot of traffic. 13 GT4 cars in this field, 26 GT3 cars. They're going to be in traffic all day long. They have to make the right calls.
There's 2.59 miles around Indianapolis Motor Speed here on the road course, and Jan Halen takes you around in the Porsche Track Preview.
Hi, this is Jan Halen, driver of the number 20 Wright Motorsports Porsche GT3R with the Porsche Track Preview here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Coming onto the front straightaway, crossing the famous bricks, and then into turn 1 from 165 mile an hour down to 50 for what is one of the slowest corners on the track, turn 1. Immediately going into turn 2, sweeper left, into turn 3, sweeper right, and then immediately into turn 4, long duration, right-hand corner, really fun part of the track, and then accelerating out into one of the faster corners on the track here. This sweeper right, and then into the carousel, which is turn 6, hard on the brakes, down the second gear, long wait here, wait, and then hard back to power to set up for a good exit onto the back straightaway. Again, second gear, and then all the way out, almost touching the grass on the exit here. Really wide back straightaway here at Indianapolis. And then onto the back straightaway and hard into the brakes for turn 7. Really good overtaking spot here. And then 8, 9, 10, right, left, right. A lot of work here in the car, and then this whole section just using the curbs as much as we can and accelerating out of turn 10 onto the back straightaway here on the banking. Really fun in this Porsche GT3R, really feeling that downforce, and then into turn 12, hard on the brakes again. Second gear, lots of second gear corners here at Indy. Small lift and then back to power for a good setup onto the front straightaway. Really fast corner here, last one before coming back onto the straightaway. And that was your Porsche Track Preview here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
It's a beautiful venue located in the heart of a city that is in many ways the beating heart of North American motorsport. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the racing capital of the world, Indianapolis, Indiana. My name is Ryan Marine. Bob Varsha is alongside in the booth. You already heard from Calvin Fish and Amanda Busick, who will be part of our coverage team for the second running of the Indianapolis 8-hour presented by AWS. It is in many ways 2 races in 1. This serves as the season finale for the Fanatec GT World Challenge America, powered by AWS, the SRO's North American Continental Series, but also the second round of the Globetrotting Intercontinental GT Challenge, powered by Pirelli, which was kicked off with a memorable Total Energies 24 Hours of Spa back in late July and early August. The reigning champions of that event, they're here on site, as are many from the international GT racing community, ready to test their mettle against the best that the North American motorsports scene has to offer. And Bob, it's a great grid, great crowd on hand as well. Can't wait to get going.
And it's a great day weather-wise, which these drivers are certainly glad to see after all the rain we saw earlier in the weekend. A lot of work had to get done in a very short period of time, and I think that's going to mix things up during the day. As Calvin Fish mentioned, you need to make those split-second decisions. I'm not sure everybody has the data they need to want to do this. But in the bigger picture, Ryan, years ago, endurance racing legend Derek Bell told me he would give up more than one of his overall victories at the 24 Hours of Le Mans to race in a competitive car at Indianapolis. Of course, he was talking about the famous 500-mile race, the only race at Indy for so many years of its century-plus of history. But in recent decades, Indy has opened its arms to the rest of the motorsports world, to stock cars, Formula One, motorcycles, and sports cars. And I can tell you, every driver in this field will tell you, and we'll hear them say that today, I predict, that this is special because this is Indy.
It is indeed. 39 cars are set to take the green flag. We talk about the races within the race, and certainly the Intercontinental GT Challenge points battle will be a part of this. These are the standings leaving the Total Energies 24 Hours of Spa. The memorable win for Ferrari. Iron Lynx ran the car for Pierre Guidi, Ledegar, and Nielsen. They are on site today racing for esteemed Ferrari operation AF Corsa, looking to back up that victory in Belgium. Here in North America, that race will pay points at the 8-hour mark. But, as mentioned, this is the finale for GT World Challenge America. 3 hours will be the points-paying mark there. More on that story in a moment, but one of the front-runners, without a doubt, all week long has been Mauro Engel, and he's with Amanda.
Well, and Ryan, and we all admired that Moon Eyes American livery that is on this Mercedes here this weekend. And Mauro, you are racing right here in Indianapolis. When you came into the racetrack this morning, you see the pagoda, you're on the grid now. What went through your mind?
It's awesome to be here. I mean, such an iconic place. For me, it's a first, so I've been waiting for this a long time in my career to be racing here. So, we've got a quick car, we've got a good-looking car. So, yeah, hopefully we can have a really strong race and fight for the win.
What wins this race today?
At the end, I think it'll be a compromise of the fastest, the most clever, and the best strategy.
Good luck.
Cheers.
Mauro Engel, Craft Bamboo Racing, they've been fast throughout the course of the build-up to today's 8-hour endurance test. Beautiful-looking race car with a lot of pedigree.
And they've been a great story. They did not get their hands on this car until the wee hours of yesterday morning. It was stuck in a container on a dock in Virginia. But they had some help from the other Mercedes teams in the field just to get a car on track, get the drivers to cycle through, learn which way the road went. And then they got the car yesterday morning. They got it prepared. They qualified well, and they will be a factor.
The number 99 car will start on the inside of the second row. Mercedes-AMG Team Craft Bamboo Racing, Mauro Engel, an outstanding Mercedes factory driver. As mentioned, though, this is the final round of the championship for Fanatec GT World Challenge America. Typically, the North American Series runs a pair of 90-minute races across Saturday and Sunday. And these are the points in the Pro Division coming into the weekend. Points championships clinched. Positions 1 and 2 clinched. There's a little bit that can go on in that battle for third. We'll touch on that as it goes along. But because this race is an endurance format for what is traditionally more of a sprint type of series, what they've done is they've combined those 90-minute races into one 3-hour race. It's at the 3-hour mark that the final points of this American season will be paid. And the man overseeing GT World Challenge America all throughout the course of this season is the CEO of SRO America, Greg Gill, who's with Amanda.
Oh, and Ryan, as you imagine, he walked to us with just a big smile on his face. And Greg, you see how busy this grid is. You guys have grown significantly in entries this year. How excited are you with this morning?
It's awesome, Amanda. We have seen a doubling of the grid over last year, and it's in all aspects. We're seeing GT4 growth, we're seeing GT3 growth, we're seeing our international crowds grow, but most important to us being here in Indiana is to see this amazing crowd, and then they're joining and building it and being part of this iconic circuit.
Thank you, Greg.
Thank you.
He's been a busy man in the build-up to this event. He was over in Barcelona just last week for the season finale of GT World Challenge Europe. The Endurance Cup championship was wrapped up there 1 week ago, and Greg was on site. Overhead views of this famed speedway with so much history, over 100 years, opened its gates for the very first time in 1909, the first Indy 500 in 1911. And for many years, as you alluded to, Bob, that was the only race on the calendar, just the month of May here in central Indiana. But that all changed in 1994, and gradually over time, it's opened its doors to racing of all types, and it seems fitting to have an endurance race of an international nature just like this one here in Indianapolis.
Yeah, there are iconic racetracks, and that's an overused word, I'll admit, but iconic racetracks around the world. One glimpse tells you where you are, and Indianapolis is one of those. The pagoda, the front stretch, the massive grandstands, and yes, those grandstands are largely empty this weekend. But that takes nothing away from the importance of this race to the people who are participating.
Now let's talk about the strength of this grid. 39 cars will take the start. There were 41 on the entry list. A couple of casualties have been incurred along the way. A big crash in the bronze test session for Frank Gannett and Ian Lacey Racing. That forced that team to withdraw their Aston Martin from the proceedings. Good news is Frank was okay. Also, we saw the Turner Motorsport BMW, one of the North American competitors, forced to withdraw with an issue with an illness for Michael Dinan. Not COVID-related, but not good enough to go. That car was withdrawn yesterday, leaving us with 39 cars, and standing amongst them, once again, is Amanda.
Well, Charles Wells will be piloting the 32 Audi on the grid today. And what do you think about this Audi? Why does it have such a significant chance here in Indy?
Well, yeah, for sure. First of all, we are really happy to drive here. For me, it's my first time in the US, so it's great. Starting P5, so it's not bad. It's not a bad starting position. I believe we have strong opponents, especially the Mercedes and the Ferrari. But I also believe we have some good chance to make a good surprise, hopefully. And we will drive and do our best until the end, and hopefully get a great result.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Charles Weerts, the young Belgian who paired with Dries Van Thor to win the Sprint Cup Championship in GT World Challenge Europe this year. On the grid alongside Dries, these two together were awfully stout at the Total Energies 24 Hours of Spa, came up second there to the Iron Lynx Ferrari we talked about earlier, and they're joined this weekend, Van Thor and Weerts, by Christopher Mies. Just one of the very many potent factory driver-laden lineups that we have throughout this field.
Absolutely, and I must admit, looking at some of these guys down on the grid, they just get younger and younger every year. What a dream to be here in a competitive race car. And make no mistake, Audi has come loaded up. Because of the pandemic worldwide, the IGTC championship has been limited to just 3 events. So Audi has the opportunity to clinch the points championship for manufacturers this weekend if they can score enough points. If they come away with a 44-point margin over their nearest rivals, they will clinch in just 2 of the 3 events. But next year, hopefully, we'll be back to full strength, 5 races on 5 different continents around the world, and back to normalcy, let's say.
Well, we had the news recently that the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 Hour should be making a return in the spring of 2022. It was awfully difficult not to have that iconic venue and iconic race as part of the championship this year. But as you say, a 3-round championship starting at Spa here in Indianapolis and concluding with a race in South Africa at Kyalami in the first weekend of December. Closing in on some of the pre-race ceremonies, the national anthem coming up, down to Amanda Busick, who's down in the pits.
Well, Ryan, as you just said, we are just moments away from this race kicking off here in Indianapolis. And for the national anthem, Miss Indiana joins us, Braxton Heiser.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
United States national anthem down by the famous yard of bricks on the grid ahead of the Indianapolis 8-hour. Coming up in just under 15 minutes time. Jam-packed grid of cars, and we talk about the race within the race. And really, there's a third one that we should call attention to, and that is the GT4 race. Now, this is not a part of a points-paying championship. Pirelli GT4 America is already wrapped up. That happened earlier in the weekend, but a field of 13 GT4 cars with some impressive driver lineups as well, and very strong North American GT4 teams fielding these cars. They add to the significance of the event in a lot of ways, and I think very well might spice things up a little bit when you have GT3 and GT4 intermingling on the racetrack.
That's right. There's a time differential between the two classes. The GT3 cars are more powerful, a little bit quicker, about 5 to 6 seconds in lap time. So the presence of all those 13 GT4 cars should make things a little bit more spicy for the GT3 guys as they try to come through this field. But I am impressed by the fact that so many American GT4 teams chose not only to come here to run their own 3-hour race, but they will continue because they want to run the 8 hours as well.
No question about that. More down on the pit lane with our pole sitter, Alessandro Pierre Guidi.
And he was able to take that to the number 1 spot in qualifying yesterday. And Alessandro, you come in, you guys won the 24 hours of Spa. You get to contend right here at the 8 hours in Indianapolis. How do you keep the prancing horse on top?
Yeah, let's say it's the best way to start. We try to have a good quality. We work well all the weekend. We improve session by session. The last step we did for the quality, and we are here, so it's the best way to start. But 8 hours is so long, so we have to manage well, and we hope to have the speed to be in the lead at the end of the race.
In the car first for the Ferrari.
Alessandro Pierre Guidi picked up the memorable win in that thrilling duel with Dries Van Thor late in the running at the Total Energies 24 Hours of Spa. Also the reigning GT World Challenge Europe Endurance Cup champion from Iron Lynx picked up a memorable class win at Le Mans this year as well. What a 2021 season it has been for the native of Tortona, Italy, who will lead the field to green here at Indianapolis coming up in less than 15 minutes. Going back to the GT4 side of things real quick, we did have some late drama this morning. We got word that the Smooge Racing Toyota Supra that had qualified on pole has lost that starting position. They've been moved to the back of the field and will start 39th of 39 due to an overboost issue. That is what has been communicated to us. So that then promotes the GMG Racing Aston Martin of Andrew Davis to the pole position in the GT4 class.
There you see the ACA ASP Mercedes. Timur Boguslavski climbing in to start for the team. And here's what I'll admit my own stupidity. That wonderful Mercedes story I told you about, the team that got its car by dawn's early light yesterday, it was that team, the ACA ASP Sport, and not the 99. But it takes nothing away from the story and the great job that team has done to qualify 8th and get ready for this 8 hours.
Truly remarkable. That car stuck in customs for a week or so in Virginia. They had to hire a couple of North American truck drivers to drive in shifts, 1,200 miles overnight to have the car ready and on site yesterday for pre-qualifying, and they were ready to go. Also ready to go appears to be Jordan Pepper, the reigning champion, crowned at Sebring for Fanatec GT World Challenge America. He and K-Pax Racing ready to fly the flag for Lamborghini.
I wonder if cracking his knuckles is a part of his regular pre-race routine. He looked like he was getting set to do a piano concerto and not go flying down this front stretch at 165 miles an hour plus.
Jordan had a memorable start to this Indy 8 Hours race last year, racing for the same K-Pax team, but in a Bentley Continental GT3. You'll recall a sudden rainstorm came through. There, by the way, is Stefan Rattel, the SR in SRO, looking proudly over the grid of GT cars that he has assembled. But Jordan Pepper, the rain came early in the race, caught everyone out, and he was rapid on dry tires in the wet in that Bentley before contact with the GT4 car ended their day prematurely, but in many ways, that was his introduction to the North American sports car viewing audience.
And with regard to Stefan Rettel, you've got to give him credit for putting together this worldwide GT3 formula that the motorsports world has lacked for so long. You could have a car in one country and not be able to race it in another, but with this global GT3 formula, you can take one of these cars anywhere in the world, including all 4 national series that SRO runs in North America, in Asia, in Europe, and in Australia.
Well, Calvin Fish, a few moments ago, had a first-hand look at this fantastic grid of cars. You were standing there amongst them with Amanda at the start of the show. Calvin, you join us now in the booth where you will be with us for the next 8+ hours. What do you think? Looking ahead to this race, you saw it in person. How strong is this grid?
It's strong, and the energy down there, you can feel it. You can cut the tension with a knife right now. It's a big race. I mean, coming here to Indy is a special feeling for many of these drivers, and they want that on their resume. So it's going to be a long 8 hours to survive. Massive field, and 2/3 of the cars GT3, 1/3 GT4. It's a nice balance. It's going to create a lot of traffic all day long. And keeping your nose clean, making those decisions, as I said, on the grid is going to be a key to victory here today. But we've got some of the top global GT drivers in the world here assembled for this race today. And it's going to be a magic day. It's a beautiful day, blue skies, it's crisp. It is chilly down there. My teeth were chattering right there with Amanda on the grid, but it's a perfect race day.
46 degrees Fahrenheit, that's about 8 degrees centigrade for those overseas. So yes, certainly chilly, and that has been a storyline this morning as well, Calvin. There was some talk because of the temperature to add an extra formation lap to the planned 2. The word we've received is they are going to stick with the 2, but certainly these cold temperatures are things that these teams need to take into account.
Yes, and that's going to make this first corner, first lap, especially difficult for all of the drivers just surviving that because it is so cold. Typically, the tires are coming out the blankets or out the ovens for the GT3 cars. GT4 cars are not allowed tire blankets during this event, so there's no tire temperature when they get around to that first corner. So what they generate, you're probably going to see a lot of weaving, a lot of really leaning on that brake pedal, trying to generate that temperature up through the brakes, up through the upright, through the wheel, into the tire to give you a little bit of bite when you hit that first corner.
We expect temperatures to climb up to around 64 degrees this afternoon. And we do not have the kind of wind that we had on display yesterday. That played a factor in qualifying.
Yeah, the flags were snapping, but as you can see, the stars and stripes atop the famous pagoda, it is not so today.
39 cars ready to go. We are moments away from sending them roaring to life. It will be Ferrari on pole from Audi, then Mercedes and another Ferrari making up the second row of the grid. Back in GT4, a great mix of machinery as well, and they're all just waiting for those famous words. Amanda, let's get them started.
Well, as the racing ceremonies come to a close here at the Indianapolis 8 hours presented by AWS, there are just 4 words to get this race started, and a guest of CrowdStrike, Cooper Bly, has them for us.
Racers, start your engines.
And with that, the cacophony of race engines breaks the still silence of the morning in central Indiana, about to go racing on the road course for the second annual Indianapolis 8 hour. The Lamborghini Urus safety car accelerates away. The crews doing one last inspection, then retreating over that pit wall back to the pit lane. And an interesting note, it looks like one car is planning on starting from the pit lane. I think that's the Earl Bamber Motorsport Porsche just to the left of the screen. And they should be out on the grid, but are not. This is the car I'm speaking of. Nick Boole set to start this machine. That should move them to the pit lane start situation, I believe.
Yes, it should. So as the field streams away here, pulling laps here, just kind of settling in, just letting the tension come down a little bit. Such hype, such adrenaline rush when you're getting ready for this race. And any start to a race is, there's a lot of tension, but when you walk down Gasoline Alley, that is a special feeling.
I wondered if those young ladies holding the flags knew what they were signing up for as these cars go screaming by out to begin their pace laps.
Cars starting to pull away on these formation laps. Describe the nerves at the start of an endurance race of this magnitude, Calvin.
It's big. I always found, coming from a single-seater background, when you drove in an endurance race, there was an added responsibility, because it's not just for you if you get it wrong. You've got two teammates. So there's a lot of pressure on those shoulders, and particularly for these manufacturer factory drivers. And they're not only driving for themselves, they're driving for their brand as well, and they want to win this big race.
But a corollary to all of that is that you are not the only driver, so you may have to sacrifice some of your preferences in terms of car setup and comfort to accommodate the needs of your teammates.
Very much so, and that's why these manufacturers work to find the right chemistry between a trio of drivers. You want drivers ideally that are similar in size. You can adjust the seats on some of these cars. You can put a seat insert in, but you don't want a dramatic difference in height or torso length and things like that. And also, just more importantly, the balance of the race car. Some drivers can drive a car what I call very much on the nose. It's very pointy. They can handle a car that's loose, oversteering through a corner. Other drivers detest that. They want stability when they enter a corner. So finding a co-driver who likes the same car setup as you is vitally important to success.
Word from Amanda in the pit lane. The problems for Nick Boole in that Earl Bamber Motorsport car late to pre-grid, so they will be forced to make that pit lane start. In some respects, perhaps that keeps them out of some of the trouble, though. Turn 1, lap 1, always a point of emphasis, but at a racetrack like this with the relatively wide front straightaway into the narrowing confines of turn 1 of the road course, it's a harrowing prospect if you're starting in the middle of this pack.
It is. It all funnels in. You hope that no one gets it wrong, and all of these cars have ABS brakes, but they can still get a little bit of lockup if they're so cold. So you can see the drivers now kind of weaving around, trying to keep the tires clean, and you generate a little bit of surface temperature on the tire like this, but the core temperature, as I mentioned before, can be built up by really leaning on the brakes. You got the right foot on the gas pedal, left foot on the brakes, and riding them together.
The starting grid, 39 cars ready to go. Alessandro Pierre Guidi on pole for AF Corsa, prevailed in the 15-minute pole shootout yesterday evening to put his Ferrari on top. Christopher Haase will start alongside in the Audi Sport Team Santalok entry. Then it is the Kraft Bamboo Mercedes, started by Mauro Engel in row 2, alongside IndyCar bound Callum Ilott for AF Corsa and Ferrari. The Audi of Christopher Mies starts in 5th. In 6th will be the Audi of Robin Freins. 7th, Windward Racing's Philip Ellis gets the nod, while the number 89 Mercedes-AMG of ACA ASP, Timur Boguslavski, will start that machine. Wright Motorsports has the 9th starting position. Fred Pourdad will start that car. That is one that is racing for North American points. Kenny Hobble alongside in the Sun Energy 1 Mercedes. Back to row 6, the K-Pax racing car that won the North American Championship this year in the Pro Division. Jordan Pepper starts that machine. Second-generation driver Aurelian Panis starting for Santalok Racing in position number 12. Taylor Hagler from Racer's Edge Motorsports starts in the 13th position with Corey Lewis of K-Pax Racing next to her. Then it's the Crucial Motorsports McLaren of Ben Barnicoat that did not set a time in the qualifying shootout. 16th will be Ashton Harrison of Compass Racing. 17th to Brendan Reed of Inception Racing. Aaron Vogel starts 18th for DXDT. GMG's James Safronis starts 19th alongside Zalus Motorsport and Jason Harward, one of 2 cars that will only contest the opening 3 hours. We'll jump back to the GT4 field and set the front row for them. That will be the GMG Racing Aston Martin of Andrew Davis alongside Bill Auberlen in the Bimmer World Racing BMW M4 GT4. You can find your favorite team and driver flashing across the screen as we get set to turn 39 GT3 and GT4 cars loose here at the Brickyard for the second running of the Indianapolis 8-Hour presented by AWS. This is turn 14, leading on to the front straightaway in the famous Yard of Bricks. Tom Hansing up in the flag stand has the green flag in hand, and Alessandro Pierre Guidi will set the pace. Looks like it's Old Glory that will start the race here at Indianapolis, and we are racing already. A battle 3 wide for second as Pierre Guidi gets away.
Could be a Ferrari 1-2 by the time we get down into that first corner, but Mauro Engel aboard that bright yellow Kraft Bamboo entry sneaks it into second, but he runs a little bit wide there on cold tires.
Huge move up the inside for Jordan Pepper, but he cut inside of the curbing at the apex of turn 1. We'll see how the stewards look at that.
With the contact there with Jeff Burton aboard the red and racing number 91, getting in the back of the 6 car. 3 wide through turn 4.
Oh, man, 8 hours, boys and girls.
Pierre Guidi is taken off at the front. Callum Eilert slots into P3. This is turn 6A, very important corner onto Hellman Boulevard. Long straightaway, passing opportunities at the end.
That last sector that these cars went through that we're looking at right there, that is new this year. A different layout than the road course utilized last year. Great start from Mauro Engel to jump up to second, and coming from the outside of the second row, Callum Eilert, who made his IndyCar test debut on this very track going back a couple of months. He runs third for AF Corsa.
Saw one of the star-spangled Audi Pro cars, I think it might have been Christopher Mies, swerving back and forth under green flag conditions going down the Hellman Boulevard straight. I think maybe he feels like he hasn't got enough temperature in those tires yet.
Yeah, and some of that is just, if you got any pickup on the tires, racetrack should have been cleaned last night, but he's just trying to generate a bit of tire temp, make sure the tires are clean when he gets to that brake zone for the next corner. He has enough experience. He can feel if the car's in the comfort zone. He didn't feel it was, so that's why he was doing that. He wasn't weaving to protect being passed. As you said, Bob, just trying to get some tire temps to get them in prep for the next corner.
First lap complete, still 7 hours and 58 minutes of racing to go. Here's a bold move up the inside, Aurelian Panis up the inside of Fred Pordad. 3 wide further back, Taylor Hagler struggling here in the early going for Racer's Edge. That is the red and white Acura that dropped back in that 3 wide battle, and around goes the Zalus car, and the Inception McLaren also involved. Looks like potential damage to the right rear of the Zalus Lamborghini.
Yeah, just try to get inside there. The tires still aren't going to be up to temperature just yet. They're not going to have the maximum temperature that you can get with one of these Pirelli P0s. Here he is inside Aaron Vogel, gets squeezed a little bit up on the curb with the inside tires. Quick glancing blow maybe with the Inception machine. I'm not sure if there was contact or not.
It was close. Nowhere for Brendan Iribe to go if he got through. It was by the narrowest of margins. Here's Alessandro Pierre Guidi, the champion in GT World Challenge Europe Endurance Cup this year, winner at Spa. Got a great start and built a gap of over 2 seconds. Mauro Engel in the Moon Eyes Mercedes from Craft Bamboo Racing giving chase.
Perfect start for Pierre Guidi. His pole lap yesterday was so clean, so efficient, super smooth. He didn't look to be on edge, but when you looked at the sector times, boy, did he build a lap together.
Absolutely. Full course caution. Now, we had all of this rain on Thursday and Friday that made the grass off track very, very soft. And, of course, a gravel trap is basically a beach. Very difficult to get out of under any circumstances. So we'll have a safety car while they extract that machine.
That was Brendan Iribe, the Optimum Motorsports, Inception Racing by Optimum Motorsports. McLaren 720S GT3 that had the narrow miss with the spinning Lamborghini on that opening lap. Not sure if that's related or not, but he is beached in the gravel, and we should quickly clarify what the rules are here. It's different, the full course yellow safety car rules, than what we saw at the Total Energies 24 Hours of Spa, Calvin. It's a bit of a hybrid in terms of this rule set between what is typical in North America and what we see in the European Series.
Yeah, pit lane will stay open, so there's no code 80. They don't control the cars via speed or just monitoring their speed around the racetrack. Basically, if we go full course yellow here, there will be a safety car deployed. Pit lane stays open, so certainly if you have poor track position right now, if you're at the tail end of the field, I'd come in and top up, but then there's some regulations around that you can only be on pit lane for a maximum of 80 seconds for what we call a short stop. So driving down pit lane is a 53-second delta, so that allows you to surface the car for up to 27 seconds and still nip back out before that 80-second mark.
Alessandro Pierre Guidi sees that big lead he had built over Mauro Engel evaporate with the safety car deployment out on the racetrack. We'll take this chance to update several of the other classes. Within the GT3 category, I guess you could say there are subclasses there, all set by FIA driver ratings. Mostly we see the pro class cars with full-on pro, often factory drivers up towards the front of this grid. That makes up the top 6 positions, but Philip Ellis, a strong run for Windward Racing, started that car on the silver class pole, currently running there in the 7th spot overall as we look at a replay of what happened to Brendan Iribe.
Oh, came back on track.
And tries to get out of the way, and that's how he got stuck in the gravel.
Oh, boy.
Well, Brendan out of the gravel now, but did drop a lap. This driver and team already have won races this weekend in the GT America powered by AWS Championship, but problems here. Big lockup, and I wonder if some gravel got stuck in the braking system.
Possibly, or whether there's an ABS sensor, a wheel speed sensor that got torn when he did go off the racetrack, because suddenly he had no control of the threshold of that front braking system. Take another look at this. This is coming down into turn 6. And there's a system on board, anti-lock braking system, ABS, just like you have on your street cars, that basically releases the brake pressure to stop that lockup. So what a crazy first few laps here for the 70 team that had displayed a lot of speed here this weekend. And with Brendan's amount of track time, he was certainly very comfortable with this racetrack this weekend. As you said, Ryan, coming off a couple of wins in GT America competition.
And this will extend the safety car period. They'll have to retrieve that McLaren once again. Let's run through some of the other class leaders real quick. Kenny Hobble with a great start in his Pro-Am entry for Sun Energy 1. They run 10th overall with the Australian-born, American-domiciled Kenny Hobble behind the wheel. Dropping down the order as well, the leader in GT4, Bill Oberlin, from the outside of the front row in that class, got a great start. And that just goes to show the star power in the GT4 class. It might be second fiddle to some degree, Calvin, but you look at some of the pros in these lineups, and that's a race worth keeping an eye on.
Oh, it's going to be a fun battle, and you know Oberlin wants to double up and get another victory here. So Bimmer World team haven't had the best weekend, so they want to bounce back here and win this event in the GT4 category. But you're right, Ryan, so many star drivers from North America here in that field. You've also got some Europeans like your own and Sebastian Bleekemolen aboard the Black Swan Racing entry, but studs like Andrew Davis and company from GT4 competition on a regular basis here in the US.
Now the leader in the AM category is Jean-Claude Sada in a Ferrari, and the thing you should understand about the SRO GT series is that Sada's Ferrari is exactly the same Ferrari 488 GT3 that Alessandro Perguidi put on pole and is leading the race with. 5 different classes in action, but that's based on driver rating, not on the cars. Other forms of sport, motorsport here in America, different classes would be cars of different capability, speed, power, so forth, but not in GT racing. Everybody gets the same equipment. It's balanced through a complex balance of performance process to equalize performance, and everybody gets basically the same equipment.
And that's what makes it fun when you get guys like Jan Halen aboard a Pro-Am racing entry. He is dynamite fast, so we'll mix it up with the big boys here today on occasion.
Looking here at the silver class leaders, Windward Racing. This is an American team, but certainly has European roots with their acquisition of HTP, the famed Mercedes operation in Europe. That was a couple of years ago, and they have been very, very busy with programs in GT Masters, in DTM, GT World Challenge Europe, GT World Challenge America, the Intercontinental GT Challenge. It's remarkable what this program has done in a short amount of time, and they kick off the season with an endurance win at the 24 Hours of Daytona. They'd like to back that up with another one here at Indy.
Yeah, and I think by running multiple programs with essentially the same car and platform has really allowed them to build that notebook. I mean, they've really been the strongest Mercedes on the North American grid this year, Ryan, and I think that's the reason why. Added to that, great crew, great engineering, and great drivers, of course.
Forgive me if it's already mentioned, but on our official messaging board, it says the start is under review.
Good luck with that. That was crazy. You had cars going inside the apex down in turn 1. There was some bumping and grinding going on. The key with the start is you are allowed to go racing immediately. You can't kind of poke your nose out, but once the green flag waves, you can pass before the start-finish line. However, on any subsequent restart, you have to wait for the stripe before you make a move.
Good news for Brendan Iribe, able to get that car out of the gravel. Let's take a look at the start here, Calvin. What do you see?
Well, it looks pretty good at the front of the pack, certainly the first 10 or so rows. See a great start by Pierre Guidi. He's entitled as the pole sitter to lead away. Christopher Haase from the outside of the front row has a poor one. See that Craft Bamboo at AMG. Then you see a little bit of action mid-pack. There's some oil dry down there as well. Then you see that Audi cutting through the inside of the apex. Then the GMG Porsche goes through there as well. Then you see a little touch there. That's Jeff Burton in the tail of that number 6 K-Pax Lamborghini Huracan, that lime green colored car.
Somebody got squeezed up against the pit wall.
I think that was Jordan Pepper. He was one of 2 cars to take that shortcut, if you will, through turn 1, and I wonder if that is the part of the review that might, or part of the start rather, that might be under review. A trying start for Inception Racing, Amanda. What do you know?
Ryan, they're going to bring the car over here, take all the wheels off, and see if it is gravel that has the car stuck. They're going to search out, get the gravel out of it. Ollie Milroy, one of the drivers here with Inception. It is an 8-hour race. How do you guys get back into it?
It's really tough now. I know obviously it's an 8-hour race, but you know, obviously I think we'll probably be sort of 3 or 4 laps down. We need to get the car in and assess any damage. It's really unlucky because Brendan had a really good start. He was doing everything perfectly and had to go off track to avoid a spinning car. Doesn't look like he had any other option. Obviously got stuck in the gravel, and it now looks as though it's maybe caused an ABS problem because then he's like locking fronts on the in-lap and stuff. So yeah, so the guys are going to have a look at the car now, see what damage there is, but in terms of a result, unfortunately, I think it's kind of over, really, you know.
You've worked alongside Brendan all season in different races across the world. What's going through his mind right now?
Fortunately, I haven't got a radio on because I'm pretty sure that Brendan will be pretty frustrated in there. You know, it's unfortunately we just in these long races this year we've been really unlucky at the starts. You know, we were hit by another car at Spa at the start of the 24-hour, and obviously here, as I say, it was totally not Brendan's fault at all. He did everything right, and it's really tough when you get hit this early in a long race. But anyway, we keep going, we keep pushing, and see how we get on.
Thank you, Ollie.
Thank you.
Well, Ollie exhibiting a good sense of humor, but what a gut punch it must be this early in an endurance race to already be multiple laps down.
Yeah, talk about the thrill of victory and the agony of defeat. A couple of wins on Thursday and Friday, and Friday and Saturday, I should say, and then on Sunday, problems on the very first lap.
Yeah, and I think they were using those couple of other races here, the sprint races, 40-minute format, to just really get some more track time, get Brendan dialed into the racetrack, even though they tested here. Their focus was on this big race, and when you think about the logistics of how a team comes together to be here and compete here at Indy and to have such a devastating blow early in the race, it is a tough one.
Well, the incident has been cleaned up, and we return to green flag racing. Accelerating away, Alessandro Pierre Guidi had a lead of over 2 seconds prior to the safety car intervention, but now comes under attack from Mauro Engel and Callum Eilert. Christopher Haase, Robin Freins rounding out the top 5 as the field streams down the front straightaway into turn 1.
Callum Eilert again trying to make a move on that Mercedes AMG number 99. Entry down into turn 1 is Kenny Bull, middle of the pack. Hasn't done a ton of racing of late, but boy, he gets up on the wheel early here.
Ashton Harrison making her GT3 race debut, part of the HPD GT3 Academy, so she's been in this car a lot this year. That was the Compass Racing Acura. You saw slip sideways there through turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, and she actually did some of those Academy days here at Indianapolis, so big step up for her, but she's done a really solid job so far this weekend.
As you see all the cars using all the racetrack and then some, track limits will be in effect. Stewards have warned the drivers we'll be watching at particular corners, but there, swinging on to the straightaway, Ullman Boulevard, it's okay to go all the way out to that extra pavement.
Yeah, you can use all of that all the way to the grass, and then you're at your own peril if you drop a wheel out there. The grass is extremely wet. Had a lot of rain here over the last few days, so if you see a car going off in the grass, it's like being on ice. And essentially, with the rules, you're allowed to straddle the curbs. As long as you got at least 2 wheels touching those blue and white curbs, you're okay, other than 3 critical corners, turn 1, turn 7, and turn 12. It kind of self-polices itself anyway, because they're a lot more severe through those corners, the curbs are.
Great restart from Pierre Guidi, and he has quickly built that lead once again over Mauro Engel, who has fallen into the clutches of Callum Eilert. Then a flotilla of Audis running line astern. Positions 4, 5, and 6, Haase, Freins, and Mies. This is Freins taking a look up the inside of his Audi stablemates.
Yeah, the 3 cars there running line astern, so you're going to be aggressive. I mean, they're super competitive, these GT races from Europe, but you're certainly going to be a little bit more cautious when you're around one of your teammates and competing for the same manufacturer, of course. That is so critical.
Last lap from Pierre Guidi is the race's fastest thus far. Still in the early stages. Haven't had many green flag laps in the opening 16 minutes or so of the second annual Indy 8 hours. But he's built a gap up to nearly 2 seconds over Mauro Engel. This is where the fight is now from 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th.
And that lap is pretty impressive. Remember, on pretty full fuel loads right now. 134.2 is pole shootout. Pole time was a 133.4, so he's only about 3/4 of a second off that. And just perfect conditions out there, super crisp. Really, the engines are going to be working well. Big downforce from the thick air with the cooler conditions. Ideal.
I love these high camera shots. Gives you some idea of the sheer size of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Everyone just settling in. Don't want to take any big risks right now. You'd like to shuffle up the order a little bit, have a bit more control with the track position. But it's a bit like a basketball game. You're really just trying to get through those first 3 quarters, be in position to be able to make a move towards the end.
At the stripe, Pierre Guidi extends that advantage further by 7/10 of a second. Now 2.5 seconds over Mauro Engel, who runs 3rd, Callum Island, Christopher Hassa, and Robin Freins. This is a bit further back. Here the number 26 machine, I believe that's Aurelian Panis driving that car. Currently 3rd in silver, chasing down the 9th place running car in the pro class. Corey Lewis in this bright green number 6 Lamborghini for K-Pax Racing.
So far in this race, we're not seeing any stunning lap times from these Lamborghini Huracans. Corey Lewis aboard the number 6 car. The number 3 car with Jordan Pepper, the South African driver. As you said, Ryan had such a stunning start to this race last year with the Bentley. That was what really got his attention from that K-Pax squad. They recognized his abilities to race hard, be able to be on top of the wheel in tricky conditions. Big move there by Corey Lewis down to the inside. That's late. Side by side as they accelerate off turn 7.
Trying to work around the outside of Ashton Harrison, the GT3 Racing rookie who is holding strong. And this is that switchback section of track that allows you to run side by side for several corners.
That's great. That is really awesome. She was not going to be intimidated there, despite being on a GT3 debut. Now Lewis down to the inside. That's going to be tight once again. She's giving him the lane, though. She's not chopping for the apex. That almost opens up the door on Corey Lewis for that Audi to take advantage.
Panis took a peek to the inside. Behind is the Crucial Motorsport McLaren 720S GT3. Brand new team making its first ever start. Does have support from the Joda operation, which fielded a car to great success in the Total Energies 24 Hours of Spa earlier.
See Ben Barnicoat, second of the gold-colored cars, trying to get a move around the outside of Panis down into turn 1. Car's been pretty quick here this weekend. Barnicoat had an incident coming through this sector of the racetrack in traffic, clobbered the left front suspension. K-Pax number 3 Lamborghini Huracan is in. This will probably be a short stop, topping him up. It's basically 7 stops to get through this event, but one of those stops can be a shorty. And maybe they're electing to do that right now.
Just one air gun in the pit lane.
Just the one tire change, which allows you to do that short stop. That doesn't look like a strategy call to me.
Well, could be.
Wonder if that right front was giving him trouble after he got squeezed on the pit wall at the start.
Could have been. May have flat spotted it or something. We talk about ABS, but it's still possible a flat spot when the temperatures are so extreme.
Right front puncture, we're being told, from the pit lane, and that puts K-Pax on the back foot, and now Thomas Blum and the whole brain trust for the Sonoma-based team. Now they're going to have to go to work from a strategy perspective to try and make this work to their benefit.
Key is going to be staying on the lead lap, and that's probably why they elected. I mean, if it's punchy, you got to come, right? But maybe it's working their way where they can still stay on that lead lap. 80 seconds, essentially, they got to be underneath. And that should, if you're within about 14 seconds of the lead, that should be okay.
Alessandro Pierre Guidi continuing to lead for AF Corse and Ferrari. Out now to an advantage of 2.7 seconds, but Mauro Engel starting to match those lap times from Pierre Guidi. This is the Craft Bamboo Racing team from Hong Kong that runs in second, Mercedes-AMG GT3 Evo. Then the second factory-blessed AF Corse Ferrari Callum Island. running third.
Give a shout out to that number 99 team. They're supported here from a US-based team, Lone Star Racing. This chassis has never been raced before that they're with today, but it's owned by Dan Knox. AJ Peterson is the team manager with Lone Star, so this international team is using their North American partner with that race team to use their equipment here this weekend, support logistically, but the race team have their own engineers and drivers, of course.
This is 4th, 5th, and 6th, that trio of Audis from two separate teams, despite the similarly themed liveries on these race cars. Two from WRT, one from the French team Santilac, each of them with star-studded Audi GT3 factory drivers behind the wheel. Robin Frijns currently leading this train. And hanging on the back of this is Philip Ellis in the top silver class car from Windward Racing. That is the dark-colored Mercedes.
Dark-colored, it could be a dark horse, I really feel. They've shown a lot of pace this season, had victory on North American soil this year, good driver lineup, and they are hanging with this lead group. So talk about their abilities, winning the Rolex 24 back in January of this season. Be surprised to see them within a shout out of at least a podium here today.
It's a good lineup. Russell Ward has really come along and has been running with a lot of the established factory pros in GT World Challenge America over the course of the season. Philip Ellis, I think, needs no introduction. He's the one driving the car here. Marvin Dienst is the one with maybe the lesser-known CV, but he is a former German F4 champion. Has been a runner-up in class at the Nürburgring 24 in recent years, and he's the one that qualified this car in the pole shootout yesterday, which goes to show the kind of faith that the team has in his talent and ability.
Yeah, and I think I agree with you on the Russell Ward situation. He's really gained a lot of confidence, got a lot of seat time, and he's not going to be letting the side down, let's put it that way. Drives a really clean race, has good pace these days. You can see those track limits. You're able to just cut through those corners a little bit, as long as at least those, got a couple of those Pirelli P0s touching the paint at some point.
That was Timur Boguslavsky, the Russian driver, 2019 GT World Challenge Europe overall champion, taking into account results in both Sprint and Endurance Cup competition. Kenny Hobble coming through in the brightly colored Sun Energy 1 Mercedes, and then this scrap here that has been raging now for several laps. Ashton Harrison, very impressive to run 10th overall, second place in silver, and keeping Corey Lewis, a very experienced Lamborghini driver, behind, and has done so for several laps now.
Just outstanding. I mean, I hate to say surprising, but just based on her experience to go out there and do what she's doing in this opening hour.
This is Corey Lewis, a birthday boy today, native of Nazareth, Pennsylvania, which is famous as the home of the Andretti clan, who really helped him early in his racing career. And now this is the best placed of the two K-Pax racing cars, which dominated the North American Championship this year with the issues early on, to the sister car. Big move from Barnicoat, looking up the inside of Aurelian Panis.
He's got a bit more pace here, but trying to make it stick. He's going to show a little bit of patience here. Got to run. He's going to be on the optimum braking zone, but Panis still has that inside line. Barnicoat takes it in super deep. Love these aerial shots here. This is turn 7. Beautiful rhythm through this next section here. This is where you can really go side by side, as we saw with Corey Lewis and Ashton Harrison just a few laps ago. That's where you got to be careful you don't drop a wheel there, coming out of turn 10.
Here comes Barnicoat with a bit of a run on Corey Lewis. Takes a peek to the inside, entering turn number 12. It tightens up quickly, Cal.
It does, and the problem with that is you're kind of tightening the car a little bit. You're coming in on the dirty part of the racetrack, and then suddenly someone sweeps for the apex, and you can't woe it down, so it's a risky move.
That gives Ashton Harrison a bit of a respite after all the pressure she's been under. Corey Lewis's job is not over yet. Barnicoat, a great run out of turn 14. It'll be side by side, and ooh, that's a little bit spicy for this early in the race.
Yeah, it was. Corey started to move on him. I think Ben overreacted, thinking he was going to keep coming, so probably looked a bit more dramatic than it was, but definitely a little bit of movement there under braking there for the number 6 of Corey Lewis.
Impressive debut for this crucial motorsport team. Barnicoat picking up that spot there. team that made its debut. They made it through to the pole shootout, but weren't able to show their true potential. A shifting issue yesterday prevented them from setting a time in that short 15-minute session. Looks like Harrison's got her hands full, not just with Barnicoat, but also with a loose race car.
Well, time management is certainly going to be a key factor here today as well in terms of getting through these long green flag stints. You're looking at 65 minutes maximum stint time. And this is the part of that stint halfway through where you may start to feel the balance going away on you a little bit. And that's part of the learning process for the team, the engineers. How do you set the next set of tires in terms of their pressure to start with?
As mentioned, there are 5 classes of drivers in this race. If you'd like to follow them, when those standings pop up left of your screen, there's a colored background behind the race numbers. This is the GT4 class, so they are a red number on a white field. The overall runners, a yellow field and a black number. Pro-Am, black field, white number. In the Am class, as you saw, red number on a white, GT4, red on a white field. In Am, it's a red background and gray for the Silver Cup class.
BMW showing its strength early in the GT4 class. Bill Auberland leads, Tom Dyer second, and this is a bid here for third. Jason Hart holds it, and we've got Jones working his way to the outside, trying to take it away.
This is so cool to see Devin Jones back behind the wheel. Had a monster accident at VIR last year. Basically broke his back and was out of action for a long, long time. It's been a big road to recovery. He's a really fit young driver, so great to see him back. And he intends to try and do a full season of racing in 2022.
And giving the newly crowned GT4 America Pro-Am champion Jason Hart everything he can handle. This NOLA Sport team finally breaking through with that championship there. Here's some Lamborghini on Lamborghini violence. TR3 Racing coming through, taking the spot away from K-Pax. Now Ashton Harrison's been shuffled back a little bit and falls into the clutches of Aurelian Panis.
Yeah, I think you're right. She probably took the edge off those tires in that great battle with Lewis. She's hanging on right now. Great action for an 8-hour race, less than 30 minutes old.
Nearly half an hour into this 8-hour contest. Amanda, down in the pit lane, what's new?
Well, guys, you were talking about some of the power of the GT4 drivers that are on site here this weekend. Well, that includes a name known in American motorsports very well, Connor Daly, and you were no stranger here in Indianapolis. How did this come together for you to race with the Brandon Vandals team this weekend?
Well, I've known Paul for a very, very long time. Paul has been actually one of my original supporters and basically a sponsor of mine since I was like 16 or 17. So known him for a very long time, always knew that he had a passion for motorsport and wanted to do it himself. So now that we're here, we've got this incredible team of people. They've got this beautiful green BMW, which my helmet's been black and green since I was a child, so I'm obviously a fan of that. And yeah, I mean, this is an iconic place to be. I think sports cars for sure look fantastic here. And it's just great to be a part of this event for the first time, for sure.
Do you still get giddy walking into Indy?
Oh, of course. I mean, especially, oddly enough, after the Indy 500 this year, that race was really incredible experience for me as a hometown kid. I mean, I live 15 minutes from here, so to be able to race here more than in just the Indy car is special. So I can't complain about it at all, and it's, you know, not too cold, it's not too rainy, it's beautiful. So it's perfect fall motor racing weather.
Well, Paul, you picked up the win in Sebring, and I talked to you in the paddock, and you said that how much you loved racing in this series. Why is SRO the perfect fit for your team?
I mean, the series is great, and coming here to Indy is like super special, and it was like an honor. We had a good finish in the GT4 finale with P2, and you know, you kind of pinch yourself. I'm up on the Indy podium, and it's just awesome. So the series, the practices have been great, and it's been really fun to run with the GT3 cars. So I think we're looking forward to it.
Some drama here on the racetrack, and yikes, Brendan Reeb right in the middle of it and collects one of the front-running Audis as well.
Robin Franks, I believe.
He's still got braking issues with that car, so they brought it to pit lane, had a look at it, but still got some major braking issues going on with that Inception machine.
GT3 leaders now mixed up in the GT4 traffic. That is one bullet out of the chamber, at least it would appear, for the Audi squad. Look at the damage, yikes.
Yeah, and this is what we said about key to victory. You've got to stay out of trouble in this traffic. I mean, he was just an innocent bystander there with issues for the McLaren down into the brake zone for turn 1. But when you get this overlap with the GT4 cars and the GT3, there's going to be these moments. We won't capture all of them. We've got some great camera guys out there, but they'll do their best. But there are moments throughout this race, probably 100 during an 8-hour race, that the car has to survive.
Looks like the tire's still up. It's just the bodywork rub that's causing all the smoke.
Not going to be an easy fix to get all of that bodywork away, and it'll be fine stationary, but when it gets at speed, it's forced back into that tire. And you can't afford to cut a tire down here at these high speeds at Indy.
This was a car running in the top 5 prior to that issue. Now Robin Freins, the veteran Audi driver, racing in multiple series, including Formula E in recent years, but also has been busy in GT racing, trying to limp that R8 back to the pit lane.
That's a shocker to the system when someone comes out of left field. Literally, you don't expect it. Sometimes you're side by side with someone, you recognize there may be a hit, but he's turning through the corner and suddenly that McLaren almost landed on him.
Now, heartbreaking for this team, just over 30 minutes into this race. They invested so much to be here. This WRT team that he drives for as well. They're the only European team that raced here a year ago. That was in conjunction with the North American team Hardpoint. But they're the only European team from last year's Indy 8 Hours that is back for the second year. They're down to just a single car in contention, barring some kind of miracle for the 37.
Ooh, see a little quick move there. That was almost reactive to a car making a move down Hellman Boulevard. Here we look at this Audi now on pit lane. Have to do the refueling first before you can do tires. The car has to be on the ground to do the refueling. Driver change can be happening. Brake and tire technicians can have a look at things, but no other work can be done.
And now the long work of repairing these highly sophisticated GT3 cars begins.
Yeah, there's a lot more going on than just popping a fresh wheel on there.
Doesn't look like there's much clearance to get the new wheel on. They'll have to address that.
I mentioned the international participation. Look at those flags at the top of the running order. A huge international presence in this race, particularly in the overall class. Last year, 22 cars were entered for this race. This year, 41, nearly double what we saw a year ago. 39 of those cars took the start.
And many of them coming from Europe. A lot of these chassis shipped over in the intervening months since Spa. Some teams, some manufacturers electing to use local cars. Yikes.
There we go.
Bring
out the heavy machinery on there now.
Bring out the persuader.
Call AJ. Where's Mr. Foyt?
That's right. It's amazing. These cars cost $400,000, $500,000, and yet you use such a crude implement when necessity strikes to make the repair. Looks like enough.
This is lengthy, over 2 minutes thus far.
And that car will be compromised too. Dive planes on the nose of that car. A lot of downforce generated by the nose.
What you'll typically do when you have a multi-car team is that you'll probably use that car as a bit of a guinea pig. Work on some different tire pressures, try and work on balance, try and feed information to the cars that are still in contention right now.
Alessandro Pierguidi, though, still at the front of this field. Right behind, it's Mauro Engel, who has had Callum Ilott in his rearview mirror since this race got underway, but Ilott's not been able to make a move to do anything with the German driver. That's second-placed Mauro Engel, with Ilott right behind in the Ferrari. And then right behind then, fourth and fifth place belongs to a pair of factory Audis. It used to be a trio, down to just two, led by Christopher Mies now. And Christopher Haase right behind. Ilott, though, one of those up-and-coming drivers who looked destined for Formula One before circumstance took that out of his hands. Ferrari, though, still finding application for his talents. He's been a busy guy racing GT cars here this year, but appears is set to embark upon an IndyCar career next year.
It's good to beat Callum Ilott right about now.
We saw the 6th place car and the leader in silver, Philip Ellis, come through. And then Ben Barnicoat in that orange McLaren. That's been the driver on the move, running 7th. Started back in 15th and didn't get the best start in the world, and has been knifing his way through this field, turning some very impressive lap times for a brand new operation. Timur Boguslavski in the AKA ASP Mercedes, trying to hold off Giacomo Altoe, Lamborghini factory driver, in a Pro-Am class car. That is the Pro-Am class leader, as a matter of fact. Altoe for TR3 Racing, North American-based team that has primarily raced in the Pro-Am class this year, but did do one weekend at Sebring in the Pro Division. Dennis Lind flying over to join Giacomo. He's been so impressive with his pace, the young man from Italy. Right now giving the 2019 GT World Challenge Europe overall champion all he can handle.
Yeah, very impressive young man. Comes from a racing family. They actually own a racing circuit in Italy. Now side by side into the brakes and takes it in super deep. Can't quite carve the corner yet. The Mercedes still has the line. Good racing here, and if I'm not mistaken, I think the 10 car did start from pit lane as well. Just as we went to green, I was looking back there, and we had the EBM Motorsport car on pit lane. I believe the 10 was there as well, so this is a monster first stint here for Altoe.
Robin Freinz's pit stop ended at 2 minutes 50.5 seconds, and they took the opportunity to change drivers. Mattia Drudi now in the car.
Robin Freins is out of that race car, as you mentioned, Bob, and Amanda has caught up with him.
Well, guys, you can understandably frustrated, but Robin, what can you tell us about the damage on the Audi?
The damage, well, the whole front right is pretty much gone, so the splitter is damaged. Probably we have a lot of others there. Also more drag because the wind is basically hitting a wall now, so yeah, it doesn't look great.
From your experience inside of the race car, what can you tell us about the incident?
Well, I didn't even see it on TV yet. I was just driving, doing my corner. I didn't brake really late, and I was about to turn in. I was about to hit the apex, and suddenly this McLaren just flew by. So I hit him with the front, or he hit me. It just matters how you are going to look at it. But yeah, he just came out of the blue. He basically T-boned me. So.
I think it will make more sense to him when he knows that that car's been dealing with the braking issues. But to your point earlier, the McLaren, as Robin said, showed up out of the blue, and that has to be about as surprising an event as you'll have it behind the wheel of a race car. Here's a look at it again.
It's a big hit, and watch there, just Brendan doesn't have the ability to arrest this car's speed and just appears out of nowhere. And Robin's super frustrated. I think he kept his composure very well in the interview with Amanda.
Sebastian Bleekable has to feel very fortunate. That very nearly was him in the Black Swan Racing GT4 Porsche Cayman. Just a couple of inches either way, and it would have been the Black Swan car, I think, dealing with the damage rather than the WRT Audi. But it did not break their way. Mattia Drudi has taken over. We'll be assessing just how bad the situation is. What a gut punch for him. Never got a chance to see what this car could do at its 100% best.
Robin related to the front splitter. That's kind of that big dive plane that runs all the way across the front end of the car. Really contributes to the ability for the car to turn into a corner, helps the braking as well. So if that is damaged, it's really going to relate to a big imbalance in the car throughout the rest of the stint. And we've now got word from the stewards that there's a stop plus a 10-second hold for the 70 car for causing that collision. Tough situation for Brendan Arieb. He's fast-tracking his career by running in multiple championships around the world, but when you're dealing with a car that is, you know, kind of hobbled in some way and put out in the mix of the race, very tough.
And these are the two cars involved, basically. Ollie Milroy, who we spoke to earlier, Brendan Arieb's co-driver, driver-coach, chatting there with Robin Freins, probably helping to explain the situation.
Yeah, saying the car took a hit and he's got a braking issue, so that'll soften the blow a little bit, but when you're here for an 8-hour race, walked in at the track this morning, I'm sure thinking they had a chance of victory. Their day has been cut short in terms of the performance.
And we've noted that the front of the GT3 field was very much inside the GT4 field, trying to put them a lap down, but now also catching the back of the GT3 runners too, and some early pit callers here, Calvin.
Yeah, and I think this may be this short stop philosophy in terms of doing the shorter stop early. I think by stopping like they are about 40 minutes in, that would work out to do 7 more 65-minute stints and get to the finish.
On the screen there, the message we relayed from race control, stop plus 10 seconds to the Inception Racing car, which we see there on the pit lane there for causing that collision. Their day has gone from bad to worse after a very difficult opening lap.
About back timing a race with the strategy, that's kind of working the race backwards from the checkered flag. When can you make a stop and just do it on the same amount of stops to get to the finish rather than stopping a little bit shy of that number? So these strategists are some of the best in the business. They have a different playbook to work with the various regulations with this championship as well, which I like.
To the race leader, Alessandro Pierguidi, who continues to lap among the fastest, but not the fastest. It seems like these Audis are starting to come into their form. They've been running laps a little bit quicker, although traffic might have had something to do with it. Traffic certainly having something to do with the battle for second closing up.
Yes, tasty little battle here. Engel is certainly feeling the heat right now from Callum Eilert there in that red and yellow Ferrari, third car in the picture right now. Traffic up ahead. Engel trying to deal with this. This is a GT3 car, but not running at the same pace, so got to be patient.
Jason Harwood driving that car just up ahead, the brightly colored Lamborghini that Engel now works his way through. First season of GT3 racing for Jason Harwood. Not sure he's ever been in a situation quite like this one.
Handled it pretty well, I'd have to say.
Certainly the Audis could see potential there to close the gap to the tail of that Ferrari. There's a battle right now for second, third, fourth, and fifth overall.
Impressed with Callum Eilert. You have to be, right? He's running down Mauro Engel, who has years of experience in GT3 cars. This is the first year in GT3s for Callum, who's primarily been a single-seater driver throughout the course of his career, but just goes to show talent is talent, and a good race car driver can adapt.
That traffic, however, created like a 2.5-second gap between the leader, Pierguidi, and this quartet of cars, so that's how much the traffic can hurt you around the circuit.
How much do you think these two Audis are cooperating here at this stage?
I think you're just settling in. You're trying to knock out the hours at this stage of the game. Keep in contention, keep it tight. Yeah, the Ferrari's got a 5-6 second lead, but that's nothing to worry about. You're just trying to stay in the game, control your own destiny a little bit, not take any risk. You want to stay on the lead lap. That's the critical factor. If we get a safety car out there, there's going to be a compression in the field. You can make up a little bit of lost ground, but going down a lap, that can really create problems. So don't take the high risk in the early hours. The intensity will certainly ramp up as we eat through these hours here today.
So although, sorry, go ahead, Bob.
I was saying, as you watch this, although those cars have almost identical liveries, they are from two different teams. So in case you're thinking, well, it's just basic teamwork, in a sense it is, because the goal is to do it for Audi as the full course yellow comes out for Jean-Claude Sada, I believe, in the Ferrari.
Should see some action on pit lane with this one, with the timing of this.
Yeah, that is the AM class entered, and of course, a Ferrari. JC Sada, the driver, Ferrari Challenge veteran who's been contesting the entire season in GT World Challenge America. Not sure what led to this, but beached in the gravel. Not the first time we've said that today. Safety car comes out, and as you mentioned, Calvin, the pits stay open until the final lap before the restart. So this now opens up a chance, if it's in the window, for some teams to take advantage.
They're in. They're going to come in for this one. Probably take the long stop. So the 71 is in, the 51 has stayed out.
And I wonder if that's just the timing of this, or if that was a strategy call.
Could have been just the timing of it. Maybe Pierguidi's got super unlucky here. Maybe he was past the pit entry when it went yellow and it allowed some of the other cars to duck in.
And it looks like much of his competition in the top 10 has elected to do so. As mentioned, the 71 from AF Corsa. Also the 33 Windward Racing car, the leader in silver. Ben Barnicoat in the crucial McLaren that had been flying through the field. He's in. Timur Boguslavski, aka ASP. DXDT Racing also electing to bring Aaron Vogel in. So it's a bit split here on what teams have elected to do with this safety car deployment.
It should help these guys out because they're going to get out ahead of the safety car. That will allow them to run at a higher speed to get back and close up to the pack, and then the leaders are going to come down pit lane, and they're going to be there for 118 seconds minimum doing a full stop. So curious to see how this works out for the two Capex teams. We had the 3 car come in with that cut tire, then the 6 car elected to do that earlier stop about 5-6 minutes ago. That could pay dividends for them when we recycle and get ready for a restart.
This may be a silly question, but does AF Corsa have more than one pit to pit with the air gun and the fuel and so forth?
I believe they do, Bob.
Okay, so they wouldn't have to double stack.
Yeah, I think it's a bit too compromised. I know, like in F1, you have that where you're only allowed one set, but I think these teams do have individual fuel rigs.
And here comes Pierre Guidi now to the pit lane at the first opportunity. Engel comes in as well. Mies Haase following him in. It's about to get busy down in the pits. Everyone down to 50 kilometers per hour.
Mies looked like he tried to pass Engel in the pit lane. Not what you want to do. Look at those 3 nose to tail.
Think about the Capex teams. They could actually come in again and do a short stop versus a long one. Amanda?
What you guys were talking about, it's about to get busy down here. It was already busy. When the 71 came in, it almost looked very frantic. They were yelling 4 tires, 4 tires. But right here on the 51 car that was coming into the pits in great standing, you see a driver change happening right now. Pierre Guidi out of the car. Nielsen is going in as they head back to the track here shortly.
From that description, it sounds like it was a last-second call to get the 71 into the pit lane, scrambling to get the tires out of the ovens and ready to go. As mentioned, Alessandro Pierre Guidi, the pole sitter who has led this race since it got underway, jumps out, and the rapid young Dane, Nicholas Nielsen, taking over.
Look at the ballet and the orchestration there between those tire changes. Just remarkable stuff. It's rehearsed many times. You don't just get lucky and do that first crack at it.
Sounds like, you see at the center of the screen there, we've got a GT4 car ahead of the 71, which might be holding him up a little bit as he tries to take advantage of this situation.
He's going to gain track position on his teammate, though.
Yeah, it looks that way.
Has to be in good shape because essentially he's able to hustle around. He did that pit stop and then went at speed to get back to the pit lane.
And these are the front runners exiting. You see the 25 giving way. The way the pit rules work, if there is any overlap at all, the inside lane to the right-hand side of the screen, that is the slow lane. The other side is the fast lane. If there's any overlap, the car in the slow lane must give way to the car in the fast lane. That's why we saw that play out the way that it did.
Seemed like the 99 might have got a jump around the 51 there in that pit stop exchange. You've still got to meet the minimum time, so wait for those to pop up on the board as they get towards the end of pit lane.
And the way the pit regulations work, if you do basically a full service pit stop, the entire time spent in the pit lane, including the service and the time spent driving through, 118 seconds minimum. Have the times popped up yet, Cal?
No, they haven't. Let me see now, 159.6 for the 51, 158.4. So yeah, a second quicker there. So they came in together, and that's what's given them the track position there with the Craft Bamboo car, as you can see, now ahead of the 51 machine with Nielsen now behind the wheel.
Well, that changes the dynamic of this race. That and the timing of the yellow coming as it did in the middle of what others at least had viewed as a pit window. And that now puts the car that has dominated this race a bit on the back foot, and we'll see just how strong it is in a traffic situation after being out front for the duration of the race so far.
Wait for everything to cycle through here. Pepper's on pit lane, it's showing, and he'll have the option probably of doing a short stop because he took a splash earlier, but he wouldn't be able to change all 4 tires, so that's the conundrum there. Can't freshen up all 4 Pirelli P0s and do a short stop.
And these regulations are quite complex, and again, it's not something totally familiar with any of these competitors because the rules in place here, just like the safety car procedure, not using what in Europe is the full course yellow procedure, just going straight to the safety car, that's different. A lot of these pit stop procedures are slightly different than are used in either of the championships, North America or Europe. So everyone is learning on the fly over the course of this weekend. And now it's time to do the test, basically. How well did you study up on your rule book?
Well, it is remarkable. The first time I saw these minimum time pit stops in action, I was astonished at how precisely the teams can do it. I mean, if you've got 118 seconds, they are right on 118 seconds.
Let's take a look at the replay here and see if the 71 crew were just quick on their feet, making the call to come to the pit lane. So this is the 51 coming through. They did not then have that opportunity because no yellow yet. But now we look back to the 71, looking to see if there are any yellow flags displayed anywhere. Maybe this is just good anticipation.
That's what a great strategy guy will do if you anticipate a yellow, particularly if you're in your window. It's not going to create, if it stays green, does that create another stop for me today?
Right.
Ultimately, all of these cars were about 15 minutes from coming in anyway. So great call, and it looks like it's played out nicely for them.
Yeah, you say about 15 minutes away. There is a maximum stint length, 65 minutes, that a single driver, or a single stint, I guess, must adhere to. Several other stint length rules that we can discuss as they become relevant, but that sort of forces your hand to some degree, although with the timing of things and some of the other stint length rules, as you talked about, Calvin, there is that chance to go a little bit off sequence, and the K-Pax cars did that early on, and it does look like that has helped them to some degree.
Official messaging says the incident between the 61, that's Sada's Ferrari that we saw in the gravel trap that brought out this full course yellow, and the 33 of Windward Racing, still in the hands of Philip Mellis, I believe, is under review. So apparently Sada had some assistance in going off track.
You see the 6 car now on pit lane once again. So what they're now doing is kind of doing a quick top up. They're going to be the most refreshed car in terms of servicing and certainly fuel. And again, it's all about back time. Even though we're over 7 hours to the checkered flag, these strategists are already thinking about that. How does this carve up the cake, so to speak? How many slices have we got to play with to get to the finish?
And this is the last chance to do it. You saw the wave-by procedure was being initiated so that the first class leader between GT3 or GT4 will be the first car behind the safety car. And it's worth noting, it does not have to be the overall leader. It does not have to be the GT3 leader. It could be the GT4 leader that takes the green flag if that is the first leader between GT3 and GT4 behind the safety car once the wave-by is completed.
The one thing to look for when we do go back to green is that you cannot pass until the start-finish line. The acceleration zone is coming off at turn 14. So you have to wait. If you're a GT3 car behind a GT4 car, you've got to wait all the way to the yard of bricks before you can make that move.
And I think that is exactly what played out because they picked up a GT4 car. This is the GMG Racing Audi of Elias Sabo. We'll check and see. He's not listed as the GT4 leader. Now he gets a wave by. Okay, so there might have been some confusion there. That makes more sense. That brings Giacomo Altoe, who is the overall leader as well as the leader in Pro-Am, to the front of the train. The lights are off on the safety car, and here we are about to restart. We've got 3 Pro-Am class entries running 1, 2, 3 overall on a slightly different sequence.
Yep, none of them are pitted yet.
A little bit of a shakeup.
That has dropped then. Let's look and try and find some of our erstwhile leaders. 71, that call to pit lane was a good one. They now run 4th.
Yeah, leapfrog them around their leader, or the sister car, the 51, which is 9th, Ryan. So great call there by whoever's on the pit box for the 71. And again, sometimes you have just the track position. It's a little bit of luck as well. If the leader just passes pit lane when they see a car off, they can't make that call.
All right, here we go. Back to green. Giacomo Altoe leading overall. TR3 Racing. That car showing some battle scars already at the back of that Huracan. With nearly 1 hour gone by, here comes Altoe out of turn number 14, looking for the green flag. The restart from our second safety car period of the race. Altoe scoots away from Kenny Hobble, George Kurtz, and then the leader in the pro class, Alessio Rivera.
Watch there, side by side, Bob. You got to be careful. It was almost a pass before the yard of bricks. A little bit deeper in the pack.
Yeah, that was the ACA ASP car moving to the inside of the crucial car. This is scary stuff here. Rivera trying to deal with the Pro-Am car of George Kurtz from DXDT Racing. He looks to the inside. Looks like he'll get that pass made.
This is where a spotter is so important when you're going side by side, particularly through this sector of the racetrack when you're twisting and turning, changing direction so frequently. You could sometimes lose that competitor in your side view mirror or in the rear view facing camera, not know where he is. Having someone up in the stands and talking you through this is really a key play.
Mauro Engel, the Craft Bamboo Racing Mercedes, able to jump past the former overall leading car that was started by Pierre Guidi, now driven by Nicholas Nielsen. Look at this.
Oh, boy.
Oh, down the end of Holman Boulevard. Russell Ward has the McLaren chop across his nose. Jeff Burton, Reardon Racing Lamborghini, goes skidding off into the grass, but they all continue on.
Engel and Nielsen, I think, just got around Burton there after his little quick on and off. These are the decision-making that you have to get right. How much risk do you take when there's a lot going on one of these restarts?
One of the drivers pointed out this weekend that these corners are all basically flat and camberless, which affects the way you corner as well, as you try to keep up your corner speed through the apex.
I think what it allows, Bob, you're not got like getting into the camber of a corner right down by the apex typically is where you want to be, and I think that's why it races so well, because you can be a little bit further offline and still have a similar amount of grip to the driver that is online. A lot of grip here at Indianapolis as well. Audis looking at it side by side down in that brake zone. A lot of patience being displayed here with our 32 car, trying to get around Jeff Burton. Tight quarters right there, so easy to get that little touch just as you had loaded up coming through that left-hander turn 2.
I think I might have led you astray there, Calvin. I think it's Jeff's co-driver, Vesko Kozarov, now behind the wheel of that Reardon Racing Lamborghini. Lets the front-running Audis get through. That's not a class battle. Neither is this one here as George Kurtz slips wide. And at least one of the Audis able to take advantage. Charles Verts got through. Patrick Niederhauser trying to do the same.
Great to see George Kurtz back here in action aboard that CrowdStrike Racing entry. Had an incident at Road America in the summer and had to skip a couple of the events, so he's certainly excited to be back in our paddocks.
Conception Racing must have resolved the braking issues on that car because Kevin Madsen is out driving the machine that's been involved in a couple of dust-ups already here today. Kurtz slipping back yet another spot. Silver class car of Legeray moving to the inside and through. And now here comes the Conception car of Madsen, also able to complete that pass.
Gotta be so careful when you move offline and allow those faster cars through. That's where you're going to get the pickup on the tires. You kind of cut, it's almost like a cheese grater on these tires as the race goes on, and all that rubber, that excess, the little sheds that goes off to the side of the track when you drive offline, it then snowballs on your tire and you don't have any grip for the next corner.
Taylor Hagler started the Racer's Edge Acura. That's now being driven by the youngster Dakota Dickerson, putting some pressure on. Speaking of pressure, Nicholas Nielsen trying to get the spot, lost in the pit lane back, looking to go the long way around turn 1, but couldn't make the move stick around the Craft Bamboo Mercedes. Mauro Engel still driving.
He is doing a double stint here to start the race. And everyone will have a different way of chopping up the drive time. Maximum drive time total is 3 hours, 15 minutes. So double that for two of your drivers. That leaves an hour and a half to cut the cake with, but someone will try and get equal times. 8 stints we're looking at for the race, of course. Look at this. That is pretty aggressive driving there by Engel all the way down the left-hand side, and we're not even into the second hour racing yet.
Well, he knows how fast the 51 Ferrari is. He watched it disappear a couple of times in that opening stint, so now he'll do everything in his power to keep it trapped behind. Up next, the target is another DXDT racing car. That one is down the order a little bit. Erin Vogel currently piloting that machine, and she'll slip to the outside.
Ooh,
but does she see Engel coming? I don't think so.
She didn't. That really balks Engel. See if Nielsen can set him up and get the run through turn 14. Just to get back to the 3-hour event for the North American Championship points, the AM driver in a Pro-Am lineup had to start this race and do at least 90 minutes of running to suffice the regulations. So Erin Vogel started this race. She's going to be on a double. That'll be Michael Cooper taking over. before they can get their third driver in at the start of the 4-hour mark.
1 hour complete at Indianapolis, the second running of the Indianapolis 8-hour. Engel able to slip to the inside of Vogel. Not so fortunate. Rivera couldn't make the same move, and that will cost a lot of track time and bring the Audis into the picture.
Overlap here is your GT4 car, the Random Vandals BMW M4 there that Connor Daly is sharing the driving chores with today.
Excuse me, I said Rivera, that's actually Nicholas Nielsen. Rivera has passed Kitty Habul and now runs second overall. Giacomo Altoe continues to lead overall in the Pro-Am car from TR3. This is an introduction to endurance racing on this stage for Erin Vogel. She's done some long-distance racing, multi-class racing, but not at this level. And she's now mixing it up with a lot of the pros in these factory cars.
First hour complete.
And we should be seeing pit stops for those Pro-Am cars that elected not to pit.
Yeah, they're about 2 or 3 minutes, or essentially a lap away from Altoe and company hitting pit lane, because there's a maximum stint time of 65 minutes. Doesn't matter if you're on the yellow or not. It's from the start of the race till when you hit pit in timing line.
Engel forced to go a little bit defensive, also working to the inside of the automatic racing Aston Martin from the GT4 class.
He was flashing his headlights to make sure that slower car knew he was coming. With his hair on fire with that Ferrari right behind him. And yes, your moon eyes do not deceive you. That's the famous Go Fast Parts Company on the side of the 99 Mercedes. That design has been since the 1950s, when an animator at Walt Disney Studios came up with it.
It's been a fan favorite here this weekend. These are positions 6, 7, 8, and 9 overall when you factor in the 2 trailing Audis. 6th right now held by Engel. Nielsen took a peek to the inside, now swings wide once again at the end of Holman Boulevard, not close enough to make the move.
51 car looks really strong at the beginning of these stints, so it just seems like the car comes alive, gets the energy in the tires earlier in the stint. The key is going to be the fact that he hasn't been able to stretch it out because he's caught in traffic right now with that pit stop sequence compared to his teammate Pierre Guidi, who had the pole and kind of took off. What does he then do with it? How does he manage this conundrum of having a slightly faster car through the beginning of this stint, as he does that a little bit sideways there, coming through turn 12?
Well, traffic may still have a part to play in this as they start to run down a couple of slower cars up the road. The next car for position is Danny Shigadea in the number 89 ACA ASP Mercedes. It's still a bit of a ways ahead. He's got Jason Harward's Zalus car, actually Madison Snowdown driving that car just up the road.
75 car, Kenny Bull just hits pit lane, so a nice stint for Kenny, really strong pace.
Russell Ward did his drive-through as a result of his collision with Jean-Claude Sadat's Ferrari. 51.34 seconds to do that drive-through. It gives you an idea of the pit delta to which you can add the stationary pit stop action.
10 has to come in this lap. Giacomo Altoe, 65 minutes max. Timing and scoring is showing that he is not pitted. Might have a bit more fuel on board. By starting from pit lane, he didn't burn any fuel during those formation laps like some of the other cars, but it doesn't matter. There's still a maximum stint length.
And just needs to be in the pit lane in order to stay safe from running afoul of those regulations. It's not like everything has to be completed, the service and everything like that. Hey, it's got a minute to do it, and the pit entry is coming up here in this sequence of corners, so that should be no trouble at all. Impressive opening stint from Giacomo Altoe, TR3 Racing, spending some time at the front of the field overall, now makes his first trip to the pits here at Indy.
And that's where that speed is arrested, right there, 50 kilometers an hour, at 30 miles an hour. He comes down, and it costs you, we were told a 53-second delta, but you said one of the teams did it in like 51.3. I'm not sure if that's going to be an issue, in fact, because that would mean that you've sped to do it quicker than 53 seconds. See it coming up red on our timing and scoring line, which typically means a penalty.
And with that pit stop from Altoe, that's allowed Rivera to swing through. So they, of course, are playing that strategy to perfection to take the number 71 Ferrari to the front. The sister car right here.
Woo, this is tight.
Busy in traffic. He's cleared the GT4 cars. Not so for the Audis.
It looks hectic, but cut down tire on the CrowdStrike Racing entry. George Kurtz behind the wheel when that traffic came through. Hits pit lane, cut down left front.
Officials are calling for a drive-through penalty on car 71, the race leader, Alessio Rivera, for a pit stop violation. And they're reviewing the restart.
Wow. That's a highly dramatic development for the race leader. Oh. Wow.
That was comprehensive.
So everything happening all at once here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. This is the pit stop for TR3 Racing. Giacomo Altoe started this race car. And we'll keep an eye on what's going on with the 71 car that currently leads, now being shown in the pit lane. So serving a drive-through penalty, a pit stop violation. Exactly what the violation was, I do not know, but the damage is being done as we speak. Drive-through penalty. What a arduous long crawl this must be at 50 kilometers per hour. And with that, how about this? Crucial Motorsports and Paul Holton now lead the race overall. Their first ever race for this brand new team. And Paul Holton, who oversees the operation, he now has this beautiful McLaren up at the front. Ben Barnicoat started the car, but coming under some pressure. Danny Juncadella right behind, and not much longer. We'll be talking about Maro Engel and Nicholas Nielsen, plus those two Audis. They're right there in the picture too. Top 6 all together in this shot.
This is what's great about multi-class racing. You get a little shake-up with the yellow, and then you got the GT4 cars in the mix as well. Just makes it entertaining for us to watch, fans at home, in the stands, and also for the drivers. You're always up on your toes. It never gets dull. There's always something going on. It keeps you alert, keeps you alive in this race.
As impressive as this McLaren has been, it's shown good pace all throughout the weekend. It looks like, as you like to say, Cal, this is the cork in the bottle right now. The rest of this field backing up behind him a little bit, with Juncadella showing some great speed in the car that Timur Boguslavski started.
Quick clarification on the issue with the 71 car during their pit stop. Improperly grounded during the pit stop, so the cars have to be grounded when refueling is going on. And that's one of those deals. They made that late call. You suddenly get a little bit out of sequence. You're not planning for it. Suddenly, he's coming in, and that's when it can get a little bit hairy.
Oh, here's a big move to the outside. Engel forced to go defensive once again. Nielsen trying desperately to get that track position that they lost in the pit lane back, but can't do it once again. Engel parrying the thrust of the Ferrari behind. But it's not done yet. Nielsen closes up under braking. This is the sequence, turns 3, 4, and 5. 5 is a different corner than we had last year. Instead of the quick chicane, it's instead this jaunt into the loop utilized by F1 when they were here for the US Grand Prix all those years ago. Now the 6A, the exit from the loop and back onto Holman Boulevard, rejoining the course as it was last year.
Coming down here, you're going to peak at about 155 to 160 miles an hour. It's about 165 down into turn 1 on the super speedway. Low speed corner, turn 7. Low gear. Some of the cars will use first gear, some will use second through that particular corner, about 60 miles an hour rolling speed. Beautiful rhythm through here. And this is turn 10. You can see you've got to be careful if you run out wide there and drop a wheel.
And lap traffic is going to play a role in this. That's Fred Pourdad, one of the American entered cars, Wright Motorsports, still racing for points in his championship. That's the Porsche. It looked like it held up the Audi, the lead Audi, to the point where perhaps a position change could happen. Instead, it just delays them, and that costs them significantly. Both Audis here. Vertzen Niederhauser losing ground to the fight for first, second, third, and fourth.
There's an ebb and flow to that. You hope that it equalizes itself out.
Fight
or
for the
plays
lead here,
to your
Cal.
advantage. Yes, great battle up front. Paul Holton hasn't seen a lot of action of late. Here comes Juncadella down to the inside for the lead.
Big move up the inside. Can he slow it down enough? Yes, he can. Paul Holton, the American with McLaren affiliation, working to get that spot back. Aston Martin from the GT4 class for the leaders to negotiate, and Engel has arrived on the scene too.
What a story for Junckadala. This car didn't even arrive at Indy until 5:30 yesterday morning, and here he is leading this race.
ACA ASP. Jerome Polican leads that team. He's not here on site, but he'll have a smile on his face watching from afar as his car has gone to the point for the first time. Mercedes out in front at the Indy 8-hour in round 2.
Look at Engel once again. He knows Nielsen is fast. Nielsen fires it out to get back online, take that big wide radius through the corner. Can he cut back? Can he get alongside Engel? Engel driving, looking forward and looking backwards at the same time. Those moon eyes are looking both ways right now.
The penalty for Rivera, by the way, has dropped him down to 12th, 34 seconds behind the battle for the lead. That's how costly a drive-through penalty is on the long pit lane here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Junckadala to the point. Then it is the McLaren of Holton and problems for Random Vandals Racing. Big tire smoke from the left-hand side of this car. That's Paul Sparta, the team owner and co-driver. Did he just overshoot turn 1 and is rejoining, or is there something more nefarious?
Wait and see how it develops. He certainly takes the cut through there, which will rejoin you in turn 3-4 sector of the racetrack. Self-polices itself is really not a shortcut in terms of lap time. Audi's looking strong here with race pace as we expected. You mentioned the fact that the WRT team are the only team that ran here last year, Ryan, from Europe, and that really gave them a great heads up in terms of knowing what to expect with the rules package, the racetrack, the logistics. You just come in with that comfort factor. You're not exhausted as you're getting through each day in terms of dealing with all of the twists and turns and the curveballs, but slightly different regulation set.
Meanwhile, for Ferrari, this is the first time that a GT3 488 has ever raced at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and they've been quick since the start of the testing session, certainly announcing their presence in qualifying. Nielsen working over Engel once again, but Ferrari, without much experience to draw upon, they utilized track data that they gathered at some Ferrari single-make events here at this track earlier this year, and a lot of simulation work based on that data to try and get them up to speed quickly, and it's paid off.
It has. The car's been really quick here this weekend. Again, getting back to Pierre Guidi, took off from the pole position in that lap he put together. Didn't look spectacular, but when you're looking at the lap time, boy, was it efficient. Monster lap here yesterday afternoon.
Junckadala out in front. Holton dropping back to second. Engel runs third. Nielsen, Weerts, Niederhauser, the top 6. They're all there in this camera shot. Junckadala starting to gap it out a little bit, and Holton settling into a rhythm himself, able to keep pace on that lap with the race leader.
Niederhauser gets around Weerts there. That was full position between the two Audis.
There is the ACA ASP crew taking a look at their race car. What a sleepless couple of nights it must have been, just waiting to see, will the car be cleared through customs in time? Will it show up in time? It did, in the nick of time, just before pre-qualifying. But I can't imagine the stress level of an event of this magnitude, let alone when you don't even know if your car is going to be in the garage in the morning.
Yeah, and Stefan Wendel, the AMG Mercedes project manager, basically said, hats off to all our customer teams. They got a big helping hand from the CrowdStrike racing team in terms of loaning them a chassis so the team could kind of get in their groove a little bit. Drivers could get some lap time prior to that primary chassis arriving here early yesterday morning.
Nicholas Nielsen suddenly has gone from hunter to hunted. He had been pressuring Engel and there had to fend off the attack from Niederhauser, who had just made up that position around Weerts on the previous lap, really on this lap early on. And that's a strong look from the Audi contingent. We expect them to come on strong as the race progresses.
Well, the Audis are renowned for being very compliant. Big sweet spot with the setup window. Just really a well-balanced race car. And what that means is typically over a long green flag run, they're going to hold on to their tires that little bit longer. Engel can see that red Ferrari probing, looking for a way through. He gets defensive once again.
Yeah, lap traffic too with GT4 cars very much in the mix. Matt Travis driving the Noah Sport Porsche that the leaders are making their way around. We've got Bimmer World BMW in the mix too. And Travis being split by GT3 cars through the tight, twisty turns 2, 3, and 4.
There's no rest, is there? It is non-stop action here.
We talked about it some yesterday, but Calvin, it is a stressful environment for those in the lower class, constantly looking in their mirrors, especially when they're embroiled in battles of their own.
It's really difficult. It takes a lot of management, and that's where the experience really comes in, because you got to try and maintain pace, think about if you're making a move on another competitor yourself, but really have eyes in the back of your head in terms of factoring in where those faster cars are going to attempt to make a move. Through the course of the weekend and the practice sessions, you start to get into a rhythm. Okay, they're going to be stronger than me here. Expect that driver to go down to the inside, but you know from the other end of the spectrum, those faster cars, they can suddenly feel like this is go time. I've got to make up that gap right now, and they may surprise you by making a sudden move and making a move into a corner which you did not anticipate.
Maro Engel, the native of Germany, now living in Monaco with extensive experience to draw upon, has the young Nicholas Nielsen behind him. It's been a great couple of years for Nicholas, the Danish driver who came up through single-make Ferrari racing and grabbed the eye of the Ferrari GT operation. They've been fast-tracking him through the ranks, and it seems like everywhere they put him, he wins.
Yeah, and that's impressive. And, you know, we talk about Ferrari Challenge in terms of it being a training ground. We see a car smoking just up ahead of these two. As Juncadella has taken off here a little bit, opened up the gap to just over two and a bit seconds. But yeah, it's rare you see someone coming out of Ferrari Challenge and basically a pseudo factory driver now, right, for Ferrari?
Yeah, exactly so. But that speaks to his skill. This is more issues for Random Vandals Racing. We saw this car with some smoke a few minutes ago, and whatever the repairs were, it does not appear that they have worked.
He's got a suspension issue there, I think, is kind of must have had some contact, and either the wheel is pushed further back or the fender is further forward just behind that left front.
It's the car that IndyCar driver Connor Daly was set to drive later on in this race. Hopefully they can get those issues dealt with. They can at least continue on for the duration of the event. Should also mention problems for the 04 DXDT Racing Mercedes. George Kurtz took that car back through Gasoline Alley into the garages. They had an issue running over with some debris from a flat tire that took out some electronics, and so they're trying to get that fixed and back out on the racetrack.
Settling in a little bit, found a nicer pace and rhythm. Not quite as frantic as it was for the last 10-15 minutes.
Big change might be that Paul Holton should be under pressure here very soon. He's given up some time to Engel, Nielsen, Niederhauser, and Weerts over the last few laps. And at first glance a moment ago, it looked like that was awfully close. But as that closes in, here we have ourselves a different battle for 7th overall. The leader in silver, the Santilak Junior team. Legeray behind the wheel of the Audi. Then the driver of the 8 car is the champion of GT World Challenge America in the Pro Class, Andrea Caldarelli, trying to drag that car a bit further up the running order. It has not been the smoothest of weeks, it must be said, for K-Pax Racing.
I had an incident early on, I think it was on Thursday, and it cost them a little bit of track time, and then we had a lot of wet weather during practice sessions, so they didn't have the ideal prep. But the thing that concerns me about their ability to be a factor in this race is looking at their lap times. I mean, the fastest time so far in this race for the 3 cars are 1:35.8, compared to a fast lap of 1:34.0 for the 51 Ferrari. That's a massive delta if you're going to be a factor in this race today.
Lucas Legeray, the Swiss driver, currently keeping Caldarelli at bay. Not a long CV of racing, just 20 years old, turned 20 back in May, but showing his pace. It's an interesting lineup there with Nicolas Baer, as well as Legeray and Aurelien Panis, who we saw earlier in this silver class car from Santilak. Back to the front though, Paul Holton, Maro Engel, Nicholas Nielsen, Patrick Niederhauser, and Charles Weerts all running together with 6 hours, 40 minutes to go in this 8-hour contest. And Holton slipping back a little bit into the clutches of these cars and GT4 traffic to deal with.
I'd say of surprises so far this weekend, I'd say Ashton Harrison, her ability to really maintain that pace inside the top 10 during the opening hour, just stunning stuff. And this team, the ability for them to be at the sharp end of this field right now is pretty crucial. That's an amazing job by them.
Paul told me that they liked that name because anytime anything crucial happened in the race, their name would be brought up, and I think that's happened a couple of times already, so good work there naming the team. It's based in Orlando, Florida. As mentioned, a little bit of support from Joda here this weekend. Paul's been part of the McLaren factory driver lineup, and he's got a couple of factory drivers with him, Ben Barnicoat and Rob Bell.
Big stack up there. Paul has to be pretty patient. It's going to open up the door for Engel. Then Paul flicks it to the outside as that GT4 car likes to run the right side of the road, but Engel's going to have a run on him.
He is.
Holton's pretty feisty, though. He's not going to give this up without a fight, I don't feel.
Both are late on the brakes. Engel slots up the inside and takes the corner away at exit. Off the track goes Holton. That opens the door for Nielsen now. Swinging around the outside of the McLaren. Ferrari up to P3. And now Holton has a pair of Audis to deal with, and Niederhauser has a big head of steam built up.
Wow. Just caught the traffic, not in the ideal spot. Very much on the defense, but hats off to Paul Holton. He didn't fight it too much. You're going to get some argy-bargy there if he's any more aggressive, and they keep it clean.
Paul able to consolidate at least that fourth position, but Engel has slipped through, as has Nielsen after Holton dropped the wheel in turn 12. Now can he keep the two Audis behind him? That becomes the question.
To settle back in. He's been running very competitive lap times, so the car has the pace. Going to be curious now to see where the strengths and weaknesses are between the Mercedes, the Ferrari, the McLaren, and these two Audis.
Paul is the 2017, what was then Pirelli World Challenge, now SRO America, TC America, touring car class champion. Was in an Audi TCR car, and has stepped into GT cars, a lot of GT4 experience, did some GT3 racing here in the States, in this same chassis, it's worth noting. It was run by a different team, but they were able to acquire it.
Beautifully set up there by Niederhauser. Just really rolled big speed through the two previous corners and just nailed it on the inside of turn 10.
Up next is the Belgian Charles Weerts. He's going to try and follow through, but Holton goes aggressive, working the outside of Niederhauser. This time he keeps all four wheels on the paved stuff, but here comes Weerts around the outside. Can he keep it at four wheels on track? Only barely so.
Couldn't quite make it stick. That was beautifully set up by Niederhauser there. Took him 3 corners to just roll a little bit more speed. I was watching the comparison down the straightaway. They seem pretty even. Audi into the brake zone, maybe a slight edge, but then it was just carving those corners a little bit more effectively than Holton was with his McLaren.
Niederhauser, Swiss driver, the 2019 GT Masters champion in an Audi, has been doing a lot of GT3 Audi racing over the last several seasons, showing his quality. Junkadea, though, leading this race overall by 6.5 seconds over this battle. Maro Engel holds down the second spot, and has been the case since the pit stop when Kraft Bamboo jumped to the front, at least on this pit sequence. They are leading the Nicholas Nielsen-driven Ferrari.
Junkadea has opened up the lead to 6.5 seconds aboard the number 89 Mercedes AMG. But now Engel has cleared this traffic a little bit. Let's see how the lap times now compare.
And look how quickly Niederhauser has caught this duo also. It's now a 3-car fight for second.
Well, Birdie told us this morning that the Audis might be strong.
That has been the rumor throughout the paddock, that perhaps we haven't seen everything that the Audis have to bring to bear, and we're starting to see the strength of them. One of them, it's worth noting, was eliminated from contention. Boy, that was close in the GT4 traffic for Weerts. That separates him a bit from Holton.
I love this battle. This is going to be great. This is going to be awesome. Engel, Nielsen, Niederhauser. 3 different manufacturers going hard at it here for his P2 on the road.
Nielsen looks to the inside, ducks back in line. Not close enough. Again, the Audi herd has been cold somewhat. Contact between Brendan Reeves, McLaren, and the Robin Freins-driven Audi early in this race. Back in the first hour, eliminated one of WRT's 2 cars from contention, certainly. Lengthy repairs were required, so that leaves Audi with basically these 2 bullets left as far as the Pro Class goes.
Beautiful racecraft here amongst these front-running drivers. Engel's been on top of every move that Nielsen has thought about making, and before that, his teammate.
Nielsen, Niederhauser running third and fourth. Engel out in front of those two. And Niederhauser might have the best car on the racetrack right now. He's running, that last lap was a 136 compared to 137s for the two cars ahead of him. Juncadella running in the 136 bracket. Hard to take too much into that though, because traffic is such a huge factor in this race. Arguably more so than at the Total Energies 24 Hours of Spa, simply because there it was all GT3 cars, admittedly a ton of them.
Right.
But here you have the GT4 cars with a much lower performance window to contend with, which means the traffic is a constant.
It's constant, and it's also bigger delta between a traffic lap and a non-traffic lap. So this will be a good indicator here. But last lap, Juncadella across the line at 135.8. The chasing pack, 136.5s and 36.6s. So that's 3/4 of a second advantage that he has. As here comes the move down to the inside. Holton has to give it up.
Charles Verrett's able to make the pass stick. The WRT driver up one more spot. Now moves up into the 5th position, bumping Holton back to 6th. Closing in on 6.5 hours remaining. Opening 90 minutes or so of this race have been fascinating. A couple of safety car interventions that shook up the running order due to strategy. We should note as well, Alessio Rivera on a bit of a comeback drive after the pit lane infraction led to a drive-through penalty. That dropped him back to 13th. He now runs 11th. That's the car that started on pole and is now 40 seconds behind the race leader. This is not done yet, is it, Calvin? Mauro Engel, Nicholas Nielsen, Patrick Niederhauser. The overall leader, though, Danny Juncadella right here. Spanish driver from Barcelona. Working his way through the GT4 cars. ACA ASP Mercedes.
He wasn't even supposed to be here this week. Felipe Fraga was supposed to drive this car. He had some visa issues getting into the country, so Danny got the late call up. But so many of these factory drivers are literally plug and play. You just put them in and they get the job done.
Came up just a little bit short in the pursuit of the GT World Challenge Europe Endurance Cup this year, did Juncadella. Was teamed with Raffaele Marciello in that endeavor. Raffaele will be in this car once again a little bit later. But just did everything in their power to try and win that championship at Barcelona last weekend. Couldn't quite take it away from the Spa winning trio. Ultimately, second place in the standings for Juncadella, Marciello, and company.
I think all throughout the SRO series around the world, it's been a great season of competition.
It has. Certainly true in the North American Championship, where this car won the championship. This is your champion-elect car, I guess you would say, from K-Pax Racing. Andrea Caldarelli and Jordan Pepper have dominated the American Series throughout the course of the season, winning all but a handful of races. Admittedly, the field was not huge in the pro class, but they comprehensively beat their sister car, and that's what I think everybody had to take notice of. But this car has not been as fast as anticipated, and maybe that shot gave us a clue as to why. It does not look like a happy car to drive.
Yeah, there was a big correction there as they got back to the power. This Lamborghini, they're fabulous cars up close. They started out with the one-make series many years ago in North American racing. Then bit by bit, they came into GT racing. The cars have gotten better and better. The driver lineups have come to grips with the cars better, you might say. And they are stout, and now worldwide they are a factor, racing against the Audis and the Aston Martins and the Ferraris of the world.
The established GT brands, right, that have had a long history of customer racing. Lamborghini Squadra Corsa has very little history. It's very, very new. So Giorgio Sana, who heads that up, I think deserves a great deal of credit because, yes, Lamborghini certainly a big-time player in the GT3 world at this stage. Here is a brand new car in the GT4 world at the moment. Kevin Conway, former NASCAR Cup Series Rookie of the Year, piloting this machine. He and John Jesbray teamed up to win the Pirelli GT4 America AM Class Championship this year, winning at least 1 out of 2 races every single weekend. They swept the weekend here at IMS, and they've got a hired gun as part of their driver lineup this weekend with Jack Hawksworth, ex-IndyCar driver, and Toyota/Lexus factory driver effectively in that car.
And that's kind of a reflection of the Lamborghini story. Toyota's dipped their toe in the waters with the Supra. Hopefully we'll see a lot more of them in the years to come, and they're welcome.
Conway and Smooge Racing, they won the pole for this race, but had to start at the back, an overboost issue. Now, we found out about this morning. Cost them somewhat, but they've driven to the front, and Kevin Conway leads in GT4 ahead of this car, now driven by Jerome Bleekemolen. His brother Sebastian was in that car earlier. Tim Pappas, the team owner, completes the driver lineup. It's cool to see the brothers Bleekemolen racing together. They've done it a handful of times in big-time races, but it's not a regular occurrence. And good to see Sebastian with an opportunity on this side of the ocean.
Yeah. You mentioned the problems for the Toyota after qualifying, but that kind of thing happens when you're a one-car team. You don't have a lot of data in the notebooks. Really kind of feeling your way, but of course you're on the limit, 10/10ths everywhere, so these things will happen, but they're certainly representing well today.
90 minutes gone, 6.5 hours to go. Alessio Rovera on the comeback drive. That was the bright red Ferrari, fittingly enough, coming through the screen a few moments ago. Back in 11th, was leading after a brilliant strategy call put them to the front, but a pit lane miscue led to a drive-through penalty, and they've been on the back foot ever since on the outside of the top 10.
Yeah, checking recent laps, Rovera doing a 1:35.0 last time by, as much as a full second or more quicker than the cars immediately ahead of him, so he's going to be threading that needle pretty soon.
At first glance, at least, I believe that would have been the fastest lap of anyone that last time by, so I think it's safe to say Rovera has the fastest car on the racetrack at the moment.
Fast lap of the race. The other Ferrari, the 51, in the hands of Nicholas Nielsen at a 1:34.089.
That came early with Alessandro Pierguidi driving when he was out in front after starting on pole. What a dramatic pole shootout we had. I'm not sure that any of us really had Ferrari circled as a favorite going in. They've been quick in all the practice sessions and in the qualifying, the 3-driver qualifying session, but Pierguidi laid down a big-time lap.
He did, and it was odd because we were all expecting things to get faster and faster as the track evolved and so on, but the drivers learned early and well that these Pirelli tires give up their golden lap very early in a stint.
Frightening moment there for third-place running Nicholas Nielsen, who got trapped behind the GT4 car driven by James Clay, the Bimmer World BMW M4 GT4, and that has cost him track position. He's dropped off the back of Maro Engel, and for a moment it looked like it might open the door for Patrick Niederhauser to go on the attack, but not so. Nielsen was stout in the defense, placed that car very cleverly.
But back to the point about the tires in qualifying, the drivers got their laps in early. I believe 3 of the 15 teams, well 14 because one did not complete a qualifying run, but 3 other teams chose to take off their tires, essentially wipe their qualifying time off the board to put on a fresh set and try again.
That's right, the way it works, it's kind of like old Indy 500 qualifying. If you go back out to qualify again, you have to pull your time. That's true in this case if any changes are made to the car or new tires are affixed to the car. And knowing the value of a new set of Pirelli P0s, several teams elected to do that. It did help several make jumps up the order there in that pole shootout session, but no one could touch Alessandro Pierguidi.
53 laps in the books right now. The cars were expected to do right around 300 laps during this 8-hour event. Whoops.
That's right, Motorsports. GT World Challenge America entrant. Fred Pordad, Jan Halen, the full season drivers. They'll be in for the first 3 hours of this race, and then joined by Max Root. And as that car shifts then to a silver entry for the duration of the race. Looks like he's able to get back on track and moving again. That car was driven by Jan Halen. Don't usually see him in that situation if there's not another car involved, if you follow me.
Right.
Not a driver that's prone to mistakes, and something might be a miss here because he heads to the pit lane.
Left side looks okay.
Yeah. That car at the time was running just inside the top 20 overall and was placed 5th in the silver class.
We say it all the time that the pit lane speed limits make it look slow, and that is awfully slow, and it looks like there is right side damage on that 911.
The smoke tells the tale, doesn't it? Limping his way down the pits to the Wright Motorsports crew. It's a experienced operation. They've done plenty of long distance racing in the past, and if that car can be fixed, you bet it will be with them, and fixed in a very nice way to make it competitive once again. Jugadea has extended his lead now over Engel to 6.8 seconds, and it's just 0.3 of a second between Engel and Nielsen. That's the fight we're watching here.
And they have been welded together lap after lap. Even though they move up now to second and third place behind Daniel Jugadela. A little under 7 seconds behind the race lead.
We've got an incident under review, and Jan Helen's car is one of them. That's the 20. Also the 111 involved in that. The 111
It's the classic BMW
GT4 car. Yeah, that one was a late addition to the entry list.
I want to be careful about that because it does make a difference.
Yes, big time. Although next year, the GT4 BMW and the GT3 will both be an M4 with the brand new GT3 model for BMW on its way. This was supposed to be kind of a send-off in North American SRO racing, at least, for the M6 GT3, but Turner Motorsport forced to withdraw their car late in the game due to an illness, not COVID-related, it's worth stressing, for one of the drivers, Michael Dinan.
And that paves the way for Russell Ward to move up in the championship.
And should be about in a position where he will clinch that. It would be third place in the championship, right, Calvin?
It would. He needs to do 70% of that first 3 hours, or the car needs to do 70%, so that should be just beyond the 2-hour mark, so about noon time today, and we'll be close to giving him the third place position in a very competitive championship.
Patrick Niederhauser, the third car in line, the red, white, and blue Audi, took a look down the inside of the Ferrari.
He looks menacing. He's really carving the corners. The Audi is looking super strong. I think Nielsen is frustrated. I think he has a little bit more lap time than Engel, but Engel has been super defensive. He's done it in the right way. He has been reacting to the moves by the Ferrari, being more proactive, which we have to do. You can't suddenly have a car going down to a different lane on the racetrack and you just cut across at the last moment. As long as you lead the way, so to speak, you're perfectly entitled to drive on any part of the racetrack you want. Just do it first.
And that's important. You mentioned earlier that it's an 8-hour race, so everybody's trying to eat clock, if you will, right now, to get toward the end before you start making any dramatic moves. But you have to do your homework on what those moves might be when the time comes. So you use different parts of the racetrack, and what may look like a real nose-to-tail battle may just be two guys trying to figure out where their car works best.
There, the car's just starting to slip a little bit. Hard acceleration coming off of turn 13. To see them starting to step out a little bit. It's just been a sensational battle. Jugadea up front. That gap has kind of stabilized now at 5.3 seconds. So he got that lead and just got a better run through traffic than some of the others who are giving chase. I have to feel that Nielsen, the fact that he stayed right glued to the tail of this Craft Bamboo number 99 entry, he may have a little bit more pace, but hasn't been able to show it like his teammate did in the early stages of this race. That is close, really close there with the GMG Aston Martin.
Still under green.
Trent Hinman behind the wheel of that car where Jason Bell took it to a GT America GT4 championship win yesterday. Oh, big move there by Nielsen. Kind of a cut and paste of what we've seen so far today, but I think he's getting feisty. He's getting frustrated, trying to get the move done. This may open up the door for Niederhauser. That Audi's going to try and make a move there. This is turn 10, setting up for. Love these aerial shots. Really puts the track into perspective.
Yeah, those are great shots.
Seems like Engel's just that half a step ahead of any move that the Ferrari is thinking about making. That's the experience there. Still running really competitive lap times, but positioning that car. Now we see a couple of them peel off. Here comes Engel. Niederhauser goes with him. Yellow is out. This is why they're hitting pit lane. This could be huge. Juncadella stays on the racetrack, so he didn't have the opportunity to pit. And as we saw earlier, those early pit stops certainly paid dividends for the teams that caught a little bit of a break with the timing of this. Car stays on the deck initially. Refueling has to happen first. Full fuel load is about 40 to 42 seconds. They will not be out of fuel. Would imagine 30 plus seconds of fuel. Here we see the safety car out there, the Lamborghini Urus. And there is Danny Juncadella. He's going to say, oh boy, we caught an unlucky break there.
Yeah. And he cut some fairly slow laps relatively up in the 138s before that yellow came out. So I think he would have liked a pit stop. Can they refuel on the jacks? Might save a fraction of a second?
It has to be on the ground.
Okay.
Yep.
And grounded.
Grounded, that's what the 71 Ferrari got, because if you're up in the air, they're gravity-fed tanks, they're not pressurized, so it'd be a bit of an advantage in terms of the drop down into the car.
Yeah, shorter run. No passing behind the safety car.
Here's Caldarelli. We really thought this number 3 Lamborghini Huracan from K-Pax would be a factor here today, but they just don't seem to have the sharpness in the lap times, Bob. Running a good race, running third, but don't see the lap times give them the ability to fight, but you know they're going to try and do it through strategy, being smart, being there at the finish, and who knows what may happen.
11 cars on pit road right now.
Wait and see how this one plays out. I think with the timing of this, that Juncadella has to take the pit. Deep into this run, can't afford to stay out there. Here they come. Here comes Juncadella, here comes Nielsen. So this should really play into the hands of those early pitters, because if they can get out and run at speed versus these cars that come out and are going to be behind the safety car train, that's going to be the delta, that's going to be the difference.
These cars leaving the pits.
That's the key. Pit lane staying open and allowing you to get out before the safety car gets there.
So they should have the advantage when we go green. Can't see the recovery site, so we can't be sure how far we are from that green flag. See all the lollipop men out in the pit lane helping their drivers find their pit stop. Very limited numbers of mechanics and other assistants allowed out in the pit lane in the name of safety.
Yeah, essentially you're allowed a car controller, someone who can wave you in, then 4 mechanics. But it kind of builds from there. You got tire technician, brake technician, data can be plugged in, things like that. So it turns into a pretty busy pit box nonetheless.
Of course, you could have a driver out there ready to change with his teammate.
So the 51, you can see that being serviced.
Looks like the Crap Bamboo car able to stay ahead of the Ferrari. That's crucial in the running order here.
Yeah, and that's going to give them a big leg up over the 89.
I think this will benefit the Audi contingent.
Well, you said at the top of the show, Calvin, the pit action was going to be important. Decisions had to be very precise, very timely, and we've seen a number of track position changes during these pit stops.
Well, it's just anticipating it. We saw that with the 71. They made a brilliant call, but then didn't ground the car, so they had to do a drive-through penalty, which really scuppered their chances of making up some ground. And then sometimes it's just the luck of the draw. Juncadella was by the pit in, and sometimes the stewards will try and protect the leader. And that didn't quite happen here today, so the second and third place cars were able to duck in.
And looks like the winner here is this car, the 25. Now it's Marcus Winkelhock driving. And if you look right behind, that's the Craft Bamboo car that spent some time at the front. The other Audi behind that. So it appears that the big winner in this sequence with the timing of everything is the car that now has one-time Grand Prix starter Marcus Winkelhock piloting behind the safety car.
One historic start.
That's right.
In fact, he started in that same race from last on the field in his Spiker, I should say, and first in the field on a full restart from the starting grid. They went to wet tires with clouds overhead. At the end of the formation lap, no one else did. Race starts with Winkelhock at the back. Clouds open, everybody goes off, dives for the pit lane. Start is called off. Winkelhock leads on the restart.
And became the only driver ever to be first and last in the same Grand Prix.
From standing starts.
Amazing. We've got the GT4 leader making a call to the pit lane. We saw the Toyota Supra. It's the one flashing its lights there. It's had a great run so far. Second place in class is actually right behind Black Swan Racing Porsche Cayman. And there is a little bit of a secret weapon for the Smooge Racing team here this weekend. Bill Riley has arrived today. He's the one calling the strategy for that car. Needs no introduction to a North American audience, but has been building and campaigning race cars, calling the strategy for many, many years. And his pit crew, which has a lot of experience, it also is going to be servicing that car here today. So they should not have any pit lane miscues. At least you wouldn't expect so with a crew of that pedigree.
One thing I'm confused by, guys, looking at the pit stop minimum times here, the 25 car got some track position, but it's showing on our data at a 155. Well, the minimum on a long stop is at 158. So try and get some clarification on that. That's kind of in the no man's land. You're not allowed to be between the 80-second mark and the minute 58-second mark, and he's at a 155.
Good point. And that's well under. 2.2 seconds under the mandatory pit stop time.
That would give you the track position.
It sure would help.
Right. I wonder if anybody noticed what we did.
I suspect
typically it's automatically red flag.
Right.
I'm not seeing a red flagged on the timing and scoring screen.
And often in these longer races, they'll give you a joker time of a second or so that you can apply if you're too quick to say, okay, well, that's our mulligan.
But it's 1 second.
Right.
You're not allowed to do it cumulatively. So he's 2.2 seconds underneath the minimum in my eyes. But again, I think we're all learning these regulations here this weekend. A bit on the fly. We try to do as much prep as we can, but that to me stands out a little bit. We'll see if we can get clarification.
Well, it's so different from all of the other races we covered during the course of a year.
The timing has been good, too, for the two, of course, Ferraris. We've got the 71 running 5th. The 51 is now 7th, and that's big for them because they were shuffled back due to timing of the last safety car, and that had them outside of the top 10 as of just a few minutes ago, really, before this yellow came out. So that's allowed them to move forward a couple of positions and brings them, perhaps more importantly, right back into the fight here. They stayed on the lead lap despite their drive-through penalty. And now with the safety car intervention, everyone's bunched back up again, and that deficit that was up near 50 seconds at one time gets all wiped away. And we know how fast that car is. It has the fastest lap of the race thus far, a 134 flat. And Colm Ledegaard, the third driver in that lineup now, will get his turn behind the wheel.
Well, I tell you what, these two yellows certainly thrown the cat amongst the pigeons in terms of the shuffling of the order, right?
Mm-hmm. We have the incident under review between the classic BMW number 111 and the number 20 Wright Motorsports car.
And I got word from both of those teams that those cars have both gone behind the wall. I know it's suspension damage in the case of the Wright Porsche. They're working on fixing that and trying to get it back out on the racetrack. Not sure exactly what the issue for the 111 is, but I suspect it has something to do with this incident that is under review. that eliminated a car that I think would have been a contender in the silver class, that, at least from contention, they might be able to get back out in the race. But you look at the lineup of Fred Pordad, Max Root, who is perhaps not well known, but if you've seen him race, you know how fast he is, and then Jan Heylen. I think they could have contended for sure.
Very much so. Just had a tremendous season, coming off an AM championship win in 2020, following that up with the Pro-Am championship win for Fred Pordad in both of those campaigns. And Jan Heylen is just bullet quick still. Young Max Root, super impressive young man.
Is Mauro Engel pitted twice? Is he on his third stint?
Yes, he'd be on a 3 stint.
So he has got to get out at the next stop.
Well, 3 hours, 15 minutes is the maximum drive time for the whole 8 hours. So he's going to be well into that if he finishes that stint. So, and that can be, I mean, if you got 3 very evenly matched drivers, why not? I mean, it's not hot here. Certainly the conditions are very pleasant in terms of driving. You're not getting that fatigue or getting overheated inside the cockpit. So you're in a rhythm. Maybe that's the way to do it. Just 3 stints, 2 driver changes. You take that out of the equation well. Anything going wrong with the driver change?
Yep, do 3 stints and head for the showers.
Interesting, though, that this is really the only front-running team that has elected to pursue that strategy. Everyone else has been rotating through their drivers. We've got Boguslavski back in for his 2nd stint, and that's happened in a couple of instances, but most of these teams are electing to get everyone some seat time.
Isn't one of these drivers, their wife is due, baby is due this weekend?
Yes.
Someone's going to bail early, I heard. Was it Winkelhoff?
I think it was, yes, and so he got dispensation, as was the case last weekend actually at Barcelona, to leave early. So as soon as his final stint is done, he'll be on the plane headed back to Europe.
He's also got a tea time in the morning, but that's another matter.
That's right. With the obstetrician.
Exactly. Well, best of luck to Marcus and his family. What an exciting time. Here is the wave around procedure. So that indicates we should be set to go back to green on the ensuing lap. That is the intention of race control. Basically what happens here, any car that is behind the pace car but in front of the leader in its class gets to go and regain a lap lost that was lost just due to the timing of the safety car coming out. So they've now picked up the first class leader, which is Winkelhock in the Audi.
Right, the aforementioned future daddy, Marcus Winkelhock.
And again, we talked about it earlier, this could yet prove a factor in this race. The way that the wave-by procedures work this weekend, it's the first leader, either the overall GT3 leader or the GT4 leader, whichever one comes first.
That's where it gets crazy. You saw that GT4 car, I think it was the Nola Sport car, possibly getting the wave by, and suddenly the leader is weaving around, trying to scrub his tires and nearly clouded him. You're not expecting that. You're just looking at the safety car, you're doing your own business, and suddenly this GT4 car comes out of nowhere under yellow. That was close, or it looked close to me.
Absolutely. Lights are off on the safety car, getting ready for the restart. Closing in on 2 hours complete out of the 8 scheduled for the Indianapolis 8-hour second running of the North American leg of the Intercontinental GT Challenge at this venue after 3 out on the West Coast at Laguna Seca. And a huge grid of cars. 39 took the green flag, 41 entered. A couple of casualties before the race deprived us of seeing all 41 racing here this afternoon, but it's still a beautiful panoply of colors, great diversity of manufacturers, the sounds, the smells, the looks of these race cars, all different. Putting on a good show here so far as the safety car accelerates away. It will be Marcus Winkelhock and Audi out front here on the restart, with Mauro Engel in for his 3rd consecutive stint to start the race for Craft Bamboo Racing right behind. Here they go, accelerating up onto the front straightaway.
And Mauro Engel had a notion. He was right on Winkelhock's bumper. Winkelhock managed to draw away just a little bit, but there's Engel right back on him as they head for 1.
And he's very much in a rhythm. Winkelhock, this is really his first hot lap, so to speak. So he's got to find that groove quickly before Engel pounces.
And a GT4 car was released from pit lane right into this restart. I think that's something they were trying to avoid because of the way the rejoin happens here at this track. It doesn't affect the top three, though. Winkelhock able to make good his escape here in the early going, and now it's Engel coming under pressure from Weerts.
Yeah, Winkelhock able to light the fuse pretty quickly here, and that's what amazes me with these guys. Just haven't seen any action today. First lap out of the pit, after the green, excuse me, and away he goes.
Fourth car in line is not fighting for position. That is the Inception Racing car that has had so many issues going back to the opening hour, running well down the order at the moment, but still has some pace, as we can see. And right now splitting the top three from fourth place running Nicolas Weerts.
Look at Engel carving these corners. Mercedes looked like it's hooked up. It's going to be a fierce battle. I mean, Mercedes, Ferrari, Audi all look like they have potential to win this race here today.
Antonio Fuoco has passed Weerts, it looks like, for fourth overall. That demotes the silver class leader down to fifth. And he has the other AF Corsa Ferrari right behind, as well as it tries to make its way forward. Another scary moment there for the Inception car, dropping wheels in the grass. That opens the door for Fuoco to come by. He'll pick up 2 overall positions on this first lap after the restart.
Yeah, those AF Corsa Ferrari showing a lot of pace here this weekend. Both been caught out a little bit. Oh!
Sister cars from DXDT Racing, not for the first time, it's worth noting, have come together. 63 and 19, that is Vogel and Smithson from second and third in the Pro-Am class. Lots of debris all over the place. Oh, and Windward Racing also involved.
3 Mercedes on the same lap. Wow. Broken suspension on the left front there of the 33, as you can see. Smithson on his GT3 racing debut involved in this one.
And he's a long way from the pit lane.
Now, what does this do for Russell Ward? Remember, he needs to try and score points here to take home third in the championship. 70% race distance is where he needs to get to. And that's the heavily damaged Windward car. Big move up the inside and contact here between positions 2 and 3. Engel goes around off the nose of Charles Weerts, who is stuck in the grass. Chaos erupting at Indianapolis nearly 2 hours into this race.
Wow.
What's going on?
Suddenly got a little bit crazy here amongst some of the fancied runners.
Yeah, Weerts able to drive away.
Still no notification of a safety car deployment. This is a replay, Calvin.
Yeah, just big commitment there, and I don't think Mara was expecting it. Weerts on debut here in the States, so that's disappointing. This was a really fast car. How much damage is on this yellow Craft Bamboo machine as he makes his way back around the racetrack? Does he dive for pit lane or stay out? If it's not too dramatic, he may try and feel it out a little bit before he makes a decision.
Yeah, 99 is back on track, so hopefully no damage to the car.
And the Ferraris of Fuoco and Ledogar say thank you very much. They are now second and third behind race leader Marcus Winkelhock.
And still, it appears, no safety car. So evidently the cars involved have been able to clear the incident site. And we continue racing. Winkelhock now up by 2.3 seconds. And here come the 2 Ferraris, each of which have had their own issues to overcome over the course of this race. Poor timing on a caution for one, a pit road incident and drive-through penalty for the other. And now they find themselves second and third. And this is the stricken car of Vogel, still limping back to the pit lane.
The 19 car has major right front damage as Aaron tries to get that car back to pit lane. Interesting to see the different approach in terms of the driver's stints. We talked about Engel looking at a triple, but for the 51 car, they got their third driver in. We're not 2 hours into this race yet.
Crazy stuff here in the second hour of the Indianapolis 8-hour. Marcus Winkelhock has Audi out in front. Let's check the gap at the line this time. 2.6 seconds over Fuoco, with Ledogar, the newly crowned GT World Challenge Europe Endurance Cup champion, running in third. Winkelhock by nearly 3 seconds now in his first stint, plugged right in, looking nice and comfortable behind the wheel of his Audi R8 LMS GT3, and Chaos erupted behind him, but he continues to drive on. We're still working on what happened with their pit stop. More information on that when it becomes available. Winkelhock here onto the back straightaway, Holman Boulevard down here to turn 7. We are coming up for our North American audience on beginning on network television. So for the European and worldwide audience joining us on the stream, be aware that we might be doing some recapping of things. That's coming up here very shortly. Marcus Winkelhock currently leading over Antonio Fuoco at Indianapolis.
Welcome to the iconic Indianapolis Motor Speedway for the Indianapolis 8-hour presented by AWS, and that is race cars that you hear in the background here. We are 2 hours into this race. It was kicked off with the pole of a Ferrari, but 11 other manufacturers are featured here today. And to get you caught up, take a look at what's happened so far.
Here we go. This was the start to the race. Alessandro Pierre Guidi racing away in the AF Corsa Ferrari from pole position, but Calvin Fish, look at what happened behind.
It's pretty crazy down there into turn 1. You see that black Lamborghini Huracan deep down at the inside. Everyone taken to the inside of that turn 1 apex. And see a little bump right there. That's Jeff Burton into the side of the number 6 K-Pax Racing Lamborghini.
It was a frantic start. No one more affected than this team. Brendan Iribe, Inception Racing. This is the second time into the gravel in the same incident. Green flag, though, as we get restarted. And here's Iribe with yet another problem. Braking issues for that McLaren, and it takes out one of the front-running Audis, Bob Varsha.
That's right. Robin Fringe, who was desperately annoyed when our Amanda Busick spoke with him in the pit lane. You see the damage. Friends figured his race was over.
Early on, it was the timing of the full course yellow for that incident here that played into the hands of the 71. A quick call to the pit lane, Calvin. Quick thinking on the pit box. That put them in the lead, at least temporarily.
It did. They made the right call, but unfortunately for them, they didn't grab the car during refueling, had to do a drive-through penalty, and that cost them. There you see him coming down pit lane. That cost you 53 seconds here at Indianapolis.
But they mostly overcome that penalty now. That car currently runs third just a few moments ago. Some chaos here, fighting for position. Actually, this comes a little bit earlier in the action. Paul Holton currently running second at the time of this replay. Mauro Engel looking up the inside. This is the fight for second, third, fourth, and fifth overall.
Well, that tells you something. Amazing battle there, Bob, as they go down into that deep brake zone for turn 12. Engel makes it stick.
Actually, my point, I mean, it's been like this for 2 hours now. Everybody fighting for position, rubbing on each other. This is a wide, grippy racetrack, and yet everybody wants the same piece of it.
It's been a frantic fight all throughout the field, and we've got the multi-class aspect of it. This is contact between the GT4 class BMW and the GT3 class Mercedes. And just moments ago, to bring out the most recent bit of controversy, contact there, Charles Verts into Mauro Engel as they fought for a podium spot.
Yeah, a bit of a desperate move there, getting down to the inside. Engel had done just a great job of defending that second position on the road for many, many laps, and he gets turned around. Not sure the damage on that Mercedes at this point in the race.
Second and third place cars being taken out in that collision.
Neither of them running with any particular speed at the moment. Mauro Engel has continued on, currently in the 12th position overall, 8th in class. As we look at the leader, Marcus Winkelhock's Audi just a moment ago. This, though, second place running Antonio Fuoco in one of 2 factory-blessed Ferrari 488 GT3 Evos. Right behind him in third place, is the trio that clinched the GT World Challenge Europe Endurance Cup Championship and won the first leg of the Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Pirelli back in July and August. The Total Energies 24 Hours of Spa. Colm Ledegaard driving, sharing this car with Nicholas Nielsen and Alessandro Pierguidi.
These AF Corsa Ferraris have been really formidable here this weekend. The pole position lap by Alessandro Pierguidi was just sensational. It looked so clean, didn't look quick, but when you looked at the lap times, boy oh boy did he lay one down here yesterday, and has been very effective in the early hours of this race.
Multiple classes within the GT3 class. Nicolas Bert runs in 4th. That's the 5th place running K-Pax Racing Lamborghini. Baird's part of the Silver Cup category in the lead of that class. Bortolotti slowly but surely making his way forward in the North American Championship winning car from K-Pax. They now run 5th. That's the best this car has been placed in seemingly any session all throughout the week. Behind this is Baird, who actually has been passed by Bortolotti, so that's a position change for 4th overall. But Baird continues to lead in his class, which is the silver class in the Santilloc Junior operation for the French-based squad.
Trying to get clarification on the 25. They leapfrogged around some cars during the last round of pit stops. And to me, they were in the no man's land. There's a minimum. If you do a short stop, it can be no longer than 80 seconds. If you do a long stop where you're taking more than one tire and taking fuel, it has to be a minimum of 118 seconds. They came up at 115, so he has the lead right now, but some of the teams up and down pit lane are saying that could be a penalty still. We'll have to wait and get a word from the stewards.
Talked about it earlier. Silver Cup leaders right here. Nicolas Bert for Santilloc Racing in that Audi. Very well placed with 5th in the overall order. You've got to go down quite a ways to 10th overall to find the closest pursuer in Silver Cup. Great effort from this tandem of 3 young drivers, which brings us to the Pro-Am side of the competition and GMG Racing. James Safronis, the team owner and a stout driver in his own right, sharing this car with Kyle Washington. Doing a nice job leading in Pro-Am.
He's got Dennis Olsen, a Porsche factory driver on the driver strength. Now we talk about all the classes. There are 5 of them in this race. There is no difference basically among the race cars. The difference is who's driving it. The FIA, the International Governing Body, has a rating system based on your experience and success. You're rated bronze, which is the lowest category, silver, gold, and platinum. Platinum are the superstars of factory racing. And each of these classes, although the cars are all alike, the drivers are the difference. You can only have a certain level of ability in your car to qualify for classes like the AM class and the Silver Cup class.
The only exception to that is GT4, which is a class in and of itself and also a separate set of regulations. The cars with a slightly lower performance window, but sharing the track with their GT3 counterparts. Smooge Racing out in front in the GT4 battle. Marcus Winkelhock leads overall at Indy. The race rages on across 5 different classes here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Marcus Winkelhock out in front as we've crossed past 2 hours complete. He has Audi at the front of the field for the first time for any considerable amount of time, at least, thus far in the race.
And I think this is a key story of the first couple of hours of this race, and may be so when 8 hours are complete. Audi came here gunning for the Manufacturers' Championship with a powerhouse lineup of 3 cars loaded with factory talent. 2 of those 3 cars have been significantly hampered. Robin Fringe was involved in a collision at turn 1. Charles Wirtz had his contact with Mauro Engel and fell deep down in the field. So Marcus Winkelhock is in the, call it the only surviving Audi out there on point.
It's a lot of attrition early on here, Calvin, for the Audi team that has been maybe one of the favorites within the paddock. Here we got a message from Race Control, a pit stop under review. Calvin, you've been all over this story.
Well, I couldn't understand when I looked at the stop times for the guys that he leaped around. How was he able to do that? And it looked obvious to me. Typically it shows up as red on our timing and scoring page. It did not. So I believe he was 2.5 seconds underneath. You used the 1 second joker. You still have enough in hand there. So we'll have to wait and see if they make the call on this.
Very strict rules and regulations about what you can do and for what amount of time during these pit stops. It's easy to run afoul of them, but you would expect a team of this one's experience, and certainly with Audi's experience in these big-time GT3 races, to be on top of it.
Well, most of them have a little piece of software in the cars where there's a readout, and that will tell the driver if they're ahead of that time that they have to meet. So maybe he was just doing some other things, got released from the car, and typically if you're just running down pit lane at 50 kilometers an hour, if you get released at the right time, you were good to go. So from Marcus's perspective, he probably thought he was in good shape, but we'll have to wait and see whether this lead will go away from him.
We get our messages from race control, and right now that message board is very busy. We have the pit stop review for the 25 Audi, and they have 2 collisions among 5 cars that they're also reviewing, so stand by.
Everything we see now could very well change, and do so quickly. Overall leader overhauling the GT4 leader. That gives you an idea of the difference in performance between these 2 classes. Marcus Winkelhock out in front, but under a bit of a cloud. The sword of Damocles dangling over this Audi with the pit stop under review. Marcus Winkelhock leading the way, but the pit stop under review, coming in a little bit too low on the time. We'll have more on that as we get the information to us. This is Antonio Fuoco giving chase right through the midst of a GT4 class battle. My name is Ryan Marine, Bob Varsha, and Calvin Fish join me in the booth. Amanda Busick is in the pit lane. Thanks so much for joining us for the second running of the Indianapolis 8-hour. Just over 2 hours gone by. Could this race come back to the Ferraris after all the drama they had early on?
Yeah, certainly they're in great shape. They run second and third on the road. They've got fast race cars. Winkelhock has that track position right now. Going to get clarification on his pit stop, which to me seemed a little bit shy of the number you had to meet. We've also got the Bortolotti car, the Capex Racing Black Lamborghini Huracan, number 3, up into the 4th position, but still analyzing their lap times, Ryan. I don't see that sharpness there that they're going to need to fight it out for the win. They're doing everything right in terms of keeping their nose clean. Good strategy. But they're a second and a half of the fastest lap here today. We're certainly heating up the racetrack, so we may not get to those numbers. So we'll start to compare Bortolotti's time under these track conditions with the leaders to see if they're in with a shout.
And it could very well be a case that this is now a race of survival with the level of attrition we've seen so far. They have themselves well positioned. Race Vision, powered by AWS. Top speeds overall. And Lamborghini ruling the roost. Giacomo Altoe in the TR3 racing car ahead of the Porsche of Nick Poole. Callum Eilert in one of the Ferraris earlier today, and on down the line. More on the WRT story with Amanda in the pits.
In the 32 currently sits in the 7th place overall. Christopher Mies is anticipating a drive stint for himself at about 30 minutes. And Christopher, we were curious first if there's damage to the Audi. If not, what's happening so far with the race that has you optimistic?
Well, I don't think there's damage, even though it was a hard hit, but car looks fine, car looks all right. It's a strong car, luckily. And luckily both cars could continue, even the Mercedes. So I'm going to be in the car after Charles, and I hope the car is fine.
What do you feel makes the Audi so strong here?
Well, I don't think we have the strongest car, to be honest. I think the Ferraris, they're a little bit faster than us. But I think we have a really, really good endurance car. So over the distance of 1 hour, we're really good with the tire. So especially end of the stint, we look strong.
Thank you, Christopher.
Thank you.
I don't think Christopher's going to like this news. A drive-through penalty was issued by race control to the 32 Audi that he's about to take over from Charles Weerts for the contact with Mauro Engel. Both of those cars have continued on. Here comes Charles, though, into the pit lane now to serve that penalty, pitting from 7th overall. Also worth, well, we'll get to that in a second. This is a replay. This is what caused the drive-through penalty.
Yeah, just total commitment down to the inside. Not a wise decision, and those are those split-second decisions you have to make. Weerts was on the charge there. He had his head down, but just totally took out Engel. And this young driver certainly has a history of maybe being a little aggressive, but super quick. But you've got to manage that and temper that enthusiasm at times.
He was very strong at Spa earlier this year in Intercontinental GT Challenge competition. Should also mention, though, shortly before that contact that you saw, we had a coming together of 3 North American-based Mercedes, 2 from DXDT Racing, 1 from Windward Racing. That incident also was reviewed no action was taken, but certainly the 33 Windward car suffered significant damage. Not sure just how bad it was for the 63 from DXDT, but I did get confirmation from that team that the number 19, Aaron Vogel, had been doing the driving. That car has been withdrawn from the race. The damage too significant for the number 19 car.
That's a shame. They had high expectations here. Great team, great driver lineup. Aaron Vogel has really done a nice job this year of mastering GT3 machinery alongside her regular teammate, Michael Cooper.
They'll be frustrated not to be able to go the distance here today. But these are the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune. I'm sure this is exactly what Shakespeare had in mind, but it applies.
I'm so proud of you, Shakespeare.
We do what we can. 5 hours, 44 minutes remaining. Marcus Winkelhock with that lead of over a second, just over a second, but still under scrutiny because of the pit stop, and he's got a fast-charging Antonio Fuoco in this Ferrari who has been carving out tenths of a second each of the last several laps. That last one about 3/10 of a second, Cal.
Yeah, he's quick, and Ledegar sits there in the third position. He's running similar lap time, so the Ferraris are quick, as Christopher Mies told Amanda here just a few minutes ago. The key is going to be the end of the stint. Who then has the pace there? Can Winkelhock then pull away a little bit further?
Another wrinkle from race control, this time in the GT4 class. The pit stop of the class leader, Smooge Racing, is under review. John Jesbray driving that car right now. He has the lead in the class, but something about their pit stop caught the eye of the stewards.
I thought you were going to say Winkelhock then for a minute.
I'm not that quick on my feet, unlike Marcus.
Checking with race control, the timing appears to be okay, so it might have been something like failing to ground the car or too many people in the pit lane or something like that.
That was the case for the 51 Ferrari earlier. Failing to ground the car led them to a drive-through. They've been recovering from that ever since. Currently running third as it gets tight here into turn one. That was a scary moment. GT3 cars coming up quickly on GT4 cars, and everyone bunched together here. Lapped GT3 car splitting the top two overall. Audi, then the lapped Mercedes, then the Ferrari moving to the inside. Fuoco giving chase to Winkelhock in the fight for the overall lead.
So tight there, and the other thing that's interesting about these multi-class racing, there's driver changes that happen. So sometimes when you come up on a slower car, it's not the same driver behind the wheel. They may do something totally different, but that is the art of sports car racing.
That time the traffic broke the way of Winkelhock because he had cleared the GT4 car from GMG Racing before Fuoco did. Fuoco had to go the long way around turn 7, able to clear it without too much trouble, but you can see the difference. That's what it cost there on the racetrack. A gap that was several feet, if that, has turned into several car lengths. Here's the dive down back into the infield on the south portion of the racetrack. Of course, going counter course to the historic oval here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, but this road course has established itself as one with some prestige over the last 2 decades. Formula One racing here, MotoGP, NASCAR now, even racing on the road course, and the winners here, even on the road course, are some of the biggest names you'll find in the sport, Bob.
It was a controversy for a long time as, let's call them purists here at Indianapolis, fought with those who thought this is just too great a facility to confine to IndyCar racing alone. Of course, the month of May is one of the institutions of motorsport. It's evolved over the years. But as you point out, the track has also opened its arms to stock cars and Formula One cars. MotoGP bikes around here are just mesmerizing, 200+ mile-an-hour top speeds on the front straightaway, and now sports cars, and I think it's great. And hopefully under the ownership and leadership of the captain himself, Roger Penske, we'll see more for the fans coming out of IMS.
That is certainly the aspiration of this paddock as well. This event has been embraced by North American competitors like K-Pax Racing. This Lamborghini you're looking at right here, Andrea Bortolotti driving that car at the moment. But the international aspect of it too, it's attracted so many of the big international teams. Mirko Bortolotti, Lamborghini factory driver extraordinaire, sharing the car with Andrea Caldarelli. That's where the Andrea comes from, and now threading the needle between a couple of GT4 cars, running 4th overall with 5 hours and 40 minutes to go at IMS, and turning some decent laps here over the past few to start reeling down the podium runners, Winkelhock, Fuoco, and Ledegar, who run 1, 2, and 3. Marcus Winkelhock continues to lead overall. Antonio Fuoco and Combe Ledegar 2nd and 3rd. 4th placed in the overall order. K-Pax Racing, the leaders in the Fanatec GT World Challenge America, powered by AWS, the North American arm of the SRO Motorsports Empire. Great season that they have had, racking up race win after race win. Seemingly every venue, this has been the car to beat. So it's strange seeing them on the back foot here this weekend, because they've not shown that kind of strength until really here in the race, when Bortolotti has been extracting some pace from this car.
Yeah, 9 wins on the year, bringing in Mapelli and Bortolotti to be the 3rd drivers aboard the 2 cars. But I think maybe not testing here. They lost a lot of track time. Maybe just a bit on the back foot with the race setups. But I mean, this racetrack is going to evolve throughout the day. It's going to gradually heat up. The warmest part of the day is right before we see the checkered flag this afternoon. 5 p.m. is supposed to be the warmest part of the day, about 64 degrees. Not going to drop much in that final hour. So maybe the racetrack is coming to them. Maybe they're playing the long game.
Here comes Fuoco looking to the inside for the overall lead. Late on the brakes. Just enough room between the two, and Fuoco goes to the lead.
Boy, he had to feel that one out, and Winkelhock had to play with him there to give him the room. Otherwise, there was going to be some argy-bargy and some damage on those race cars. Winkelhock tried to open up the door and just dropped his left sides there. That's why there was that little twitch there as they came off the corner. Here comes the run. This is through turn 11, deep into the brake zone. Looks down to the inside. Winkelhock sees him, tries to give him the lane, tries to accelerate off, just drops the wheel right there, loses traction.
And that may be why Fuoco made the move there, because he knew Marcus Winkelhock could be relied on to open the door once the inside line was established for the Ferrari.
Back-to-back championships in the Italian GT Endurance Championship. Really one in the Endurance, one in Sprint over the last couple of years for Antonio Fuoco, who now has his Ferrari at the pointy end of the field. An update now from the pit lane, and Amanda.
Well, an empty pit stall is not what you want to see in an 8-hour race, obviously this so soon in the race. I was able to take a look at the onboard of Russell Ward, the Windward Racing 33. They were hit from the left-hand side of Errol Vogel. That is what will take this car out for the rest of the race. But we have to talk about, we were talking about how there's the race within this weekend. Russell Ward was still competing for championship points in the Fanatec GT World Challenge America. I was able to effort some information from race control. They do believe that that car made it to 70%, but just barely. If that holds true, Russell Ward will finish this championship 3rd in the points.
It's going to be tight, though, really. I mean, if we get it's based on race distance, not time. So if this goes green for this next stint here till the 3-hour mark, you're going to accumulate a lot more laps, and that could hurt them a little bit.
Yeah, so to back up, points are paid for the North American Championship at the 3-hour mark of this race. This is 2 championships folded into one for this race weekend, and in GT World Challenge America, points are, you cannot earn points, you cannot be classified unless you have finished 70% of the leader's race distance. So for the point of North American points, that means whatever the leader's race distance at the 3-hour mark is, that is the distance that the 70% is being calculated from. So it's not totally finite yet what that distance will be. To your point, Calvin, if we stay green, that distance continues to expand. What Windward wants to see is several yellows to slow down the pace. That should help solidify that extra position in the point standings.
If you just extrapolate it forward from now, you could base it on the first 2 hours. We had a lot of yellow in those first 2 hours. So it'll be a different number at the end of 3 if it goes green.
And then the other race within the race, we've got GT3 cars in all their various classes. Only a single class within the GT4 subcategory. It's led here by John Jesbray of Smooge Racing, who just claimed the AM Class Championship in Pirelli GT4 America this year, along with Kevin Conway. They'll have Jack Hawksworth driving with them here as well, but their most recent pit stop is under review, so we'll have to keep an eye out for that. Second place here in the GT4 class is this car, Black Swan Racing.
And while you're watching that great pass for the lead, Fuoco on Winkelhock, is also being reviewed by the officials.
Getting to the Jezbray situation, I'm looking at their pit stop times. They're like 25 seconds underneath the minimum if they're doing a long stop, so they're way out of the box.
Very strange, especially again with the extra help from Bill Riley this weekend. Third place in GT4. This is the car that inherited the pole. Jason Bell now driving, who just won a championship himself in the single driver sprint format. GT America powered by AWS clinched that yesterday with a second place finish. His first championship driving in sports cars. A couple of great co-drivers with the young Trent Hidman and the experienced and very fast Andrew Davis. These guys started on pole because of an issue in qualifying for Smooch Racing. The current leaders in that class, an overboost issue sent them to the back of the field in the morning, which they've recovered from quickly. But this GMG car, with the lineup they have, Jason Bell, with the kind of confidence he carries into this event, plus Davis and Hidman, yeah, this is a stout lineup for sure.
Well, it's pretty stacked. You've got a driver who's got a lot of confidence in terms of Jason Bell, and then you got two really strong competitors in terms of Andrew Davis and Trent Hidman, as you said.
Race Vision powered by AWS, top speeds for the GT4 class. If you follow GT4 racing all throughout the season, it's not a surprise to see 3 BMWs, 1, 2, and 3. That M4 has been a rocket ship in a straight line, but having seen top speeds from GT3 a little while ago, Cal, this gives a bit of an example of the difference in performance between the two classes of car.
It certainly does. BMWs are known for having straightaway speed, but it's all about the lap time with the balance of performance. So you may have the ebb and flow around a racetrack when they run side by side or neck and neck, that there's a concertina effect. Car will pull away about a bit. The other car may be a little bit lighter, get through the corners a little bit better. But looking at this 68 car, certainly been very impressive on this debut season with this Supra GT4 platform. And certainly a great year for this team, winning the AM Championship. But getting back to that pit stop time, I have them down at 147 seconds on the last pit stop. Now, on a long stop, that has to be 172. So that is in a different ballpark in terms of where they need to be.
Well, that's what Race Control is looking at right now as we approach 5.5 hours to go. John Jezbray for now leading in GT4. Antonio Fuoco leads overall.
Today's coverage is brought to you in partnership with Fanatec, AWS, and CrowdStrike.
The race continues at Indianapolis. Antonio Fuoco starting to build the gap over Marcus Winkelhock. That last time by just a shade under 0.2 of a second quicker, expanding the gap to 1.1 seconds. And Cole Madigar starting to close in on the pair of them. Just ran a 136.4. Marco Bortolotti behind might be the car to keep an eye on, running the fastest lap times of anyone inside the top 10 at the very least. Might be the fastest car on the racetrack. All of a sudden, here comes K-Pax Racing.
They're looking good on that last lap. He lost a little bit of time to the rest, so it's definitely nip and tuck at the front of the pack. And they're going to be grinding on that number 3 car. They're a really smart bunch there at K-Pax. Great engineering squad, great strategy always. And they're not going to give up. They're going to keep fighting. Long way to go. They're just trying to tick all of their boxes, execute this race to the maximum, and see if they can find a few more tenths as this race wears on.
K-Pax ran the Bentley factory program last year in GT World Challenge Europe, taking over for the very esteemed M-Sport operation. Even in years past, M-Sport had brought in some K-Pax personnel to help them with strategy and engineering in some of their races, like at the 24 Hours of Spa. So it goes to show just how highly regarded they are. They make the switch this year to the Lamborghini from the Bentley and don't miss a beat.
That team is managed by Darren Law, who's a terrific racer in his own right. I called some of his events in the old North American Touring Car Series back in the day. Great guy and a very sharp team manager.
And and someone they can plug in on a test day if they need to.
Exactly.
And it's not really been the K-Pac side of the operation. They run other cars under a different banner in other SRO America championships, but on a test day, sometimes they'll throw Darren out in the car to baseline it. He's still awfully quick.
Got to go out there and show the kids how it's done.
Even the team manager there, crew chief Tommy Sadler, he occasionally gets behind the wheel as well. I shouldn't really tell this story, but I will. Apparently they were doing a shakedown run at Sonoma, and Tommy came in, did a pit stop, and apparently he didn't have the ideal seat, so he couldn't see very well, and bumped into a couple of tires that were on the deck there. So Darren said, I'm not sure we're going to let him do that again.
Here's a replay of something that happened just a moment ago. This is into turn 17, which has been a problem area, and boy, what a tough day it's been for Inception Racing, colliding with the Santaloc Jr. car.
Well, I just think they got continuing braking problems.
Yeah, you might be right. That could very well be. That was the issue early in this race. They've been on the back foot ever since. Here is the overall leader pulling out a gap now. 1.2 seconds over Marcus Winkelhock. Ferrari and Antonio Fuoco continue to pace the field at Indy. The lead has grown to just under a second and a half. Antonio Fuoco sharing this car with Alessio Rovera and Callum Ilott, who was racing on his opening stint to this race. Able to put the pass on Marcus Winkelhock was Fuoco just a few moments ago. Now slowly but surely extending that gap.
Temperature up around 60 degrees now, ambient. About 15 degrees warmer than it was when these cars started the day. 39 strong, nearly double the turnout for last year's race. And it has been action-packed as we approach the 2.5-hour mark.
Now, you'll remember that pass for the lead did not happen without, I'm not sure it was contact, but at least enough controversy for the stewards to take a look at it. And a few moments ago, it looked like that was reviewed and no action was taken by the stewards. So don't need to worry about that. However, still, the second place car overall, the Winkelhock Audi, and the GT4 leader of Smooge Racing, their pit stops are still being reviewed, and that still has the potential to impact this race in a big way in those respective classes.
Well, it's taken a long time, but you want to do a thorough examination and get all of the facts together, because you can't take it back. You can't suddenly give 53 seconds back if you give them a drive-through penalty, but it seems black and white to me in terms of it's up on the timing and scoring, and you got to think that the rest of the teams up and down pit lane, it's all the same thing.
Incident between the Inception Racing car and the Santaloc car that we saw a few moments ago also under review. So those stewards have been awfully busy today. It's a panel up there working with race director Randy Hembry. And again, the challenge of a weekend like this where you're trying to compress two championships into one is meshing those rule books. Not everything is the same. Part of that is tradition of North American motorsports. Some of it is logistical and technological issues, trying to do everything exactly the same way. But everyone in the stewards room has been trying to stay on top of this and trying to help us stay on top of it as well, which we're very appreciative of.
Now, it's very much a team effort. And talking about teams, just a little aside here, and talks about logistics and everything. Just got a text from Mike Johnson, who's renowned as being a great strategist. He's calling the GMG strategy on the number 2 GT4 car from home. So he's got all the timing and scoring screens. He's hitting me with questions. I said, I hope you're enjoying your cappuccino, mate. Probably still in his pajamas or something.
Well, say this, for involving the GT4 cars with the GT3 machinery, they provide just that kind of, this is cruel, but rolling chicane kind of thing to back up the faster cars, and it's provided us with some great moments in this race. But big bunches of cars like this one.
Two GT4 cars splitting the top two in GT3, and that puts Winkelhock there in a conundrum. Do you try and throw it up the inside there, or is it better to let discretion be the better part of valor? And I think the other challenge for a lot of these GT3 drivers, they've not raced with these GT4 guys by and large before. So trying to learn the habits of the people they're around, that's going to be part of the process here over the remaining 5.5 hours.
And as I said before, one of the unique aspects of sports car racing, they're driver changes.
Right.
So you come up on the number, whatever, 50, and the next lap he does something completely different. How can he do that? Well, it's a different guy behind the wheel.
That ever happened to you?
A lot. They hated it with me when I was driving. I'd do a different line by myself on different laps. So.
That's Calvin Fish, Bob Barsha joining me in the booth. Amanda Busick is doing the yeoman's work for us this weekend down in the pits. Antonio Fuoco doing the yeoman's work as well for Ferrari, building that lead lap after lap. It's up to 2.5 seconds. So this might be the car to watch now. Colton Ledegar on that last lap, about 0.2 of a second quicker than the Audi of Winkelhock. So it's not coming down quickly, but it is somewhat consistently. It seems like the Ferrari for now might have something of a performance advantage over the lone remaining contender from the Pro class from the Audi ranks.
Just getting word that the 70 car is going to get a drive-through penalty for that last incident on the racetrack. So just a rough day for the Inception team and Brendan Arieb. They'll be frustrated. I think he came into this race with high hopes, and just technical issues with the race car, I think, is creating many of these issues.
Looking at the lap times of the top 7 runners, last time by, 1:36 for Fuoco in the race-leading Ferrari. The next 6 cars are basically on about a half second.
But part of that is the traffic, the ebbs and flows of sports car racing, especially of the multi-class variety, on display today. Marco Bortolotti charging forward, dragging K-Pax Racing into the conversation. Calvin, you alluded to it earlier. This is a team that lost some track time. There was a collision in one of the test sessions earlier that I think involved a GT4 car that caused some suspension damage that cost them a lot of time to try and repair. And I'm not sure if that's what's got them on the back foot, but they have not shown the kind of pace we've expected out of them. But slowly but surely, as the races progress, they've emerged as contenders, at least with the number 3 car, which has been the flag bearer basically for that team all season.
Yeah, it's been a strange one here in the North American Championship, how the 6 cars really not had the pace of the 3 car. They even put Jordan Pepper in the car at test day, and he alluded to the same thing. There's just something wrong with the setup. They never really got to the bottom of it. They've soldiered on. They've had Lamborghini engineers come over to try and get their thoughts on the process. So it always seems to be a bit on the back foot. They've got results, they've had wins, but nonetheless, a bit of a disappointing season for Venturini and Corey Lewis on the regular season lineup.
Battle has been joined for 5th overall. The silver class leading car, the Santilak Junior team entry, Nicolas Baird, the Belgian driver, who's joined by Lucas Legeret and Aurelian Panis in that car. He holds that 5th spot. Timur Boguslavsky right behind in the ACA ASP Mercedes-AMG GT3 Evo. Neither with a ton of experience, quite frankly, but Boguslavsky at least has quite a bit in the last couple of seasons in GT3s. For Baird, he's got a touring car background. He was 3rd in TCR Europe last year, has done a lot of TCR racing in Audis over the years, but making the step into GT3 racing as part of this young driver lineup and showing some good pace.
He really does. I mean, coming from a TCR car to one of these GT3 beasts is a big ramp up, and he's done a really solid job here today.
That he has, but he has his hands full now with the 2019 GT World Challenge Europe overall champion, Timur Boguslavsky. A car that was not on site until 5:30 a.m. yesterday. Just amazing. The story of perseverance from ACA ASP and the cooperation for DXDT Racing to at least ensure a spare chassis was available for its 3 drivers to get some track time here before qualifying this weekend.
It goes like a 1,200 kilometers, 750-mile trip over to Norfolk, Virginia to grab this car and get it back to Indy. And they didn't have a shipping company do it. They had to go and get it, essentially. Then they had a double stint with the truck driver in terms of the limited time that you can do.
Now running well inside the top 10. Timur Boguslavsky challenging Baird for 5th overall. Antonio Fuoco continues to lead. Great battle erupting here between Baird and Boguslavsky. Got Bell, Bortolotti also, all in the same area. We got last names that start with B, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. at the moment in the overall running order, and Baird impressive because he is the leader in silver by a fairly handy margin. Second place silver car is Ashton Harrison, who has been a revelation, I have to say, in this race so far. Her first ever GT3 race, runs back in 8th overall. Third, Taylor Hagler, the Racer's Edge car, now in 11th overall.
Just outstanding, just astounding, outstanding, whatever, however we want to describe it. I mean, just a monumental debut in GT3 machinery for Ashton there. Just really got her elbows out early, was not intimidated in any way, and carried great lap times underneath the car as well.
Yeah, great job in close combat. She runs second in class.
Here's some traffic. Lap GT3 car, GT4 car, and it might open the door for Boguslavski. Baird did not defend the inside line. That lets the Mercedes come up the inside, slotting through. Give P5 to Boguslavski as one of the cars, I think that's the GMG Porsche, goes wide and into the grass.
It's Kyle Washington now behind the wheel, so he just got in a little bit too deep. Sometimes when the ABS kicks in, it's taken brake pressure away from you, and you can't turn the car any longer, so he runs a little bit wide. May have been distracted by those cars in your mirrors or in that rear view facing camera. You suddenly miss your marks a little bit, get into the ABS, and suddenly there's nothing you can do.
That's what traffic can do for you in an endurance sports car race. It can provide the opportunity that might not be there otherwise.
It's so distracting. It just gets you off your game, and that's where the experience comes in. Kyle only has a couple of years of pro racing underneath his belt, so it's a big learning curve for him. He's loving it. Got a big smile on his face whenever you see him in the paddock, but it is a steep learning curve.
Has a background in off-road truck racing, events like the Baja, where he's owned teams in the past. That's a scary moment for Boguslavski, up the inside of an unsuspecting GT4 car. Probably a bit too much of the inside of the course under normal circumstances, but given the fact I think he was doing that to avoid contact, I think the stewards will be lenient.
It's lucky he had pavement there to use.
Very much so.
Could have been, speaking of off-road trucking.
And with that GMG GT4 Audi says enough, into the pit lane.
It's a nice thing with this racetrack. It gives you a little bit of real estate to work with. There's a couple of big curves. Actually, there's 3 big curves down in turn 1, turn 7, and turn 12, which you really can't get onto too much. But the rest of the racetrack does give you that little bit of elbow room to work with.
Give this to Baird. He got passed, but he's not giving up the fight, has he? Hanging right there, hanging tough with the Pro Class entry from ACA ASP.
To Bob's point earlier, the cars are identical in terms of not the Mercedes versus the Audi, but GT3 machinery. So when you get a good Pro against a really good AM, that can still be a great battle.
Sure. Or in this case, a good young silver. So the FIA driver rating category is a bit convoluted, but silver has evolved into being the playground of young up-and-comers without much on the resume. A lot of smoke here. And a car off, I think, at the end of turn 17. There's a runoff area there you can use before a tire bundle.
Oh.
Not sure what caused that.
Definitely a massive lockdown, baby. There is the source.
I think so. Off the pace, classic BMW, or fast track racing as they are soon to be known.
Final weekend for Classic, right?
Yes. That long-time touring car and GT team running BMWs here in the States under the Classic BMW name. It's a dealership in Texas. The dealership has been purchased, but Fast Track Racing, the racing arm, remains, and they're going through a bit of a rebrand. That's what we'll be referring to those cars as next year when they figure to be very busy in SRO America. Well, while we watch this, the GT World Challenge America Championship has all season long been powered by AWS. They've been bringing us the race vision as well. And Amanda has someone from AWS who's taken a nice vested interest in this.
Oh, and it's a big day for them here as well, with the 8-hour being presented by AWS as well. They have sent to us Madupe Comlington. She is the Vice President of Inclusion, Diversity, and Equity. And Madupe, it's your first time here in Indianapolis. What are you making of the event?
Oh my goodness, what an amazing experience this has been. AWS is proud to be the technology provider for the Indy 8 Motorsport, and I cannot put into words how thrilling and exhilarating this has been. This weekend, we participated in Women in women in diversity and leadership panel discussions here. And so we're just so honored to be able to support the motorsport industry on this journey.
We talk about diversity in motorsport, guys. As you guys talked about Ashton and Taylor, there are 4 women competing on this grid today here at the Indianapolis 8-Hour, presented by AWS.
It's a great story for sure, and a big thanks to AWS for all of their commitment. Great racing on the racetrack. These are cars that I think know each other quite well.
We should point out our Amanda Busick moderated that panel discussion about women in motorsports.
That's true. These two cars have come together already. They found each other yet again. Maro Engel leading Charles Verts in the battle for 8th at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Today's coverage is brought to you in partnership with Pirelli, Rebellion, and Total.
Looks like the next round of pit stops are getting underway. Maro Engel taking the Craft Bamboo Racing Mercedes into the pits, pitting from just inside the top 10, Calvin.
Yeah, it's been a solid run, and they'll probably be relieved that he escaped that hit from the Audi there going through turn 10. Seems like his lap times are still there, so these are very strong cars. We saw that with the Audi earlier in the race, a different Audi. And a triple stint here, a little bit shy in terms of the ultimate time, but 2 hours 45 minutes essentially for Maro Engel. So looks like they're doing these long stints, keeping their drivers in a rhythm. Very high conditions in terms of cockpit temperatures and ambient temperatures here today, so I like this strategy.
I believe that was the helmet of Lucas Stoltz taking over for Maro Engel.
Kunon will finish. He was the drivers elected to do the pole shootout here yesterday, running here for the second time versus on debut for the other 2 drivers.
But as we talked about in qualifying, of the 3, he's the newcomer to the Mercedes factory driver roster, just joining this year, and I think it speaks volumes for the esteem in which he is held, that he was the one selected, even though he's the one with the track knowledge.
That's right, and Lucas Stoltz produced the fastest lap in qualifying, of individual team drivers qualifying. 1:15-minute session for each of the 3 drivers, averaged their best lap time, and it produces some pretty exciting qualifying action, I must say.
And it makes every driver in the lineup in some way responsible for the starting position, which seems equitable.
It's a team effort, you all contribute, and I think that's really cool as we see the Ferrari hitting pit lane now. So 1 lap later than the Mercedes. Here comes the 71, the leader, Fuoco.
Heads to the pit lane with 5 hours and 13 minutes left. Antonio Fuoco drove this car to the front and built a lead of up over 7 seconds before relinquishing it, at least momentarily, for this trip to the pits.
Quite a bit of pressure on these starts when you're doing a full fuel load on these GT3 cars, about 42 seconds. You got to wait to do the tires. That takes about 20 on a good one. Pit lane delta is 53. You add up those numbers as 115 seconds. The minimum time is 118. So if you're not going to lose any time around that minimum, you've still got to execute these stops well.
We pointed out earlier that Maro Engel stayed in for the allowable 3 driver stints. Ferrari has chosen a different path. All 3 drivers, Alessio Rivera, Antonio Fuoco, and Callum Ilott, have each already taken a stint in this car.
Pit stops underway with just over 5 hours remaining at Indianapolis. This was the race-leading car prior to this pit stop. Out of the car, Antonio Fuoco, and based on the white, green, and red tricolor on the helmet, I'm going to guess that Alessio Rivera has taken over the controls of the number 71 machine. And we expect most of the front runners to be coming in soon as we approach that 65-minute maximum stint length. Boguslavski is in, Rob Bell is in. Let's look at this here. The 99 comes through, Craft Bamboo Racing. Great work by that team, able to jump ahead. Let's look at the times here, Calvin.
Wasn't a great stop.
Basically 122 seconds, minimum is 118, so they were 4 seconds outside the minimum stop time for the 99 car.
And have come through, it would appear. We'll wait and see how this all shuffles out. We've got several other front runners in the pits now.
Comes down to your in and out laps as well. If suddenly you get a lot of traffic on that in lap, that can hurt you. Typically, the undercut works well now with tire warmers. Of course, when you go out, you got tires that are somewhat up to temperature and pressure in terms of their sweet spots. You're not losing a lot on those out laps compared to a cold tire run that you'll see with the GT4 cars here today that are not allowed tire warmers.
This is the newly crowned Endurance Cup championship winning crew from Europe, albeit that was done with the Iron Lynx racing team. This is AF Corsa running this car. Francorchamps Motors, sponsorship.
The way they heave those tires around as well, they weigh about 45 pounds at rear tire and rim, so it's like having a suitcase to the airport and your maximum luggage that you're allowed without paying a penalty. That's what they're throwing around there with ease.
Here's Rivera on the outlap. We'll see where he emerges relative to Combe Ledegar, who is now driving the 51. That was the pit stop we just watched. Raffaele Marciello, by the way, has jumped in the ACA ASP Mercedes. Paul Holton replaced Rob Bell in the Crucial Motorsports McLaren. Here is the race as it stands. Coming down the front straightaway, 71 to the right of the screen, 51 to the left, advantage 71. Rivera comes through.
3 wide there down the front straightaway, so a lot of action in these overlaps here. We'll let everything settle down and see how the pit stop sequence has worked out.
So Winkelhock coming through as well.
20 cars back out after that incident with the 111 classic BMW. Shame to see that car lose so many laps. Certainly was a contender for the Silver Cup win here today.
Had some suspension damage. That's what took them back through Gasoline Alley and into the garage area at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. So this car cycles back to the front. Now Alessio Rivera driving. And we look back and see Winkelhock. So Winkelhock has cycled back through to second, but has lost some ground in this pit sequence in terms of track position relative to Nielsen, who is in the 51. This is the 71 of Rivera. So Nielsen just doesn't come through, right?
He just pitted, so we've got to wait for that to cycle through. I think he's in pit lane now, so this will be the, see how this one works out with the 71 car on the track, on a hot lap versus Nielsen or whoever's going to be driving the 51 when they come out. I'm not sure if there'll be another driver change or not.
Hey, Calvin, we've been wondering what might happen with that pit stop from Santalok, the 25 car of Winkelhock, and just now, drive-through penalty assessed for a pit stop violation.
As I said, it seemed black and white. Why it took so long, I'm not sure, but that'll be a drive-through. That'll cost them 53 seconds, so it'll not take them off the lead lap, but certainly put them further down the order.
It is the Audi Sport Team Santalok car. The other two factory-driven Audis from WRT have each had their issues in this race. Robin Freins was hit earlier by a McLaren, suffering from some braking issues, and has dropped down the order. Winkelhock now serving that drive-through penalty. 53 seconds is what it takes to drive through the pit lane from pit in to pit out. That will be costly indeed, dropping them, I suspect, close, certainly outside of the top 10, I would think.
51 car stop was at 120 seconds, basically, 2 seconds outside of the minimum, so there we see them.
And it is Nicholas Nielsen actually driving the 51 car. I believe I might have said Combe Ledegar earlier. And Nielsen now runs second, about 10 seconds behind the team car. That's 1-2 overall. Ferrari once again coming to the front. And it's not been a straightforward race despite qualifying quite well. The 51 car started on pole. They've had a lot to overcome. And speaking of the Ferrari story, Amanda has more.
When Antonio Fuoco was in that car, he said, well, that was fun when he talked about his stint. But what's making the Ferrari so competitive here today?
I think we found a good balance with the car. We had some fun during the first 3 hours, but we know the race is still long. We have still 5 hours to go, but at the moment we are on good position. we just need to keep pushing. We know here it's quite difficult with the GT4 to overtake, so we just need to try to arrive until the end. We have a good pace, we have a good car, so we cross the finger and we hope until the end.
Rivera jumped into the car. Was there anything that you were able to share with him during that transition?
Well, the car honestly was really good. I mean, even with my teammate, we found a good balance during the whole weekend. So, I mean, as I said, the race is still long, so we need to keep pushing, and we see at the end.
And he's Antonio Fuoco put in a great stint. It was an aggressive move that he used to get to the lead, but he made it work around Marcus Finkelhock. And through the pit sequence, he continues to be out in front at the famed Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Rivera, Nielsen, Bortolotti now up to third with the drive-through for Winkelhock. I maybe overestimated just how far ahead, or underestimated just how far ahead the top several cars were, because it only cost him a couple of positions in the running order. He is now in fourth, but some 48 seconds behind the race leader at the last check. Meanwhile, Raffaele Marciello, who is as fast as they come in a GT3 car and right at home behind the wheel of a Mercedes-AMG GT3. He is in the ACA ASP car running in fifth. Still a long ways down. There's a lot of teams right now, guys, I think would benefit from a full course yellow and the safety car procedure that follows.
Yeah, it's nice to get that reset if you're on the back foot, or just served a penalty to compress the whole field and basically erase that problem that you had.
And there's some debate about the best way forward. I think the SRO, oh boy, that was getting close right there. As, oh, that was Nielsen. No, that was Rivera cutting through some lap traffic, and traffic was closing up behind him a little bit. But about the best way forward, do you do something like a code 80 or whatever, code 60, that maintains the gap that you've earned? Or do you display the safety car, bring everybody back up together? That's the American style. They kind of have a hybrid of the two in Europe. Do you have any thoughts, Cal?
I like the fact you can get back in the game. I mean, otherwise I think it just, I think it controls the race. If you've been executing and you got a fast race car, you can't get damaged by it. But I like the fact that there's this ability to get back in the game. There's nothing worse than having a problem in hour one, and there's realistically no chance of getting back. And I think this keeps everyone in the game. It keeps your head in the game, and it certainly provides a better spectacle.
That, coupled with the wave-by procedure, gives you a chance. You're not down and out just because of some misfortune early in an endurance race.
Boy, Mirko Bortolotti is pounding the curbs here at IMS.
Right now, holding down the final podium position, third overall, Mirko Bortolotti for K-Pax Racing, as we close in at the end of the third hour of racing. Just under 3 minutes remain in the Fanatec GT World Challenge America, powered by AWS season. Again, this is a race within a race, joining up the North American Continental Championship with the Globetrotting Intercontinental GT Challenge, powered by Pirelli. The final points of the American season will be paid in 2.5 minutes, and this is the car that has dominated that championship all season long. K-Pax Racing's Andrea Caldarelli and Jordan Pepper. This weekend, joined by Mirko Bortolotti, who runs third here in the Indy 8 Hour.
Yeah, so you really had to factor in, did you want to compromise that opening stint? The 3 car is not eligible for North American points because they got Bortolotti in during this first 3 hours, whereas anyone who wanted to run for points could only run their 2-driver lineup.
But that doesn't matter for them. They'd already clinched the championship and had done enough for Lamborghini in the Manufacturers' Championship. This, though, is the second-placed car in the Pro-Am standings, with Ashton Harrison driving. Matt McMurray is part of the full season driver lineup. He's the one challenging for second. Taylor Hagler also in the mix. She's running back in third in the class. And so the outcome of the next 90 seconds could have some say in that. And in the pro category too, Calvin, there's been some drama surrounding third place in those point standings. Russell Ward needed to score some points with the lineup that he's chasing, the Turner car that got withdrawn, of Robbie Foley and Michael Dinan, not able to score points by virtue of the fact they've withdrawn. But problems for that car, and now the question is, did they make it to the 70% race distance?
I don't know. I don't think they did, to be honest with you. But we'll have to wait and see, let the stewards make that call. They were certainly tight, but we've gone green flag running here for quite a way, so that's going to change the way you analyze the 70% mark. It's not 70% of time, it's 70% of lap. So got to wait to see until this 3 hours is totally done and dusted. Then they'll get the lap count, then they'll do 70% of that, and then you see how many laps they did.
Now, because the 3 car is not entered for North American points, they are the leader, or the leader, I should say, of the North American point scoring contingent is actually Ashton Harrison in that Compass Racing car. So in 26 seconds plus a lap effectively, the final overall win, if you will, of the season in the North American Championship will go the way of Compass Racing. And it's interesting that it's delivered in part by Ashton Harrison. Is that right, Cal?
It is, but just getting back to the 33 car for a moment, we're looking at 100 laps plus. So it's pretty easy math. 70%, you need to do 70 laps. Well, they only did 62 laps with the 33 car. I think they're shy of the number.
Well, that would be heartbreaking. I know Russell Ward came into this weekend really hoping to jump up to that 3rd spot in the points, and it's an incident that appeared not to be of his making that is going to cost them that. We've crossed the 3-hour threshold. Now, the car comes through. This car is the leading North American car, but it's not entered for North American points, so it cannot win the North American race, confusingly enough, which should then mean that Ashton Harrison and Compass Racing should be coming through to take the overall win, such as it is, among the North American cars.
Well, you guys are the season-long announce team. I'm the relief pitcher in this. Which of you is going to explain all of these scenarios at the postseason festivities?
You are, Bob. That's why you're sitting here. You're
Yeah,
writing
exactly.
notes, right?
Right.
Yeah, this was just to bring you in as a primer, I think.
Right. Smoke and mirrors.
That's right. So I think this should be the car, if I've done my math correctly, that will be the overall winner for North America because of K-Pax's decision to focus on the 8-hour with the 3 car. And a good season gets a little bit better for Compass Racing. They've had some struggles going back to the start of the year, Calvin, some miscues in the pits, but they've rounded into form, and Matt McMurray has been the anchor in this team. A couple of different co-drivers throughout the course of the season, Michael DeMeo, Rodrigo Salas, and now Ashton Harrison, who effectively takes the virtual checkered flag on the season for GT World Challenge America.
Yeah, I think that's the overall win for the 3-hour and the silver class as well. So what's going to be really bad is when you come back and all the crew is celebrating eating ice cream when you need a pit stop.
This car is entered for North American points from K-Pax Racing, and it comes to the pits now. This car was behind and might be dropping a spot here because of this pit stop, depending on when they cross the yard of bricks relative to this one.
Well, they're going to take the Pro Class win either way.
True. That is true. And so although the Compass car is listed as silver for the purposes of the 8-hour, they are a Pro-Am entry for GT World Challenge America. Same story here for Racer's Edge. Anyway, all of that is all done and dusted now. Let's head to the pits and Amanda.
Well, as you guys are talking through all the logistics of who's in and who's out, well, the 6 Lamborghini did race in the North American race here today. Corey Lewis is one of those pilots, but also your birthday today. So is this 8 hours of fun for you?
Absolutely. Any day at a racetrack, especially on your birthday, that's a blessing, right? Loving every second in the car, especially here in Indianapolis. It's a homecoming for me. It's my first true professional race, 2014. So to come back here on my birthday, it's awesome. A little bit of setback with a tire puncture early on, so we're scrapping back. So we got a long way to go yet, but Giovanni's in the car now. We'll do a double, and Marco's in next, and we'll keep going through the rotation. But overall, it's a great day and beautiful weather.
Well, I'm going to add the other car that's also in K-Pax. We have Jordan Pepper. They're not entered into the North American race, but now that's behind us. We're into the rest of the 8-hour race. But Jordan, just a year that you had in this season. When you look at the race here in Indianapolis, how's the Lamborghini performing so far?
Yeah, we got really lucky. Well, unlucky, then lucky at the same time. I picked up a puncture after the first full course yellow. we got really lucky with another one to get us back into contention. And we've just gone to the front by not making any mistakes. A lot of people are getting drive-throughs, a lot of contacts happening. So we just got to keep our heads down. The Ferraris look unbelievably strong. You know, you hear them whinge a lot about BOP a week ago, and then they arrive here and they're flying up front. So let's see what happens. You know, it's a long race, 5 hours to go. We got a good package. Our car is the best we can possibly produce. So if we just focus on ourselves, no mistakes, maybe we have a shot at the win, maybe a podium. Let's see what happens.
Well, as Jordan talks about the strength of the Ferraris, Andrea, where can the Lamborghini contend with that here in Indianapolis?
Well, I mean, it's going to be tough. As Jordan said, they are showing a very good pace. So I'm not sure we will be able really to fight in terms of speed, but it's a long race, so a lot of things with strategy and so on. So we're going to try hard for sure, even if we don't have really the same pace, but definitely we're going to put all ourselves for it.
Well, it's an incredible year sharing the championship with you guys. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, that 3-hour threshold has been crossed, and now the focus is on the Intercontinental GT Challenge Round 2, the Indianapolis 8-hour. 4 hours, 55 minutes to go.
Today's coverage is brought to you in partnership with Acura, Ferrari, and Lamborghini.
Back to the front, the overall leader continues to be the Ferrari, Alessio Rovera. Right now a lead of just under 9 seconds, running very comparable times with the sister car that runs seconds in class as well as overall. And then Mirko Bortolotti in the top Lamborghini for K-Pax Racing, third in the overall standings. Marcus Winkelhock and Raffaele Marciello completing the top 5 with under 5 hours remaining here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
The 3-car feel they're close. They just texted with the team and they said we're getting close to it, and we just spoke to 2 of the drivers who are going to be running that 3-car here today. Bortolotti behind the wheel now, so you just got to execute. They just got to stay in the game, stay close enough, and you never know what can happen. But certainly this Ferrari, in terms of outright pace, particularly early in the stint, is very strong. A lot of the Audis have had trouble, so a lot of attrition so far early in this race.
Bortolotti has been pretty darn close to matching the pace, if not exceeding the pace of the 2 cars ahead, but is 17 seconds down the road. It might be a case of needing a full course yellow safety car in order to erase that gap and truly go and start the fight up once again. And after a disrupted and disjointed start to the race, Bob, we've settled into a nice rhythm here with an extended green flag run.
Yeah, we have. It was a frantic first 2 hours, and then things settled down, and for reasons that Calvin described earlier, that had an impact on the championship when Russell Ward maybe was able to go the 70% distance to claim 3rd place in his championship, but we haven't had that confirmed yet. But yes, the race has settled into a rhythm now, like a good race driver will when he's been in the car for a while, or she. And it's been an eventful day. This is fun.
It has been, and we're not even halfway through yet. Still a lot yet to unfold in the racing capital of the world here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It's Ferrari 1-2, then Lamborghini, Audi, Mercedes, McLaren. Love the diversity of race cars at the front of this field. 39 total cars took the start, and it's a couple of Ferraris that pace the field with just under 5 hours remaining. Alessio Rovera padding his lead, now up to 10 seconds over his teammate Nicholas Nielsen at the front of this field. Focus now on the 8-hour mark after the final points of the American Championship have been paid out. Drop back here to the 37 car. That's Robin Freins, who was caught up in some of the incidents early in this race, and it's been a comeback drive ever since. Right now, 4 laps down to the overall leader.
Yeah, and looking at the lap times on that car, I'm not sure if that was a traffic lap, but 2 or 3 seconds off the front runner's pace, so I think they got a wounded animal they're working with there. That's awkward.
Yeah.
Pappas in the 54 Porsche GT4 class car. He's been in a number of these multi-class endurance races over the course of his career. Definitely the AM driver in this lineup that has the brothers Bleekemolen sharing driving duties.
Tim can get up on the wheel.
Yes.
He had a fantastic run at Sebring just a couple of weeks ago, and kind of the retro livery for the Black Swan team. This team of Pappas and the two Bleekemolen brothers actually won in a big endurance race here about a decade ago, so they've got good history together. And Tim is just one of those guys who just loves his racing. Had a massive accident at Bathurst a couple of years ago where he broke his hip, I believe, and was doing the recuperation on that. Suddenly when he put some weight on his leg, he realized he'd also broken his foot. They never saw that on the x-rays, so he had to do a second round of rehab.
So he's got some gray hairs now, and he's earned every one of them.
Salt and pepper, I'd call it.
Smooge Racing, what a debut season for them. Brand new team back at Sonoma at the start of the Pirelli GT4 America Championship season. And John Jesbray, Kevin Conway have proven to be a great duo. This car was slated to start on pole earlier today, but they had an issue. And with an overboost that sent them to the back of the field. They've come through the field now, and now they run in the second position. In the first position, it looks like, in class. Kevin Conway driving now. The Tim Pappas car, I believe, runs in second in GT4, or is that the leader?
I think confusion. You've really got to take your hat off to this, the sole Toyota Supra in the field against these fleets from the likes of Audi and Ferrari and Mercedes and what have you. They have no one but themselves to count on for the important setup data that makes for a comfortable and quick race car.
Yeah, so remember, this car had the drive-through penalty for the pit lane issue, so that has cost them the lead. They now run second. It is the Tim Pappas-driven Black Swan car that is the leader in the GT4 class.
Speaking of leaders, the TRD leader who's on site for most of these races, you'll know well, Bob, Steve Hallam from the McLaren engineering fame. He's working with Toyota now here, so he's on site for all of these races.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, Steve goes way back to the McLaren days in Formula One.
I think he was Michael Andretti's engineer, wasn't he, when Michael made the move over to Formula One?
He came to the United States to work with McLaren Electronics when the stock cars, NASCAR, went to electronic engine management controls. So you can imagine Steve was certainly a capable engineer, but an Englishman living in Charlotte and talking NASCAR.
He's in California now as his home base, but great to see his face on a regular basis in our paddock.
Absolutely.
GT4 lead here up for grabs. It's Jesbray, rather, working around Pappas. Pappas dives off into the pit lane and breaks off what was shaping up to be a really good duel there between the top two GT4 cars in their respective class. If there was more to be said, I apologize for interrupting. Feel free to pick it up and carry on.
There's a good battle going on right there. Jesbray was catching Pappas in a hurry. Obviously, that battle for the lead has gone away because Tim headed for pit lane anyway, a little bit off sequence with this Toyota, but really impressive young man. Tons of victories here this year, winning the AMP Championship alongside Kevin Conway. Tony Alve, who's a great racer himself, kind of steers the ship for Smooge Racing, but they're ably assisted this weekend by Bill Riley, who's involved in this Toyota GT4 program. He's got his pit crew working the strategy and everything this weekend, so they've got all the tools in place, and they've also got a bit of a bullet in Jack Hawksworth, who's going to share this car this weekend.
John Jesbray, a teenager. He was 18 when the season started. I'm not sure if he's had a birthday yet or not. Might be 19, might not be, but he and Kevin Conway picked up the championship in the AM class of Pirelli GT4 America. There is no question they will not be in the AM class next year, but they have been so, so good. And Jesbray in particular, the native of Fort Worth, Texas, had done no racing at all in anything prior to last year, where he ran the MX-5 Cup Championship. And from there, jumped into this GT4 Supra, and they have been race winners from the very beginning of the season.
That's impressive.
Yeah. And great help from Kevin Conway along the way. Right now, jumping into the lead in the GT4 class with that recent pit stop from Black Swan Racing. It's Toyota at the front of the GT4 field. staying with the GT4 storylines, third place is the NOLA Sport Porsche. Jason Hart is driving that car at the moment, completing that class podium. Andrew Davis and Chandler Hull, the rest of the top 5. What has been a good battle in that class, but unfortunately, maybe we've not been able to do it full justice just because the GT3 battles have been so good. This man has been in the middle of several of them, albeit not for class position. Nicolas Bert, the young Belgian, who is the leader in silver. He runs 8th overall and has a nice gap back to Lucas Stoltz, who runs 9th overall and is part of the pro class fight.
About 3.5 seconds on the road right now, but they're doing a stunning job here. The Audis look really strong on this circuit. Kind to the tires. Good balance through the corners will give you that in terms of not degrading the tires too much. And here comes that 77 car we believe had the overall win. The North American points chase here today, plus the class win, and just a stunning debut for Ashton Harrison here aboard this GT3 car.
She's been great.
Part of the HPD Driver Academy with this NSX program. Wonderful idea that John Meraki and the HPD group came up with to get these young racers behind the wheel in a testing program, essentially, Ryan. Just give them the seat time, give them the opportunity to learn that big jump up to these GT3 machines with not the pressure of the racetrack, but they had a lot of their HPD drivers, guys like Mario Farnbacher, Ryan Eversley, Ricky Taylor, Dane Cameron, on hand to really teach these young drivers the ropes, set benchmark times, give them analysis, feedback, and also some media training, all of the tools that you need to perform at the highest level in this sport.
And Ashton is a driver that several manufacturers have a vested interest in. You talked about the GT3 Academy through Honda Performance Development, but she's also part of the Lamborghini Young Driver program, running in the single-make Lamborghini Super Trofeo North America Championship, and is 3rd in AM class points at this stage in the season, which is not completely wrapped up yet. Finished 3rd in that championship last year in the Pro-Am class, and 2nd in LB Cup the year before. Now Ashton Harrison with some experience in some high horsepower cars. Those Lamborghini Super Trofeo machines are an absolute handful to drive. Looking easy to drive out front though, this Ferrari for Alessio Rovera. Rovera continues to lead this race for Ferrari. It's a Ferrari 1-2, and you know, it's interesting, there's not a ton of Ferrari history on the oval at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, although there is some. Manuel Fangio came over at one time, and there have been a number of Ferraris entered over the years, but then you go to the history of this road course in the early days of the U.S. Grand Prix and the Michael Schumacher era. This place was a Ferrari playground.
It was.
Absolutely.
Really cool. Were you part of calling that race, Bob?
I was.
Yep.
Michael Schumacher, I believe, still holds part of the record for most victories here. 5 times he won the U.S. Grand Prix. Jeff Gordon, I believe, has 5 victories in the NASCAR.
I should know this. It's either Jeff or Jimmy Johnson. I know Jeff has won at least 4. I think Jimmy did surpass him.
Okay.
And actually would have an additional one because he won an IROC race here too.
Jeff Johnson?
Jeff Johnson, yeah, that's right. What a pairing that would have been. Jeff and Jimmy. Anyway, back to what's happening on track. Alessio Rovera, Nicholas Nielsen, Mirko Bortolotti, the top 3 at the moment. And let's check the gap at the line. Has Nielsen been able to make any inroads? It was about 12 seconds the last time by. And we're still waiting on Nielsen to cross the line. He does so now. This is the car he's chasing, though, with Rovera behind the wheel. The gap has extended, jumping up to 13.1 seconds. A masterclass performance from the Italian driver Alessio Rovera.
I love the color scheme on this car. The Rosso Corsa of Ferrari and the yellow of Écurie Francorchamps. Now Francorchamps Motors, the Belgian team that used to field all yellow Ferraris in major endurance races.
Second place car, this 51 car. Little catch there by Nicholas Nielsen as he's trying to negotiate through this traffic here. Turn 6-8, that was tight. Gets the nose chop there with the 75. Michael Grenier behind the wheel of the Sun Energy Mercedes AMG. And you're going to have to survive those moments we talked about at the top of the show. It's really those split-second decisions and how you manage that maybe the key to victory is the number 3 car, Bortolotti, just slices underneath that GT4 car and is back underway. Hard charging, but some 33 seconds back from the leader, 20 seconds back from second position right now.
That was surgical.
It was. Bortolotti read it to perfection. As we drop back to the 4th place running car, this car overcoming a drive-through penalty. At one time, this was the race leader with Marcus Winkelhock, but they inherited that lead, quite frankly, because of a pit stop that was not up to regulations. They dropped to 2nd before serving the penalty, now run 4th ahead of this car, ACA ASP, and the Mercedes hired gun, that is Raffaele Marciello, putting the car through its paces, dropping a wheel off, and a little bit of debris there at corner
I
exit.
noticed that. Yeah, I thought it was a chunk of tire rubber or something, but obviously something someone else had left previously.
I think that's right, too, but for a moment I had my heart in my throat for these guys. Marciello using every bit of curbing around this place, which is the fast way around. Beautiful looking race car, ACA ASP, an established French GT3 team linked up with Mercedes in recent years, with a great driver lineup with Jigadea, who we saw earlier, Marciello, and Timur Boguslavski, who has done some good stints early.
Should have been Felipe Fraga who's sharing that car this weekend. He had some visa issues getting into the country, so he's had a ton of success. Ran over here with Ben Keating and the Riley Motorsports team on North American soil with a ton of success. So, but when you got guys like Yankadella on the bench, it's pretty easy to find a replacement who's going to be up to speed.
Love this speed shot coming up onto the front straightaway at Indy, sprinting towards the famous Yard of Bricks, this venue known as the Brickyard, as it was paved entirely in bricks for a decent portion of its history, starting in 1911. Drop back here and look at a couple of cars running inside the top 10. We saw Rob Bell's McLaren, Van Thor's Audi, Bent in an Audi, and then Stoltz, this number 99 car from Kraft Bamboo Racing.
Good thing is that car seems to be maintaining good, solid pace. So even though Engel got that hit from the Audi heading into turn 10 about an hour and a half ago, it still seems to be running pretty strong.
A lot of mixed up racing here. We've got a GT4 car, a couple of lapped GT3 cars. Max Root leading this train in the Porsche for Wright Motorsports, but they're down the order a little bit at this point outside of the top 21, it would appear. They're running as a silver class entry for the purposes of the 8-hour. And then the Inception racing car that has had all kinds of drama throughout the course of this race. Now we go down a little bit further in the order. That's where we find, actually, no, it's back up to the front, excuse me, Mirko Bortolotti here.
And that Audi that's right behind him is not the one for position. He's running third ahead of the number 25 of Winkelhock, who had to serve that drive-through penalty for being underneath the minimum on one of their long stops earlier in this race. This is the 37 car behind him, which is trying to bounce back from that massive hit they took earlier.
Should note as well that we're down to just 9 cars remaining on the overall lead lap with 4 hours and 37 minutes remaining.
Today's coverage is brought to you in partnership with Optima, Motul, and Skip Barber.
Kraft Bamboo Racing, the car number 99 with the iconic Moon Eyes livery. Lucas Stoltz running 9th overall. And I believe the final car on the lead lap as it stands. Check that in just a moment. I'll check it actually as he crosses the line. With 4 hours and 36 minutes remaining here at Indianapolis. It's Ferrari, Lamborghini, Audi, Mercedes, the top 5. Looking at the Silver Cup standings at the top left of the screen there. Unfortunately, the Windward Racing car is still in the pit lane after heavy damage. I believe that car is done. They'll finish at the back of the field, but Nicolas Baird right here running in the lead. It has a 47-second advantage over the second-place car in the class, which belongs to Ashton Harrison.
What I'm curious to see is when Farnbacher gets behind the wheel of that 77 car, what sort of pace he can run. I mean, the fast lap so far today is a high 35, but Farnbacher's got massive pace. I'm not saying he's going to threaten the leaders, but they're keeping that car hovering around on the lead lap with a lot of speed potentially to come.
I think this group on the racetrack, not so much this McLaren here, which has been waylaid by a number of issues, but we're not too far from seeing the overall leaders entering into this picture. That's right there at the back of the shot, we did see Rivera. So very quickly, Engel could find himself coming under pressure to stay on the lead lap. There's the leader there, just coming through the back of the shot. Bright red Ferrari with the yellow accent.
Stoltz behind the wheel right now.
Excuse me, not Engel, Stoltz.
And it's gonna, yeah, he's right there, isn't he? So off and on really cost them a ton of time when he got clipped by the Audi. And that is key. You got to stay on that lead lap because there is the reset with the full course yellow. You can basically drive back around and catch up with the leaders if you just stay on that lead lap. So Stoltz is going to be digging deep if that Ferrari does get to him. It could be pretty aggressive. Almost be like a battle for the lead in terms of his head.
You would expect it would be the battle basically to remain in contention without some luck falling your way. You drop off that lead lap and it's kind of out of your hands at that point. You stay on the lead lap, then full course yellow safety car completely resets the running order. So right now, Rivera trying to whittle down the field of competitors. He continues to lead. There is the overall leader, Alessio Rivera, with 4.5 hours remaining in the Indianapolis 8-hour presented by AWS. Running some nice lap times. That last one, a 136 flat. Trying to reel in this car. This is the final car on the lead lap. Lucas Stoltz in the Craft Bamboo Racing Mercedes, who just did a 136.7, admittedly with a bit of traffic to contend with here. But that is giving up a significant chunk of time each and every lap with the leader starting to enter the frame.
And it's significant for both of these drivers. For Stoltz, he has to somehow keep that Mercedes on the lead lap to stay in the game and still have potential to win this race here tonight. But for the Ferrari, he knows if he can get by him cleanly, then that really almost takes one of their contenders out of the equation.
And there's plenty of incentive to do that. We know how strong this Craft Bamboo car is. We've seen its outright pace in a number of the sessions leading up to the race itself. And so as a driver, I'm sure you're aware, this is my chance to basically take someone who has the chance to threaten us out of the equation.
Exactly. So they'll push hard. He won't take any risk. And you know, we saw Engel defend furiously from the Audis through the first couple of hours of this race. You'd have to think that Stoltz will do the same thing. Believe the car is healthy in terms of taking that hit and not slowing down any, but he'll know the field behind the race car right now as to how much he has to defend with.
Side by side here into the brake zone of turn one, right in front of a battle for overall position. Baird in the 26 Audi. This is Stoltz trying to find a way through, and he runs out of room on corner exit at turn two, has to back out of it. That's going to bring Rivera that much closer.
That is not for a class position, but it is for overall. That's a battle between the 8th and 9th place runners right now. And the problem is, if that Audi is not running the pace that Stoltz can run, it's just allowing Rivera to get ever closer. You can see him there now.
As Stoltz knows the situation. He knows it's go time. He needs to get around the silver class leader, Nicolas Baird, if at all possible, because just 2 cars behind him is the overall leader. The Inception car pulls over to the side. That allows Rivera through. And now the 9th place running car of Lucas Stoltz is just that close to dropping off the lead lap.
There he goes.
Big move using the
right
GT4
way.
cars.
Swing around the outside, the Audi down over the curbs. Here comes the overall leader, Rivera, in the mix as well. Nicely judged there by Stoltz. He read that traffic perfectly. And that's what I love about this racetrack. There is a bit of real estate out there. You can use it if you need to in traffic.
Got Aurelian Penny in front of him. Penn is the son of the Formula One driver and Monaco Grand Prix winner, Olivier Panis.
The car dropping a spot down to 9th. Here comes Rivera trying to put that car, the Silver Cup leader, a lap down. We'll see how hard Panis fights with the overall leader. He does not put up much of a fight at all. So that leaves us now with just 8 cars left on the lead lap. Still a great run for the Santoloc Junior team. Nicolas Bert, Aurelian Pani, who's in the car here. Lucas Legere, Swiss driver, also part of the lineup.
Okay, now the 99 is going to be blocked by traffic, and the Ferrari is right there behind.
This is the Wright Motorsports Porsche that was delayed for damage, suspension issues on that car. They are well down the running order at this point with Max Root driving. Then GMG Racing with the Pro-Am class Porsche there. Kyle Washington is in that one. That's the next target for Lucas Stoltz to give himself just a bit of a cushion, trying to stay on the lead lap.
That last lap by the leader there, Rivera, cost him nearly 4 seconds to the chasing Nielsen in the Sister 51 car. So this is where it gets in your head a little bit. You'll see the lap times up on your dash. Your team will be talking you through it, but you're just eating up that lead in a big amount of chunk of time just in one single lap, and that can frustrate you. That's where you really have to be disciplined and not get to the point where you're just going to make a rash move.
Through on Washington, Rivera is through on Root, so one car separating the two of them. Rivera's lead unchallenged effectively over the sister car. Nicholas Nielsen giving chase. Rivera not close enough to do anything with Kyle Washington. It was strong under braking there.
Lost another 1.5 seconds, the leader did, to Nielsen, who's chasing in clean air right now. He'll have to then get through this bundle of traffic as well. He's up and over the curb, almost sideways.
Still side by side, it's not done yet. That will not make Alessio Rivera a happy race car driver.
No.
Trying to get through the lap traffic and being balked.
Tried to nip it to the inside, tucked it in tight and almost lost the rear end. Now he's just got to try and set Washington up, get on the power early, accelerate, pick up the draft and get that track position. Kyle needs to give it up. Team needs to get on the horn to him and just say, let him go. That's the overall leader.
Washington very new to endurance sports car racing, it has to be said. Learning a few lessons, I think, here with 4.5 hours to go, but Rivera does clear him into turn 7 and now does have some clean track to work with to lay down some fast laps and try and extend that gap once again. That has come down to just under 10 seconds.
He's going to be fired up. That is not a great couple of laps here for the young Italian. Nothing that he could do about it. He's trying to be patient, but boy, he probably lost about 6 seconds in total dealing with that traffic.
The sights and sounds of GT3 race cars, some GT4s in the mix as well. Touring the 2.59-mile Indianapolis road course layout. 14 turns in total. It's been all Ferrari at the front of this field. Rivera leading Nielsen. But the gap has come down dramatically thanks in part to lap traffic, both GT3 and GT4. Down under 10 seconds, down under 8 seconds to 7.6 at last check. But all that traffic that's been holding up Rivera, Nielsen will have to contend with that very soon. This is the long run down the second long straightaway at this road course, made somewhat shorter by the track configuration in use here this weekend. Instead of the switchback chicane, using the old loop utilized by Formula One. The U.S. Grand Prix was held here, turns 5, 6, and 6A, but still a pretty lengthy run out of 6A down to turn 7, which presents a nice passing zone, as does this next sequence of corners here. Rivera, slowly but surely, closing back in on Lucas Stoltz, trying to put that Mercedes a lap down.
And they call it the Indianapolis Hybrid Circuit. And there have been a number of them. since they decided to go to the infield from the big oval.
This portion here was put in for MotoGP. Those motorcycles, though, ran the other direction.
Right.
But then when it was decided to hold an IndyCar race on the road course for the first time, they had a number of IndyCar drivers try a couple of different layouts, and they decided they liked that little MotoGP portion. You see route to go up the inside of the Inception Racing McLaren, thought it added another passing zone rather than doing what F1 did, which was straight up onto the short chute banking through oval turn 1 and onto the front straightaway. So yes, it is a kind of a combination of different layouts that we've seen used over the years. But seems to be well received by those in the paddock, among those who raced here last year. As Alessio Rivera continues to pace the field by 7.9 seconds here with 4 hours and 25 minutes remaining in the Indy 8-hour at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. The battle to stay on the lead lap continues for Lucas Stoltz and Craft Bamboo Racing. Hard-charging number 71 Ferrari of Alessio Rivera is not too far behind and already flashing those headlights, making sure that he knows he's coming. Is that more of a recent fad, the flash of the headlights, than when you were driving, Calvin?
Yes, very much so. We had candles back then, so. No, I think you're just trying to but you're not going to distract someone like Stoltz. I mean, no. I think it's more for the fans than anything else. I mean, you know, you just, I mean, it could make you mad if you keep doing it. There was an instance in a sports car race here recently in North America where someone was doing it like to a ridiculous amount, almost blinding someone at night. At night is more distracting. It can really get you off your game because you're getting those lights in that rear view camera in the side view mirror, so it has more effect. But during bright daylight, someone flashing your lights, you're just wasting your energy, I think.
There are some series now that limit the number of times you can flash your light. You can hit the stem once and it'll flash 3 times, and that's all you get.
I think that's in play here.
Is it?
I think so.
One way or another, in the case of Rivera and Stoltz, I think there may be a certain element of to it.
Stoltz will know exactly what's going on. His team will have given him the information. Listen, that's the overall leader behind you, class leader. Do whatever you can to stay on that lead lap. You really need a caution. Right now, a caution would basically give Stoltz 3/4 of a lap, or 0.99 of a lap, back to the leader. They just drive all the way back around. Safety car would come in front of that red Ferrari, and that yellow car would have the ability to drive all the way back and join the back of the train.
That's what Craft Bamboo Racing is hoping for here, the Daryl O'Young-led operation. Daryl, a great racer in his own right, now overseeing the operations for this team that's based out of Hong Kong. A lot of the crew is Australia and New Zealand based, and as a consequence, with racing in Southeast Asia shutting down last year, the barrier to entry in Australia and New Zealand, there really hasn't been much of an opportunity for them to race. This is their first big chance to get back out and race on the international stage. And this program initially was supposed to be for the Suzuka round of Intercontinental GT Challenge, but that had to be canceled, unfortunately, and so they converted it into a stop at the North American round of the series instead. Stoltz coming under pressure, though.
Go.
Lap traffic will have something to say with this, and they make contact.
Yeah, he's going to get aggressive. Rivera needs to be really careful here.
Well, it's not going to be easy without the traffic because they're running nearly identical lap times. Here comes Rivera around the outside. Stoltz fighting for all he's worth to stay on the lead lap, side by side into turn 7, and the Ferrari cannot be denied. Rivera goes through and puts the 99 1 lap down.
Big respect there from Stoltz. Might have been fighting a bit harder. Get your elbows out. But you got to keep it clean. You got to respect the leader. I mean, even if you're on the back foot a little bit and it could change your day in terms of the race result, you can't get too aggressive at this stage of the game. Here we go. Now he's going to get balked here. Stoltz is going to get a big run. See what he does about this as he gets to turn 1. Going to pick up the draft here. See how they stack up speed-wise down this front straightaway between the Ferrari and the Mercedes. There you can see it. That Ferrari is sprinting away a little bit. Not sure if they've got anything in terms of the richness setting on the motor there to give you almost like a little push-to-pass moment if you're in close quarters like that.
Looks like some pit stops are underway in the GT4 class, including from the class leader. That car, I believe, is in. Other cars running in the top 5 of GT4 made their way to the pit lane. Should be closing in fairly soon on pit stops for the front runners, so as to not run afoul of the 65-minute maximum stint length rule. Taking a peek here at all the traffic now that Nicholas Nielsen has to deal with. We were talking about all the ground he was making up. It was coming in hand over fist, but that was while Rivera was dealing with exactly what Nielsen is contending with now.
Yep, it's going to come to you eventually, so you look like, oh, I'm catching him, and then you're going to get that bundle of traffic that the leader had to go through. So for Rivera, he's just hoping that Nielsen has the same amount of time loss as he had to encounter getting through these cars.
Contender in the Silver Cup has come to pit lane. Compass Racing, Ashton Harrison, who has done a number of impressive stints, will be turning that car over to either Mario Frombacher or Matt McMurray. I suspect it might be Mario, now that he's eligible to drive since we're past the 3-hour mark. And the North American portion of this race has concluded as far as Fanatec GT World Challenge America, powered by AWS.
How long it took the leader then to basically do the same amount of distance that you cover in pit lane. It took about 25 seconds. So we talk about the 53-second pit time loss coming down pit lane. You then got to factor in how long has it taken the car on the racetrack at green to get down. So I think the net loss would be about 28 seconds. So like for Winkelhock, he didn't lose 53 seconds to the leaders. He actually lost about 28 seconds when he had to do that drive-through.
It's an interesting point. Absolutely need to keep that in mind. Is this a challenge for position in class? I think. I'm sure that Lowey's on the same lap as Jez Bray, but that is Andy Lowey. Name familiar, I'm sure, to many.
The 66 got a drive-through penalty recently. I thought I saw something come up on the notice board.
Yeah, I think they are further down the order. It looks like 6th in GT4 and not on the same lap as Jezbray. Might be a lap down or a lap and a half down, something along those lines. I guess it wouldn't be a lap and a half, but something close to 2 laps. At any rate, the fight is fierce. And the contact there sends the second place car around. Nicholas Nielsen spins with 4 hours and 18 minutes to go. Nielsen lights him back up and rejoins, but that has him very much delayed. He continues on, but a close call for one of the front runners.
Today's coverage is brought to you in partnership with Mercedes-AMG, Porsche, and 511.
Dramatic moments working through GT4 traffic for this car, the pole-sitting Ferrari of AF Corsa right now. Nicholas Nielsen driving, and it looks like he escaped. At least it appears that way, Calvin, without too much damage after the contact there with the GT4 car.
Yeah, it was certainly a close call. Another one of those moments in this 8-hour race that you have to survive. So let's take another look at it. This is coming into turn 13. Carves across, and he just doesn't quite clear the 68 car. So not sure if you can lay any blame on the 68 car. He can't quite disappear. I think Nielsen just carved it a little bit too tight there going through that apex.
I agree. And now he has squared off those tires.
That incident, by the way, is under review from race control. Shouldn't be too far away for the pit window for this car. So if there are flat spots, which seems almost an inevitability, don't know how long he'll have to deal with it, but boy, that was a scary moment, not just for this car, but keep in mind the car that, where the contact happened, John Jesbray, that's the leader in GT4. So 2 contenders in their respective classes, plus everyone else who had to drive through all the smoke.
Yeah, I mean, it gets tight, and you know, you're kind of distracted. You may think you cleared someone, and when you're running against a car that's running good pace, and that's again, you got different drivers, you got GT4 cars that are maybe rolling a little bit less speed through that particular corner. You think, okay, I've got him cleared, I can carve this corner and get back underway, and you know, the Toyota's quick, so Jesbray was carrying good speed into that corner. He can't just hit the disappear button, and again, it's all about managing those split-second decisions as a key to victory today.
Well, that comes as a big boon to this car. Alessio Rovera's lead has expanded. It's over doubled thanks to that spin, but he looks like he's got his hands full too. That car slipping and sliding around. You could see it was in yaw through turn 10. Nevertheless, the lead continues to expand with a little help from a spin in the second place car. Now up to nearly 20 seconds between first and second, and that also brings Mirko Bortolotti and K-Pax Racing that much closer to second place in the overall running order. 4.25 hours remaining in the Indianapolis 8-hour. What a frightening moment it must have been for Nicholas Nielsen. He's had a lap or two to feel out the race car. At this point, Calvin, you think he knows whether or not there's any damage?
Yeah, he would know. You know pretty quickly. It may take the full circuit to do it, to get in every particular type of corners and load it up and see what happens. Here's another look at it. Sees Jesbray down to the inside. And he's kind of down on the curb there. You see the 66 car tucked to the inside when he sees that incident ahead of him. So maybe Jesbray could have given it up a little bit more and maybe not rolled as much speed or been in the track position, but I think that's just a racing incident. I'd be surprised if he gets a call on that one.
Well, the stewards are reviewing it, as is customary when there is contact of that nature. But for what it's worth, both cars able to continue on, not too much delayed, despite the dramatic visuals rather that we saw a few moments ago.
Make these GT3 cars tough. You have to survive. You don't want the ultimate race car that's so, you know, highly strung that any touch will break something. Lightweight is the way to go, but in some instances you just have to beef these cars up so they can survive a bit of a hit and continue.
What a gift it was to this car that runs third. Mirko Bortolotti, K-Pax Racing, Lamborghini. Been running really good lap times, very similar to the 2 Ferraris ahead of him. That spin now brings him within 16 seconds of Nielsen when it was a much bigger deficit early. And remember, this car has had to overcome some issues. They pitted off sequence early with a puncture in this race, and it's been a comeback drive ever since. And while the field has winnowed down due to attrition, they've kept their nose clean and have come to the front.
Executed nicely, and it's all about staying in the game, keeping your head in it. Don't panic. I mean, they were lucky that Jordan made that stop and stayed on the lead lap, and then there was a subsequent yellow, which they were able to take advantage of and get back up the order. And they feel they're close with this Lamborghini. It doesn't have the outright pace of the Ferrari. I think if there's a shootout at the end, like a 1-hour sprint to the finish with everyone stacked up, I'm not sure their car's quite sharp enough in terms of the speed to do anything about the Ferraris, but let's wait and see who's surviving till that last hour. There's been a lot of attrition here today, as we expected. Big field. 2/3 of the field GT3 cars at 26, 13 GT4 cars. Oh, here's Jesbray. Maybe he's had another issue. Or maybe he's feeling something from that hit. Maybe it's related something to that front suspension he's trying to feel out. It's been a few laps ago since he clipped the Ferrari.
What side of the car would have made contact with the Ferrari?
The right front.
Okay, let's look at it as it comes by.
Yeah, I think there's something amiss there.
It looks like it's cambered in a little bit at the top.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard to tell. You see the Pirelli riding on the side of the sidewall kind of gives you a kind of a wobbly effect at a certain angle, but he's feeling something out, so I'm not sure if he went for a ride and just trying to... It doesn't look that stable, does it? So I'm not sure if he had that clip and then the car was okay and then something has fatigued since that time.
clearly not on the pace. Ballard coming through, and he makes way. That is the GT4 leader at the moment.
In trouble. So running second right now is Sebastian Blakemolen aboard the number 54 Black Swan Racing Cayman, and then you got Jason Hart aboard another Porsche for NOLA Sport, and then Andrew Davis currently running fourth. So Jezbray's going to head for the pits right now and figure out what's going on with that race car.
Hope to get an update from the Smooge Racing team. Difficult for them after a really brilliant start to this race. Again, had to start at the back despite qualifying on pole. Minor technical infringement discovered post-qualifying, and didn't take them long. They raced their way straight to the front and were in control prior to that issue. Now the question is, this is the answer to the question. There is something amiss. That is the hard right turn you don't want to be making on this Indy road course, right down Gasoline Alley back towards the garages.
Is there fluid coming out the back of that car?
There's got to be something more amiss. They'd check that out on pit lane and try and do a quick fix. So I got a feeling there's something more terminal or something more major they're seeing on the telemetry versus something that John's just feeling from a suspension.
The gray, white, and green Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 Club Sport Black Swan Racing. Bleekemolen, this is Sebastian Bleekemolen, now inherits the GT4 class lead with the issues to the erstwhile leader, Smooge Racing. Shaping up to be a good day if this trend holds for the final 4 hours and 9 minutes, which is not a foregone conclusion by any stretch for the Tim Pappas-owned and driven team. And then the brothers Bleekemolen, who I think will be doing the lion's share of the driving as we get deeper into this race. Sebastian, not a newcomer to North American shores, but doesn't do a ton of racing here. Most of his racing in recent years has been in Clio Cup competition in Europe, but running in the NASCAR European Series this year and doing quite well.
Word from the pit lane is steering issues on Jezbray's car after that contact with Nicholas Nielsen.
A tough break for John Jezbray, Kevin Conway, and Jack Hawksworth, but it brings Black Swan Racing to the front, and now it's another Porsche giving chase. Over a minute behind, though. That's where Jason Hart runs for NOLA Sport at the front of the field. Alessio Rivera continues to lead his teammate Nicholas Nielsen. Then it's Mirko Bortolotti, the K-Pax Racing driver, holding down the final podium spot. Incident between 51 and 68 is under review. The message that just popped up from race control. 51 is the second place car of Nielsen.
Could be a moot point at this stage, even if they laid blame on the 68 with them back in the paddock area. But I think that was a racing incident. I mean, I don't think you can really lay that one on Jezbray.
That's right. That was that incident that we think might have had the caused the damage to Jezbray's car. And as we talk about this, some of the front runners in GT3 have come to the pit lane now. This is a car just outside of the top 5. Crucial Motorsports. Rob Bell getting out. It'll be a driver change there. Either Paul Holton or Ben Barnicoat getting in. Also, Aurelian Panis pitting for the Santalock team. Lucas Stoltz pits as well from 9th place in the Craft Bamboo Mercedes. And K-Pax Racing has made the call to the pits as well with Mirko Bortolotti. 3rd placed car is in the pit lane. How long will AF Corsa continue to push these stints for Rivera and Nielsen? Not long. In the case of Rivera, at least, is the answer.
Well, I'm not sure exactly how long they've been out there if they were forced to come anyway because of the maximum drive time, but you also create that domino effect because you've got to factor in a yellow coming out. So you're going to be 3 more stints to get to the finish from this point in the race, and you have to factor in, as we've seen so often today, that yellow flag, that safety car coming out being a big determining factor. So once the 3-car pitted, I think almost forces the hands of the leader.
Driver change underway. In the leading car, Fuoco Rivera and Callum Eilert, I think, That is Fuoco getting back in, if I read the helmet correctly. Had a good stint earlier. Closing in on the halfway mark of the Indianapolis 8-hour. It's been an affair dominated by Ferrari up to this point. Driver change complete, fueling done. Now on come the fresh P0s. This is a look at what a car looks like after nearly 4 consecutive hours of running. You love the rubber marks, the damage on the car. Shows you it's been run hard.
Boy, that's a lot of brake smoke or brake debris, if you will.
When those air guns go to work, the big puff of smoke you see is the accumulated brake dust from all the heavy braking. Couple heavy braking zones here at this racetrack.
Carbon coming off those discs.
Pit stops underway as we close in on the halfway mark of the Indy 8 hours. Nicholas Nielsen has vaulted to the overall lead because much of the front-running pack has made a call down the pit lane, including the Ferrari at the center of the screen. That was the previously overall leading car. Alessio Rivera, I believe, giving way to Antonio Fuoco, who leaves the pit lane now. Several other teams made the call either on this lap or the one prior, but of course, are running the 51 car 1 lap longer, and just now Nicholas Nielsen has pulled into the pit lane.
What's the orchestration here? Cars to stay on the floor to do the refueling. Full fuel load is just over 40 seconds. Driver change can happen right now. Can't do any other service on the car. Brake technician, tire technician, take a look, do some analysis. I believe the data can be plugged in, the computer can be plugged in, but any real service, any real fix, or certainly refueling, tire change has to wait.
What a year it's been for this trio of drivers. They teamed together to win the GT World Challenge Europe Endurance Cup Championship, clinched that last week. Teamed together to win overall the Total Energies 24 Hours of Spa, and each of the 3 of them won their respective class in the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Hard to script a better, 2-3 months.
Yep, that's a lot of career in 1 year.
Yeah. There are a number of drivers who would trade their entire career CV, I think, for the last 3 months for these 3.
But they haven't had an Indianapolis win like you yet, Ryan.
Very true. Perhaps one day. Maybe today's the day.
Yes.
We'll look at the pit stop here. So this is what we're going to keep an eye on. This was the leader before the pit sequence. We'll see where they come out relative to the sister car, which is trundling down the pits now. And I don't think there's going to be much of a contest here.
No.
Lead should still go to the 71 of Fuoco.
Particularly after that quick spin around in turn 13. So I'd imagine they're probably 20, 30 seconds back by the time they get out pit lane. Long run down pit lane. 53 seconds is the total time to transit. And I'd imagine they're probably about 30 seconds from their pit box to pit out.
So now we're looking for this car. This was the Lamborghini running 3rd overall prior to the pit window. And they were, I think it was between 15 and 20 seconds behind. It's Jordan Pepper who has taken over from Mirko Bortolotti after a couple of really good stints from Mirko to claw them back into contention. Here he comes down the front straight, and yep, that Ferrari is already out of the pits.
Yeah, but he should be a little bit closer. Typically the undercut will work. When you got tire warmers, you can do those out laps a little bit more effectively than someone, even though they're light on fuel, so the car is lighter. They're on well-worn rubber, so you shouldn't be able to achieve the same lap time as someone out there on fresh Pirelli P0s.
Giacomo Altoe has the fastest top speed thus recorded. That was in a Lamborghini, not this one, from another North American-based team. TR3 Racing set earlier in the day, 168.3 miles per hour. Fastest top speed in our Race Vision, powered by AWS. Closing in on halfway. And for those of you joining us on CBS Sports Network here in the U.S., we'll be signing off for a couple of hours. We'll be back on for the final 2 hours plus a half an hour of post-race coming up later on today. We hope you join us for that, or switch over to the live stream, which continues uninterrupted from flag to flag on the GT World YouTube channel and several other social media outlets. As we continue towards the halfway mark of the second annual Indianapolis 8-Hour, presented by AWS. Let's see, coming around here, how much ground did the undercut gain for K-Pax Racing and Jordan Pepper to the yard of bricks? What is the gap? It is 14.7 seconds. I think this is as close as they've been to second place in this entire race.
Yeah, definitely a little gain there. So Pepper got the hammer down when he got those fresh Pirelli P0s on. It was go time. And they're staying tight. They're keeping these Ferraris honest. If we get a yellow, which, based on what we've seen so far in the first half of this race, we would anticipate at least one more before the checkered flag tonight.
We'll be back for the final portion of this race on CBS Sports Network here in the United States. We continue on live on the live stream. Car number 71, AF Corsa, has dominated the bulk of this race. This is not the pole-sitting Ferrari. That one runs second. Antonio Fuoco leading from the team car, driven now by Colm Ledegar. But the battle for second started to heat up as K-Pax Racing started moving towards the front of this field. The deeper we get into the race, Jordan Pepper now driving that black Lamborghini, currently in the third spot. Christopher Haase back behind the wheel of the 25 Audi, and Danny Shunkadea behind the wheel again of the number 89 machine from ACA ASP. That is the top five as they run, as we've crossed the halfway mark. Less than 4 hours now remaining in the second annual Indianapolis 8-Hour. Other class leaders include Aurelian Panis for Santaloc Racing, 9th overall, leading in silver. Pro-Am leader right now, Kenny Habul for Sun Energy One Racing. Dennis Olsen runs second, not too far behind though for GMG Racing. They're 13th and 14th overall. Top GT3 AM competitor, that's Mark Vami at the moment for AF Corsa in the third of their cars. 15th in the overall running order as it stands. And while we keep an eye on the overall leader on the racetrack, Amanda has an update for us in the pits.
We're hanging out at Compass Racing, and it was a great season for them in the Fanatec GT World Challenge powered by AWS. Gets the overall win here today, making it 3 wins on the season, but powered by Ashton Harrison. And when you look back at the drive that you had, you become the first female in SRO America with an overall win. Yeah. What led that performance today?
Wow, so I'm just thankful for this opportunity. This is my first ever GT3 race, and I'm so thankful to Honda and Compass, Harrison Contracting for supporting me to come out and do this. But it's been so great working with Compass. They've been really helpful with this learning curve from my other series. So it's been a great weekend. I mean, we've had some bumpy weather at the beginning, but in limited laps, so we pulled it together, and I think we're doing pretty good.
Had a couple stints here today already. What do you continue to learn about the racetrack here in Indianapolis?
So thankfully I've been here before with MX-5 Cup, so a totally different car obviously. So there was a learning curve with aero and some horsepower, but Honda has made it so great for the HPD Academy graduates to learn each time they're out on track, and I've been able to do that, and then putting that to work here with Compass has been great. The track itself, it's a beautiful day, so thankfully it's pretty consistent right now, but I'm looking forward to the next 4 hours. I think we have a shot of winning it.
Congratulations on the final win of the season.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
That final win came at the 3-hour mark of this race, with the finale to the North American Championship coming at that mark. Final points paid out then, and Ashton Harrison had a tremendous stint behind the wheel.
That was a pretty humble assessment, I would say, of a spectacular stint for Ashton Harrison. She has really done the HPD Academy program proud.
Yep, that car runs third in the silver class right now. It's Mario Farnbacher driving that machine. Second in the silver class, it's another trio of GT3 Academy graduates with Taylor Hagler and Dakota Dickerson, who ran the first 3 hours between themselves, and now Jacob Abel joining. All three of them were in last year's GT3 Academy class that Honda Performance Development put on, the first year of that new program. They've been swapping in and out of those seats. Hagler has run the full season in GT World Challenge America, with Abel and Dickerson slotting in alongside depending on their respective schedules. And now the chance for all three of them to share the car for the first time on a single weekend coming here this weekend. And they're doing very well, running second in silver. Jacob Abel now driving 11th overall. This is the car I'm talking about here, the Florida-based Racer's Edge Motorsports operation.
John Meraki runs a good program, and I'm sure he's delighted to be so closely linked to the HPD program, supplying him with terrific young driving talent.
They started off their relationship with Honda simply as customer from manufacturer. It was purely transactional, but they were so strong their first season campaigning this NSX that they really got embedded within the Acura program. And with that in mind, I know John's been taken over to see the Jazz facility in Italy, which is in part responsible for developing this NSX GT3 Evo. He was a guest, I think, at an Italian GT race, if I'm remembering this right, a couple of years back. And that relationship has just grown and grown. And when it came time to start a Young Driver Academy for HPD, first of all, John Meraki loves nothing more than cultivating young talent. But second of all, they had that relationship, and it seems to be a perfect fit.
My son, Matt, drove for John Meraki in a single-seater Formula years and years ago. So I've seen his operation up close. I'm sure it's much evolved and developed since that time, running these GT3 cars, but nonetheless.
Well, you go back to last year, and their program dominated what is now known as Fanatec GT World Challenge America, powered by AWS. Trent Hidman and Shelby Blackstock won their silver class championship. Admittedly, not against much competition, but they were winning overall week in and week out. It was an amazing year for the Racer's Edge team.
Looking at the GT4 standings, and the Toyota down there in 11th place and in the pit, so continuing to lose ground after that contact with Nicholas Nielsen in the second place Ferrari at that time. The current leader in class is Black Swan Racing's Porsche in the hands of Sebastian Blickmolen,
which we're looking at right now. Yeah, really unfortunate for Jesbray, Conway, and Hawksworth, the three drivers in the Smooth Racing car. We saw it pull back through Gasoline Alley into the garages. And the incident, by the way, is still under review. So that is the 51 car that runs second that made some contact there with the Smooth Racing Toyota, which was leading in GT4 at the time. And it sounds like that contact is what caused the damage that now has them behind the wall. This car was shown in second in GT4, but now coming in for a pit stop, journeyman Guy Cosmo. Maybe that does him a disservice. I certainly don't mean that in a pejorative sense, but he's been around, raced for a lot of teams successfully over the years. Got drafted in to fill out this Stephen Cameron Racing lineup this year. Problems for a contending GT4 car. Jason Bell slow on the racetrack. This car shown in fifth. It had led. In fact, it ultimately inherited the class pole at the start of the day, but something clearly wrong for GMG Racing.
Yeah, this is a car that Andrew Davis and Trent Hidman did good work for early on. You see a lot of grass in the radiator inlet there on the nose.
I also noticed the lights flashing on and off. The Lumarank scoring system also, like we saw right there, flashing off, which...
Electrical problems?
That would be my guess.
Yep.
I'm no engineer, but oftentimes these cars just need a quick electronic reset. Hopefully that's all it takes for Jason Bell, but the car has come to a halt, and oof, that was a scary moment there with GT3, GT4 side by side coming up on the stricken car.
Yeah, he's in an awkward position. If he can't get that thing rolling again pretty quickly, they're going to have to throw a yellow.
This now is the second placed GT4 car. Nick Galante driving. Bimmer World Racing, the team. Was the one that was involved in that heart in the mouth, heart in the throat kind of moment just a few seconds ago. Jacob Abel knifing through in the second placed Silver Cup car.
Gives you an idea of the speed differential between the GT4 and GT3 cars, and there's our full course yellow.
And that is why stranded GMG Racing Aston Martin Vantage GT4 stuck on the side of the racetrack in the first half of the lap. Jason Bell tried the reset. It didn't appear to work. And now that car will need to be retrieved and we get a full reset. That is huge news for the cars further down the order. I think Christopher Mies gets solidified as the last car on the lead lap, courtesy of this full course yellow. That lets him catch back up and erase the nearly 1 minute and 30-second deficit. He was close to about 6 seconds from going a lap down. And as the safety car comes out, remember the pits do not close, and a number of leaders are making the call to the pit lane now, including the number 51.
And the number 6 K-Pax car that was in the hands of Mapelli. They got their pit stop started before that yellow came out. They have completed it. A nice tidy 158.6.
That could be beneficial for that operation. We'll see. Fuel goes in first. We're seeing that. This is the overall leader stuck behind some slow cars here and not in the pits. But also caught up with the safety car. So the safety car picked up a couple of cars that will need to be waved by, I assume. But I don't think this is going to work out great from a strategic perspective for the 71. Meanwhile, 51 trying to leave the pits.
Oh,
everyone should be going the same speed, 50 kilometers per hour. He's got the classic BMW fast track racing machine just ahead. Somehow it looked like that Ferrari was maybe just inching up on it a little bit.
Looked like he was in the back seat for a minute.
Yeah.
Oh boy, that is painful.
Now, this will be interesting to see how this reshuffles the deck. This is why we saw earlier Lucas Stoltz fighting so hard to stay on the lead lap, because Christopher Mies was in a very similar position, close to dropping a lap to Fuoco. Instead, safety car comes out for Jason Bell's stopped Aston Martin. Picks up the overall leader, Fuoco, and Mies can hustle around the racetrack and effectively catch back up. Yes, there will be traffic in between, but the peril of dropping a lap is lessened significantly. Another pit caller here. It's the Compass Racing car. No, this is the McLaren. Pitting out of 8th, Paul Holton driving. Also, the GT4 leaders come to the pits.
Got an interesting note from the officials. The incident in turn 13 between an unknown car and 61, that's the M-Class Ferrari, is under investigation.
Don't usually see an unknown car listed, but it must be going back through the replays to try and figure out what caused the drama, whatever that happened to be.
Yeah, those calls typically come in from the corner workers. I would think they'd have gotten the car numbers. Interesting.
It is. Crucial pit stops here. And very interesting to see how the strategy plays out, with Ferrari effectively splitting their strategy call. They kept Fuoco out once again. I'm not sure how deep into the stint they were, but maybe it's at a point where you make the pit call here for strategic purpose, not necessarily because it's on schedule. That could explain why some that were not factoring in at the front elected to make the stop. Let's get an update from Amanda, who's down in the pits.
Well, this comes on that number 2 Aston Martin from GMG Racing. It's a battery issue that's also affecting the electronics. They're going to pull out the second chassis and re-enter into this race as they go forward.
Really? I was not aware you could do that. I wonder if maybe they could go and pick up a spare part from the spare chassis.
All of the spare parts.
Right. I suspect that is the case, because unless I'm totally off base here, you have to race the chassis that you qualified.
Maybe that's where the battery is. Get it out of the backup.
Yeah, that would make some sense. So let's go with that. Okay, this is the car you, no, this is not the car you called out. You talked about the sister car making the call to the pit lane. So that has elevated the 51 car pitting has elevated K-Pax Racing up to second now, which is the highest place they have been. Still a few lapped cars in between Jordan Pepper and Fuoco, the overall leader, but it is interesting to see the cream rising to the top. This K-Pax Racing team, established on the international stage after going and racing a GT World Challenge Europe 1 year ago, now back stateside and has their top car up into second. Safety car peels off. We are back to green, and Fuoco makes good his escape.
Shot from a cannon.
Now, it helps he had a GT4 car behind, and as Calvin has said, you cannot pass on a restart till the start-finish line. This is a side-by-side battle for second, I think, in silver. These two have been split from their leader in class by the safety car, if I'm not mistaken. But that's Farnbacher dueling with Jacob Abel, and Farnbacher timed that restart nicely. He grabbed the runner-up spot in class. Craft Bamboo Racing, number 99, Lucas Stoltz, down a lap, but still looking awfully strong, trying to claw his way past that silver class car that runs 10th in the overall order. Able to do so around the outside in turn 6.
Yeah, I think Lucas Stoltz has relit the fire after that long battle to try to keep the race leader behind him and going a lap down. Appears to be back up to speed.
And when it all shook out, 6 cars remain on the lead lap. Christopher Meese is at the back of it. Must have made a late pit stop or something. Or maybe is just legitimately that far behind because of the length of the train. He's listed nearly a minute back. Yes, there was a pit stop there, so that explains that. So they top off late, and that might open up some strategy options for them as we get deeper into the race. Now that was in the window of the short stop regulations, so might have been just a splash, might have been a pass-through to reset the drive time. That makes more sense because they did it in just about 53 seconds. So they were at the back of the train anyway, reset that drive time. That then opens up some strategy flexibility. And for those uninitiated, I guess it's worth explaining the way things work. The longest you can go on a stint is 65 minutes. Now you can reset that stint time by just passing through the pit lane as Meese and company did. So basically he gets a full 65 minutes to work with, whereas those that pitted earlier in that pit sequence or these cars that did not pit at all are much closer to being forced to pit lane per those regulations. Hope that was clear.
That was well explained.
We do our best parse through it all. Scary moment there for the 25 car. This is an Audi running third now in the overall order. Christopher Haase behind the wheel took a peek up the inside of the car that had previously been driven by Kenny Hobble. The Sun Energy 1 brightly colored race car up ahead.
Yeah, Haase's working hard to try to get by, dropping wheels off here and there. And he had the headlights in his mirror from that Porsche just behind.
And that still is Hobble, by the way, driving. Leader in the Pro-Am class, 12th in the overall running order. That car, by the way, so, as Haase looks up the inside, then backs out of it, it's being run by a North American team, Gradient Racing. They ran this car here last year and have helped Kenny in several of his North American starts in recent years. Lots of experience, but they've been working primarily on Acuras in recent years, except for the times that they've been linked up with Sun Energy 1 and their Mercedes. Haase will want to make quick work of Kenny if at all possible. Here into the braking zone of turn 1, he does so. That will allow him then to start chasing down second place running Jordan Pepper. It's 12 seconds first to second, Fuoco to Pepper. Then Haase in the Audi we're looking at right here at the front of the shot. Also running third, 15 seconds behind the leader, just 3 seconds, though, behind Pepper, Jugadea, Ledegar, and Mies, the only remaining cars in the lead lap, rather, and that is the top 6 overall. I love the overhead shots of this mammoth facility, just gargantuan. If you've not been before, it's kind of a shock to the system when you see it. Oh, a problem here for one of the front-running GT4 cars. The NOLA Sport car stuck in the gravel. Might have been the EBM Porsche in the Pro-Am ranks that was also off track. And we've seen this all weekend. If you get stuck in the gravel, there's no getting out. Jason Hart is going to need to be rescued, and that likely brings out a full course yellow. There's the spin.
And where's the other car?
Watch in the background. I thought I saw another Porsche
there
coming
it
through.
is.
Ah. I don't think it would be a stretch to say that that might be related. That's unfortunate for this car that was second in GT4 prior to this problem. For now, we stay green, which surprises me only in so far as, you know, we've seen cars beached throughout the weekend and no one has been able to drive out if you get stopped. No. It's always needed the intervention of safety crews. Fuoco pushing hard here, and I wonder if they might, depending on where they are in their stint, and apologies, my screen doesn't tell me exactly where they are, but if they might be able to preempt a yellow and take advantage of it. Oh, and this is interesting.
Ferrari gets nailed. That collision between Nicholas Nielsen and
John Jesbray, I think it was.
in the car. Yeah, in the Toyota. 51, the Ferrari, a stop and hold for 30 seconds for incident responsibility.
Well, that is costly. We looked at that for a while. The stewards looked at it for a while. There might be a case of the contact looked kind of innocuous, but instead it ultimately ruined the day for the Smooge car, the Jesbray-driven car that was the class leader in GT4, and I wonder if that has anything to do with the harshness of the penalty. I suspect that is the case. Here's a pit stop, though. This is not the drive-through penalty. That's to the sister car. Right. This is what I was wondering about. Do they sense that a full course yellow is coming, safety car is coming, and it has? Make the call in now. We've seen that work for others so far in this race. It's a short fuel only. And so in that case, there is nothing in the regs about reaching a minimum time, only a maximum for the short fill. They do that and send that Ferrari loose down the pit lane. And the maximum, by the way, is 80 seconds, and they came nowhere near to that. And they won't come anywhere near to that, releasing them as quickly as they did. Similar story here for the fourth place running car, the 25, Christopher Haase. Patrick Niederhauser was very strong early, as was Marcus Winkelhock. This car is already served to drive through. And will they do fuel only? It appears so. And can this be the drive-through here for the 51? I don't think so, under safety car. So I don't know if they actually made a stop or not, or if they were trying to serve the drive-through and got caught out by the safety car coming out.
Well, you get 2 laps to answer the summons for a drive-through penalty, but I'm with you. I don't think it's fair to allow them to do it under a yellow.
Yeah, it does not sound like they would be allowed to. It doesn't look like he stopped, looking at the timing of it all. This, I suppose, could be a reset of the stint length, possibly. Might be in some trouble here.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on him.
Well, just when this race had settled into a rhythm, everything changes with a couple of safety cars right around the halfway mark. And we'll see how this one all shakes out. We're going to give this a little bit of time to play itself out rather than try to play Nostradamus over here. Just let events transpire, and we'll read them as they come.
You need to go out there and sod over some of those gravel traps a little bit, because you're right, every time someone goes in, They do not come out.
So K-Pax Racing on this go-round has yet to stop, and that now cycles Jordan Pepper through to the overall lead. It was the sister car that made the pit call during the last the last safety car rather. The distinction being full course yellow has a slightly different meaning in the GT World Challenge Europe parlance. So trying to stick to the safety car nomenclature here. This is an interesting stack up at pit in. And is there some damage at the front of that Audi?
Wow.
Let's see if we got a replay of what happened here. Audi comes in hard. GT4 car woeing it up perhaps a bit earlier than anticipated. Audi tries to go by, and Porsche stops. Now, why would that be? And there's a look at the damage.
They hadn't gotten to the control line, so I guess Christopher Mies was allowed to try to make that overtake. But, yeah, as you saw.
And you shouldn't be able to do that there under safety car conditions also. So that's another aspect of this to keep in mind. This is another damaged Audi. Oh my, what promise this day started with for them. Here's another replay. This is of something else. Not sure what that was about, but that's all right. We look here at the Audi stationary in the pit lane. I think they were trying to do these repairs to the point where it went past the 80-second maximum for the short stop, so that means they have to stay until they reach the 118-second minimum for a full service. This is the replay here, and again, you shouldn't be able to pass anybody at all under full course yellow.
Yeah.
But why is the EBM Giga Racing car stopped on the racetrack, or on the pit lane entry rather? And if somebody's having a problem, sure, you can make a pass. But the GT4 car was maintaining a decent amount of speed. I don't know. That's a strange one. This is the car that brought out the safety car and inadvertently led to all of this chaos. Had been second in class in GT4, but looks like it's going to be a longer afternoon than Noah Sport would have hoped for. Again, Jordan Pepper has shuffled through to the lead. Then we got to go back to the fifth car in line in this shot. That's where Danny Juncadella currently runs in the ACA ASP Racing Mercedes. Go back a ways yet then to find the two Ferraris that have been the pace setter for much of this race, but now the strategy card has been played, and we've reshuffled the deck somewhat. Now, a strange sequence of events, it must be said, but the important things to take away: Pepper leads, Juncadella second. The two Ferraris on slightly different strategy find themselves third and fourth. And now we'll have to deal with some traffic, which is outside of lap traffic, not something we've seen much from them over the course of the day. This is K-Pax Racing. The man on the left of the screen, now in the center of the screen, Thomas Blom. He is the strategy guru for this operation. And when I made reference to the fact that M Sport has brought over K-Pax personnel to help them in endurance races in the past when they ran the Bentley factory team. This is Corey Lewis, part of the K-Pax driver lineup, birthday boy today. But one of the team members that M Sport brought over from K-Pax to help them at Spa when both were Bentley teams was Thomas Blum. He helped them call the strategy for that 24-hour race there. He definitely knows how to play the cards.
Oh, yes. Highly regarded strategist.
And on a day in which the Lamborghini might not have the ultimate performance of the Ferrari, that's certainly what K-Pax has been telling us. He's rolled the dice, and it's now K-Pax out in front. As the lights remain on the safety car, we'll do at least one more lap at reduced pace. It shouldn't be too much longer, given the fact we've seen That Noah Sport Porsche that brought out the yellow, having left the gravel trap, driving under its own power.
The wind has come up again, as it has each day here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Basically blows north to south, or has thus far.
Fortunately, though, we're not talking about windows over Terre Haute. No rain in the forecast
I saw
for
one of those
today.
the other day.
And this track is so weather sensitive, especially on the IndyCar side of things, but it holds true in sports car racing as well. And we had big time wind gusts yesterday, even though it wasn't raining. The wind was high, temperatures were lower. Temperatures are starting to come up here today, and that's worth noting. Those conditions, not just the wind, but the temperature has changed. We were down in the 40s, around 8 degrees Celsius. When this race started earlier, we were reaching the daytime high, which is 65, 66, somewhere around 17 Celsius, I think.
If you don't know the windows over Terre Haute reference, that goes back to the good old days at the 500-mile race when it was gray and drippy and nobody was on track and everybody was wondering whether they should stay or go home. And the word would come across the PA that there's a window over Terre Haute, a long way to the north, but it's coming this way. Stay right where you are. It's going to clear up.
You can just hear the legendary Tom Carnegie, longtime public address announcer here, uttering those words, along with many other famous phrases over the course of the years.
He's on it.
Yes. Tried to use that in qualifying, actually, yesterday. I don't know if anybody caught that. Yeah. Little homage to a hero of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, someone that if you've been around this place, not so much in recent years after he passed away, but his memory is still very much alive and well. And the echoes of history just reverberate off the walls here, whether we're talking about broadcasting or driving or engineering. The best of the best have raced here at one time or another, and you just feel it when you walk through the gates. This is the reason for the delay. I was wondering, and it makes some sense. We've been running now for 4.5 hours, and you could see in that camera shot all of the detritus that has accumulated around the racetrack, so why not send the sweepers out? This is the Ferrari crew trying to figure out where the strategy stacks up for them. They're shuffled back a little bit in the order right now.
What happened to that stop and hold 30 seconds for the 51?
Well, again, we don't think you can serve that.
Well, right. Okay, Bob, during the safety car.
During the safety car, right. So that should still be owed.
Yeah, so he'll get 2 green flag laps to come in.
Yeah, it's strange, you know, when that penalty comes down just as the safety car comes out, it kind of complicates matters somewhat as to when and how these penalties can be served. But the track crew out there doing what they need to do. Let's hear from Amanda. She is checking in with the Ferrari crew, which is trying to sort all of this out, as are we.
Yeah, there's been a lot of action back and forth. I followed Nicholas Nielsen from one side to the other here in the Ferrari area on pit lane. Alessandro, as you assess the situation and the strategy of getting this team back on track, where do you begin?
To be honest, it's difficult even for me to understand what's going on. The guys in charge of the strategy is doing their job, so I trust in them, and I just do my job. When I go on the track, I try to be as quick as I can, and that's it. But at the moment, it's quite difficult to understand the situation because some car pitted, some car not. Now we should have also a penalty, so it will be a bit difficult. But 3 hours 30 still to go. The race is sharper every time with the safety car, so I think we have a chance.
You guys have been able to look at the replay. What do you think of the incident between the Ferrari and the Supra?
To be honest, I think it was quite a racing incident. And then at the end, we lost time. The other car didn't lose anything. I think it was a bit too much for what I saw the rest of the race. A stop and go plus 30 seconds. I think we didn't deserve such a harsh penalty like this. And but anyway, we cannot do anything. And sometimes when you lead the championship, it's like this.
Great point there at the end from Pierre Guidi in terms of they are leading the championship and a racing incident. And I think Ryan was spot on with his observation that it was really the consequence of that hit, Bob, that 68 car that was very much in contention for that GT4 win today. That hit put them behind the pit wall with subsequent damage. So
It looked to me like a racing incident, but then with the hit and the Toyota being damaged, the stewards made that call. I think if the 68 had continued, I think to Pierre Guidi's point, we took the spin, we got the time loss while we're taking another hit on this.
Let's go back to Amanda.
Well, Nicholas Nielsen was behind the wheel of that racing incident. From your perspective on the track, what happened?
Well, yeah, obviously we had a contact. I mean, I was following the McLaren trying to go around the outside, and yeah, then mid-corner we had a contact, and I spun around, and yeah, it was unfortunate. I mean, I'm sorry for the other guy. You just told me that he had to retire, and I mean, for sure was not, let's say, intentional from my side. For sure not from his side as well. But I mean, in the end of the day, we share the track, and I mean, we had contact, the two of us, and yeah, in the end with the penalty, it is what it is. Whether it's hard or not, I think we just have to deal with it and try to get back in the race.
There's 3 hours and 25 minutes left in this race. Is there enough time for your team?
Yeah, it depends on a lot of things, how the race goes on with the full course yellows and so on. But yeah, we have a good car, we have a good team, so hopefully we can fight a bit back.
And another question as we figure all these logistics out, why did you drive through the pits?
Sorry?
Why was the drive through the pits?
When, for the refueling,
yes.
It was just a short pit stop.
Just now?
Sorry, I didn't see it, so I don't know.
We'll figure all this out together, I'm sure. Thank you, Nicholas.
Yeah, I think what they did there, I think they may have thought, oh, we'll come through and serve the drive-through, realized they couldn't do that under caution, so elected to do the short stop. So it was a 65-second stop, which is legit, has to be under the 80-second maximum. If you take one tire or no tires, just do a splash of fuel, that's totally legit. So I think they're good on fuel, they're top back up again, but by coming down pit lane, the net loss, it takes 53 seconds to transit pit lane, but the net loss compared to someone standing on the racetrack, I believe is going to be about 28 seconds or so, plus the 30-second stop and hold.
Right.
So it's going to cost them about a minute to the leaders.
Yeah. Lights off on the safety car. Well, the lights are on, but the wave by is going on. So we anticipate when that is done, we'll go back to green flag action and see what happens with the 51 Ferrari. But you can tell, in the words of both of the AF Corsa drivers we heard from, I just drive the car. It's not my job.
Well, I think that's the right decision to make as well. The last thing you want to do, even if you disagree with it, if the strategy's made a call which is the wrong one, is don't lay that blame. He's a factory guy, and he made the right call there in terms of his words to us.
Mm-hmm.
So up front, leading this pack, we have the overall leader, Jordan Pepper, aboard that black Lamborghini Huracan, the number 3 car. Talked about it all day. Don't seem to have quite the last few tenths of the Ferraris, but they've worked the strategy, done a wonderful job of staying out of trouble. Had that little glitch with the cut-down tire or a puncher early in the race, but it's come back their way with the timing of the yellows. So you look a little deeper in the pack there. The 5th car in line is Danny Yukodea, who's second in class. And then a little bit deeper still, you got Foco aboard what is now the lead Ferrari, sitting in 3rd overall.
So they closed the pit lane exit to allow the field to go by. Which I'm sure was annoying to the 2 cars that were caught out by the red flag.
And essentially they do that when you basically got 1 lap to go. So I believe that pit lane closes in terms of anyone coming in, and also closes for anyone coming out when they're 1 lap to the restart. So anticipate the lights to go out here. I believe it's down in turn 7 where they turn them out. We'll wait and see if they'll change their mind on that one. Once those lights go out, theoretically at least, I've never seen anyone get a call on this. When the lights go out, you're supposed to stop weaving and doing any tire warming. They really want the field just to get in order, get compressed.
Well, we see acceleration and braking going on, no weaving.
Yeah, and that's really just to generate that brake temperature. What that then does, it then puts that heat up through the upright into the wheel itself, which is bolted to the upright, of course, and then into the inner core of the tires. It's still flashing Bob or not? Something inside the front windshield, I'm not sure.
Yeah, can't see it very clearly. It's like all of the cars immediately behind the safety vehicle think the green flag is coming.
Yep. Great visuals here.
As you'd imagine with Roger Penske taking the reins here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the place is absolutely immaculate. Took the greenskeeper from the nearby golf course, Brickyard Crossing, to come over and tender his own grass. He said, looks a lot better on the outside of the fence than the inside. Let's see what he can do.
Well, we are not going to get a green flag because this safety vehicle is still out there. I guess we're going to pick up some debris.
That may have been called in by one of the drivers out there. Just said we've still got some debris out here. They can then do an instant message up to the race control.
From that high aerial shot, you also had a glimpse of the Hall of Fame Museum here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, which is an absolute bucket list item if you're a race fan.
It is well worth a visit. If you can come here and enjoy some racing, even better, but nonetheless, come and take a look at this wonderful facility. Go on the tour, walk through the museum, just great history.
You can board a shuttle and take a lap or two of the racetrack. No, you do not get to drive.
Wonder if they take them around the road course as well now. It's become such a popular circuit venue and great racing that we've seen here.
I had a lap of this road course, back around 2000, I guess, in a Mercedes AMG street car at the hands of Formula One driver Heinz-Harald Frentzen.
Did he give it one? Did he go for it?
Yeah, he got after it, I have to say. It's so hard to tell because, you know, pro drivers, and you know, because I'm sure you're this way too, Calvin, it's such a comfortable, you know, relaxed kind of thing. I mean, most of us, when we think of going 10/10ths, it's all white knuckles and frozen spine and all that kind of stuff. But, you know, really high quality race drivers just look so natural and easy and casual about it. I remember going around in a Porsche with Hurley Hayden once at my home track at Road Atlanta. He had his elbow out the window the whole lap.
Okay, and as we're doing this, a lot of factors coming into play here. As you look at the clock, we're about 5 minutes away of doing this race on 3 more maximum stint lengths. Actually, we're pretty close to doing it on 3 more maximum stint lengths because the time on pit lane doesn't count, and you're on pit lane for close to 2 minutes. We're right in the window here. We could do it on, if you were full of fuel right now, you could do it on just 2 more pit stops. Safety car stays out. Let's see if anyone's going to do a reset here or try and play with the strategy a bit. Don't want to give up too much track time, but if you've got poor track position right now, you may take the option of just resetting that 65-minute stint for your drivers. See any takers. Pit lane looks pretty empty. There's one person coming down there, so maybe that's the reason why. It's constantly evolving, so you can't afford to get locked into your strategy. It changes with every moment in this race.
Mm-hmm. That's the 99.
The reason they're doing this, they can now make the checkered flag on just 2 more stops, 3 more stints, because you lose 2 minutes on pit lane. So if you go, well, 3 times 65 means you're still 2 minutes outside of that. But remember, the transit time on pit lane does not count. So when you hit pit lane, it stops. It's not when you get to your pit box. It's pit in, and it doesn't start again until you get pit out. So if you've got 2 more stops, you're going to burn 4 minutes off that clock. This could be huge. Could this be enough to get them back on that lead lap? Love the strategy call.
Mm-hmm. Lucas Stoltz still shown in the car.
Wonder if that car was wounded a little bit, because Stoltz's defense of staying on that lead lap to the Ferrari wasn't as kind of push as I would have thought. Engel looked like his car was a little bit quicker when he was behind the wheel. Then he got hit by the Audi. Doesn't take much. You get hit in the rear corner, just that rear alignment's out a little bit. Might just be a couple of these corners where you're suddenly not got the bite when you're loaded through there. the Ferrari still has to serve its stop and hold time, the 51. I think you have to be back to green flag racing. I don't think he can duck in as we're going back to green. Believe he has to take the green on the racetrack. Then he has a couple of laps, as you said, Bob. He just got 2 times by the stripe to serve that penalty. Otherwise, there'll be consequences. Doing a thorough cleanup here.
Hey guys, sorry I was out for a moment getting some refreshment, so no restart while I was out?
No, you didn't miss a thing.
Okay.
The only thing you did notice probably walking in the door is that the 99 car elected to come down pit lane and refresh everything and reset their drive times. We now see one of the Audis. Is it an Audi, right? Yeah, one of the Audis, Santa Luc car, doing the same thing as the 26.
That would be the silver class front runner. Yes, 6th overall. Brilliant Pennis. I think they see the same math that you do there, Calvin. We've got Crucial Motorsports in the pits doing a driver change, it appears. And then McLaren in the top left of the screen. Yeah, the timing of this suddenly opens up a lot of strategy options for you.
And let's have a look here with the 99. Did they do that final driver change? Stoltz stayed in. So we haven't seen Gunon, right? So he could have theoretically got in at this point and been okay to do the max 3 hours, 15 minutes, but still showing Stoltz on our timing and scoring screen.
Sometimes it takes a moment or two to update, but perhaps it is indeed still Lucas Stoltz behind the wheel. Taking this opportunity is Santa Luc to go ahead and do the four tire service.
Those scuffs going on.
Good eye. I think you're onto something.
12 sets of tires you were given for the whole race weekend once your official practice started. So not the paid test sessions here this weekend, but 12 sets of tires. If you made the pole shootout, you got an extra set for that session. If you want to keep that in your rotation, you have to give one of the old sets up.
Jordan Pepper continuing to circulate out in front. He's inherited that lead and has led several laps, but they've all been behind the safety car.
Come on, both of my colleagues have had their breaks. I need one, but I want to be here for the restart. I need what they call a natural break in cycling.
Maybe the safety car was accelerating away, but the lights remain on. Interesting, we talked some about the changing conditions, how much warmer it has become since the start of the day, up about 20 degrees ambient Fahrenheit. Another car making its way to the pits. I think that's the TR3 Lamborghini. Remember, though, when we went full course yellow, as we look here at the track temperature and ambient temperature there here in Indianapolis. Remember when we went safety car early in this race, how aggressively weaving back and forth everyone went to keep those temps up. You don't see that to the same extent here. As we look at the final point standings for Fanatec GT World Challenge America powered by AWS. And remember, we were chronicling Russell Ward's attempt to get to the 70% mark to score points that would have him leapfrog Michael Diamond and Robbie Foley, who had to withdraw from this event earlier in the weekend. He was close, but I think maybe as much as just 1 lap shy of reaching the distance threshold that he needed to score points today, and as a consequence is forced to settle for 4th.
What a heartbreak. My gosh, you couldn't get closer to that 3rd place finish in the standings.
Yeah, and I think what may have happened, they may have felt they were good because they had an hour to basically get back out there and do a handful of laps. So I would have thought whatever it takes, it's like, okay, we're not a factor for the 8 hour anymore, we're just going to park the bus, right? But it's like, and I think we're good on percentage-wise for the 3 hour, but suddenly, as we said, if it went green, you're going to accumulate a lot more laps. That 70% mark in terms of a distance was going to move. And I really feel, I mean, I don't know how bad the damage was. It could have been chassis damage or whatever, but if it was something that they could have taken maybe 30, 40 minutes to fix, get the car back out there, even at a reduced pace, could have been enough to get them those handful of laps they needed.
Top speeds overall. Giacomo Altoe has held that position since the beginning of this race, basically. Every time we've seen Race Vision powered by AWS, it's been Altoe at the top. Back to the windward story, though, maybe it was a case of the goalpost moving on them because they were looking at the amount of laps completed through the first 2 hours. Well, there were a lot of safety cars in the first 2 hours. The third hour ran green.
You couldn't just add 50% of those laps because there's going to be more in that last third of the race potentially. Yeah.
Exactly. Ooh, I think we are close to a restart here. The track cleanup is complete. Lamborghini Urus leaves us with the Lamborghini Huracan leading this train of cars. Jordan Pepper with several lap cars between himself and his closest pursuer, Daniel Juncadella, in the ACA ASP Mercedes, but it's K-Pax on home soil coming up to take the green flag, weaving back and forth. The green flag waves once again. Pepper trying to get those tires up to temperature and back up to speed. The challenge is on, not for position, just for track position behind, side by side, and it all happens in front of second place running Juncadella.
Yeah, the 34 car there, he's probably thinking, what the heck is he doing? That's Dennis Olsen there. But he's really just trying to clean up those tires. When you're running around at low speed like this, you get all of the pickup. It snowballs those tires. You're just collecting all of that debris. With Jordan Pepper, he's really just trying to clean them off. It's not so much a temperature gain, it's just getting the tires clean once again. Look offline, you can see all that clag, as our friend Mr. Hobbs likes to call it.
Right. All those bits of rubber that just grind off the surface of the tire.
This is the fifth place running Audi. So top two here, Lamborghini, then a lapped Porsche, then the second place running Mercedes. Then go back to those two yellow and red Ferraris. They run third and fourth, albeit with a caveat, which we'll get to in a second. Then Hassa here in this Audi coming through in sixth. Make that in fifth. And we got to go back to Christopher Mies in this 32 car. He runs sixth. Final car on the lead lap with 3 hours and 9 minutes to go. Now the caveat I mentioned, that is still the unserved stop and hold penalty to the number 51 car, the pole-sitting Ferrari that currently runs fourth with Cone Ledegaard driving.
And the key is going to be that pit lane loss. So let's see if he dives this time. Here he comes. I believe he's going to lose about 60 seconds to the leaders with this. 30-second hold. I think the ultimate time loss takes you 53 seconds to come down pit lane, but the other cars out there are burning about 25 seconds as well to cover the same amount of distance, albeit on the racetrack.
Now coming to a stop, this is the hold plus 30 seconds part of the penalty. That was for contact that was going on an hour ago, if not more, with the then GT4 leading Smooge Racing Toyota.
Came in 3.5 seconds behind the leader. We'll see where he comes out.
If indeed it comes out to about 60 seconds lost, that's effectively 2/3 of a lap here. These GT3 cars doing laps just over 90 seconds or a minute and a half.
Even though that 51 car has really been the pace setter all day, as the fastest lap of the race still set very early when it was super cool there by our pole sitter Pierre Guidi at a 1:34.0. You're not going to catch that up. You don't have enough pace to just cut into potentially a minute loss. So they're going to need a reset, I think, to really have a chance at winning here.
Good pace here from Jordan Pepper. First time we've seen the Lamborghini out in front, and he's been able to build a gap over Juncadella ever so slightly, pulling out a couple of tenths the last time by. Penalty more or less served. Now it's just leaving the pit lane. Keep an eye on the background, trying not to lose a lap to the overall leader. That is a different Lamborghini coming through. I think that's TR3 Racing to the right of the screen. Others should be coming soon.
Yeah, he should be well clear. He should be about 40 seconds up the road, I think. Excuse me, 30 seconds up the road.
There we go. That's the difference. And he was very much in this picture, right? He pitted from right behind the fourth car in the frame and now finds himself almost a full lap behind.
I've been waiting to get a good read on what the ultimate time loss is, so this will give it to us. Looked like the cars were closer than I thought they'd be, so net loss on pit lane, maybe 30 seconds plus. Could be about 65 to 70 seconds back of these leaders.
Well, and you have to slow down from the 50 kph to come to the stop, then accelerate away. There's obviously delays in being released and things of that nature, so you add a couple of seconds here on the fringe.
We just had a restart, so perhaps the field is not fully up to speed.
True.
Juncadella has cleared that traffic now. He sits there second on the road and second overall. So we'll see what sort of pace he has compared to Jordan Pepper. We don't believe these are the two fastest cars in this race, so I'll clue into that
71 machine of Waco as well. It's really going to be a good litmus test here to see who. The temperatures are going to be about the same now for the rest of this race. Track conditions may evolve a little bit with more and more rubber going down, but not going to be a big temperature delta between this point in the race and the checkered flag here tonight.
For my money, I'm not so sure that the Audi hasn't been the fastest car, but all of the pro cars have been waylaid by one problem or another. It's been a relatively flawless run for this car, which leads in silver. Tire down. Pippa Mann driving this NOLA Sport car. Big problems on the left side of that machine. And if she can't make it around, we might be looking at another safety car.
This would be huge for the 51. Look at that. Massive break if they get another yellow.
Delamination. The whole tread's coming off.
Trying to pick up where this is and if there might not be a place just to retire that car to safely. I think this is in 5, 6, and 6A, so can you pull off and find some place to park the car? I'm not sure. Pippa Mann here. Looks like already off the pace, knew something was amiss, and that was catastrophic. Oh, and looks, it punctured the radiator, I think. Wow.
Well, that's a pity.
Yeah, it is. It was a cool story. She got introduced to Sean Gibbons, who she's co-driving here this weekend, through a mechanic who worked with her on an Indy 500 entry who has roots in sports car racing, Dougie Livingston, and he set her up to meet Sean, and together, I make that Sam Owens, I think, excuse me, and together they put this program together. They've been working together for a while. Here we go, full course yellow is out, and the 71 makes the call to the pits.
Love it.
All right, what does this do, Cal?
Oh, this is perfect for them. Perfect timing. All of these teams that are hitting pit lane right now will be able to do it on 2 more stops to the finish. Not sure why the Capex team didn't come. It's much harder when you have that track position and leading, but that was going to fit right inside their window as well. It's also great for the 51. They're going to eat up all of that gap that they had.
Not just
I do not believe that your drive time gets reset when you're serving a penalty.
That is correct. That we did get that confirmed. Yes, that is absolutely the case. So interesting, the top 2 stay out. Everyone else on the lead lap, barring the silver class leader and Lucas Stoltz in the Craft Bamboo car. They stay out too. So actually not as many pit callers as I anticipated. Well, there comes the Santalock team going to work. Of course, Barrett we just saw pit late under the previous safety car, so that explains him. We saw the same thing for the, would that have been the 99 car of Stoltz, who appears to be on the lead lap again. Interesting.
Well, they made that pit stop, so once everything cycled through, that got them back on the lead lap.
Yeah, you're right. That brings them back into the picture with the reset of the drive time that they did, so they're probably not in a position where they feel they need to do this for their strategy right now.
No, you wouldn't want to give up that track position, I don't think. Shame for this group. Run by NOLA Sports. Really, excuse me, they were the different team this year. They won with NOLA Sports. Sean Gibbons did a championship last year. New team for this year. Here we go. Here comes Pepper. They wish they'd done it a lap sooner.
Most likely the case. The top 2 both in the same position, diving into the pit lane, trying to maximize all the speed there on the pit entry until you reach the commitment line. Just over 3 hours left. And this topsy-turvy race has given us a twist and a turn at every time of asking.
Tell you what, whoever's calling the strategy on the 71 has made a couple of really sharp calls here today. The AF Corsa team.
Yeah, they have. We've seen them take advantage of full course yellows on a couple of instances. And I think, was it the 71 earlier that was very opportunistic, but then had the issue with, in the pit stop itself. Was that the 51?
It was the 71, but then they had a penalty at drive-through for not grounding the car under refueling. 51 stop. So this is ideal for them, so they're going to be topped up on the same strategy as everyone else. That might have been a short stop. No, stop. So they're topped up, fresh tires. So this has really burned the K-Pax team here a little bit in terms of their track position.
Just when they finally got some too, this car lost all the track position they had. They started inside the top 10, but a ways back at the beginning of this race, had an early puncture that put them behind the 8 ball, but kept fighting, stayed on the lead lap, played their strategy right to vault to the lead. But then the timing of this safety car drops them a bit further down.
The reason the car stood still was there wasn't a ton of fuel, wasn't a full fuel load going on board, so all of that servicing gets done well ahead of time to then wait for the car to be released and not be underneath that minimum stop time. A minute 58 there, so see how they come out. 3-car, 157.4, so they used up a joker there. They're 6/10 underneath the minimum time. You're allowed 3 jokers for this race, but not cumulatively. You can't do a 3-second jump on one stop.
Right. I think this car made it through. The 71 did. I think the 25 would have as well. We'll see then where the 3 shakes out. K-Pax Racing Lamborghini, the 3. Shouldn't be too much in between there, I think. And the front of this field, and all of a sudden, we've got Lucas Stoltz up at the front in the number 99 car. What a great effort by that team. And we were writing them off when they dropped that lap, and shows what we know. Here they are, used the strategy right, got the lap back, now they're out in front.
Yeah, their last stop was a shorty though, so they probably don't have, could have full load of fuel, but not 4 fresh tires.
Right. But that's a sacrifice they will willingly make to get track position, get the lap back. Here we go at the top of the shot here. Keep an eye to see where the 3-car from K-Pax comes around. The 25 car is at the back of the train. That is now the 5th placed Christopher Haase-driven Audi, and here comes K-Pax through, ACA ASP as well. But as the safety car train came through, that meant the cars queued at the exit of the pit lane can come through, so it will be some GT4 traffic separating Jordan Pepper from the next car in the class, and that becomes a big deal coming to the restart because you can't pass even out of class before the start-finish line.
It does. We don't do a class split here with this championship in terms of putting the faster GT3 cars at the front and moving the GT4 cars behind them. So you're spot on, right? He's got to cut his way through this traffic. He's also got to wait on this initial green flag to pass cars till he gets to the start-finish line. So both for the number 3 and the 89, by missing the opportunity to pit 1 lap earlier, has cost them effectively 5 positions on the road.
And the track position, that goes with it. Down under 3 hours remaining here at Indianapolis. This is your kind of race, Calvin. Crunching those numbers, trying to stay on top of the strategy.
Well, I think it's fun, and I think to the purist, you may say, well, this is not right. You've got cars that have run quick all day and the timing of a yellow, but it keeps it entertaining. Otherwise, you're just going to get locked in. After an hour, you can almost say, well, if he doesn't have a problem, he's going to win this race. So I love the fact that there's this mix-up. We've seen it several times here today with the timing of these full caution periods.
Lucas Stoltz has vaulted back to the front of the order. Craft Bamboo Racing, the safety car peels off. We reset the field here. Green flag flies once again with under 3 hours remaining. Several lap cars between Stoltz and his closest pursuer, who happens to be the Silver Cup leader. Baird's currently running in the 2nd spot overall. That's the Audi behind the side-by-side battle. Sun Energy 1 and GMG Racing. Now we drop back a little bit. This is some of the mixed class racing that we have here without the class split. It gets awfully interesting, awfully quick.
It really does, and this is where you got to make those perfect decisions. How much risk versus reward is there right now? We're still just under 3 hours to go.
Looks like Nielsen has dropped a lap somehow in the 51 car. It's being shown in 10th, 8th overall, and 1 lap down across the line. So that is interesting. That's the pole-sitting car.
I don't think it's time for
that could very well be. We'll let that play out because that would be a massive development if that was indeed the case. Here's the 71. 71 runs 4th. Alessio Rivera trying to carve through this traffic, chasing down Christopher Mies, who runs 3rd overall.
Tight there down at the brake zone. There's turn 7. They both split that Black Swan car, which has been doing a really good job in GT4. I'm not sure if the 54 car still has the lead, Ryan.
Let's take a look.
I think they do. They still have the lead.
Yes.
Oh, problems here for the 20 car once again. Oof, some fire there in the right rear corner.
This is a car that's had a long day already. Suspension damage from an earlier collision. Not sure if that's related, but it is stopped here in 6 and 6A. And this looks like a likely further full course yellow safety car. Lucas Stoltz out in front. Just waiting to see how long we remain under green. Now we pan back. This is where Bert runs 2nd overall. Leader in silver. And he has 3 seconds in hand over Christopher Mies. 2nd in the pro class, but 3rd overall. This is Mies now, right behind this car. 63 cars a lap down. Smithson driving. That car's had its strife today. Back in 19th, but 5th in Pro-Am. Here's Mies. This is a car that got very fortunate with the timing of one of the more recent full course yellows, because they were about to come under threat to go a lap down. They instead caught back up, and now they're very much in the mix.
Stay green, so I think they're trying to evaluate to see if now we finally go yellow, just as I say. That was looking down at my notebook. Full course yellow once again. Still trying to determine if that 51 car is down a lap. I mean, timing and scoring is taking a while to cycle here, but I don't understand how they could have gone down a lap.
Trying to sift through that too.
Yeah, so he served the penalty. So taking that pit stop was a mistake. I mean, they should have been on top of that to know if they were going to lose a lap by taking that opportunity. It was a full service too, so they should have just done a splash. Huh.
Just as we were singing their praises.
Well, the 71 we were singing their praises.
True. But all within
I
the
assume by them taking it on the 51, they were good, but
yeah,
it's indicating they're not good.
Curiouser and curiouser. Yeah. Well, the speed is arrested yet again. Here we go. We see the 2 cars on track, 51 over 71, but that's not how they're scored on timing of scoring. So the 51 has dropped a lap. Whole sitting car.
Yeah, he's trapped between the leader and the 71, so that is a definite. So there's the leader, and then you got the 51 in between the leader and the 71, who's running 4th. So you can imagine that our man behind the wheel of the 51 car, Nielsen, is going to be on max attack. That's his only chance. He's got to catch the leader, pass him, get on that lead lap, and then somehow get another yellow to get back in this game.
That's what it would take.
That was a massive error by that team. We don't have all of the information. We're just trying to glance at timing and scoring now and again. We don't have our heads totally in the game, but they had to serve that penalty. That cost them just over a minute. And then when they came down pit lane, we assumed they were good to do that and still stay on the lead lap, but they weren't.
That could be very costly for Ferrari. That's been their front-running car by and large. Certainly the pole-sitting car ran at the front early. 71 has shown its strength as well. It's like Jan Halen climbing out of the Wright Motorsports Porsche. Appears to be day done early for the esteemed Ohio-based Porsche operation. Hopefully it's a quick cleanup. Looking forward to resuming racing here soon. Again, this is the 2nd leg of the Globetrotting Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Pirelli. The season kicked off back in late July and actually ended in August by virtue of the Total Energy 24 Hours of Spa being a 24-hour race. This marks the second round of a diminished 3-race calendar here this year. Intentions were to race 5 races on 5 continents, primarily utilizing local teams and local championships to field the cars, but with a fair amount of international teams doing some heavy lifting too. Up next will be the season finale, though. First weekend in December. Kyalami, 9 hours. Great place to wrap up the season. Early reports are that there should be a significant influx in local teams, double digits, participating in that event, which is great. Part of the reason behind that event being organized in the first place was to try and boost local motorsport in South Africa. Plus an influx, of course, of international entries headed down there to contest the season finale. Really cool racetrack, and it seems like every year it's been held twice. Really dramatic images late in the race with the sun coming down, and it's part of the rain season. It's almost on a cycle. You can count on it a certain time of the day. Massive thunderstorms, lightning strikes left and right, heavy rainfall, which had a huge impact on the way the race played out last year. Quite frankly, robbed Acura, or Honda, as they're campaigned elsewhere outside of the U.S., of a chance to win that race.
Quick side note to that, Bryce Ward, who's Russell Ward's father, had a chat with him earlier this year about, how did you get involved in racing? He actually went to school within earshot of Kyalami. He could actually hear the race cars going around the track when he was sitting in the classroom. So that will certainly put that passion in your blood.
Hard to stay focused on your schoolwork when you hear race engines off in the distance, I have to believe.
I tended not to go to school. I went go-karting instead.
Hey, it served you well. Kids at home, not sure that's the advice you should be given, but...
I had the record for that. Used to get 2 ticks per day, like each half day. So you'd get a 0, and I had the record. I had 70 zeros in one term, which is 13 weeks.
Oh, my goodness.
Basically means you skipped about 7 weeks of school.
That sounds like the dream for a schoolboy. Still lights on the safety car, so we're not going to be going green yet. Shouldn't be in need of any wave-by procedures. Those were taken care of during the last one. And we weren't green long enough to shake things up to require it here. I see a Ferrari coming to pit lane in the background. Now, which one is this?
51.
Okay. Well, help me make sense of this one, Cal.
Well, they're just going to do a reset here, so I don't understand, because you're now eliminating the ability to get back on that lead lap. So
I guess the thought process might be you top off here, that extends your next stint.
Everyone's good to go on 2 more stints anyway. It's not like you're saving a stop. He's not going to do it on 1 stop from here, so we've still got to do 2 stops. The rest of the leaders have to do it on 2 stops, and you're eliminating the ability to cut through a... I mean, he would have had a chance to been on the fastest car on the racetrack to catch the leader and get back on that lead lap. Now he's at the tail end of the pack.
Potentially, I mean, certainly so. Is there a possibility, though, where deep in this stint, should we go green through, and everybody else ahead of him is forced to pit, he can go a little longer.
If you caught a yellow then.
Exactly.
Exactly. Yellow then, yeah.
That's the best I can come up with.
I like it.
And maybe their thought is...
I'm not sorry, I like it. I agree with it.
Well, they're between a rock and a hard place, right? Because, yes, they could race their way back onto the lead lap, but that's a tall order, especially when you look at even some of these Pro-Am lineups that are in between. We're at a point in the race now where it's mostly the pros running. None of these passes are going to be easy. So perhaps the thought process is it's going to be difficult to race our way there. We're going to need a yellow anyway. Our shot is to try and catch that yellow late in this stint while we stay out longer than everyone else. That's the best I can come up with.
Yeah, they're all pro cars anyway, so it's not like the cars you got to get past are going to have any amp drivers in there. I mean, I'll put it this way. I agree with the way you're thinking. I'm not sure I like the way you're thinking.
Fair enough. Now we'll see if it works.
Hey, we should have a little $5 wager on it.
You got it.
No IOUs.
Safety car accelerating away. Looks like green flag is imminent here at Indianapolis. 2 hours, 46 minutes left in the second running of the Indianapolis 8-hour presented by AWS. Lucas Stoltz has jumped to the lead. Some nifty pit strategy from Craft Bamboo Racing. Accelerating away, lapped car behind. That's Ollie Milroy in the Inception Racing car. As Stoltz puts the pedal down, accelerates and builds a gap. Second place on the racetrack is the leader in silver. That is Bert in the Audi, 5th car in line. Then you got to go back to Christopher Mies, the Audi, poking his nose out, looking to the inside, trying to defend a challenge here. Rivera going for the final podium spot in the pro class. The door is slammed shut by the lap DXDT Racing Mercedes, and Rivera has to settle back in and try again later.
Yeah, that is the battle for P3 overall right now, even though they're buried deep in the pack of this traffic. The 75 car really created quite the gap from those lead two as they came through 14. Conrad now behind the wheel of the Sun Energy machine, so got caught napping a little bit there.
Oh, Rivera charging. This is that pace of the Ferrari we've been talking about. The 71 car has led this race, got shuffled back a little bit here as of late, but putting some pressure on what has to be admitted to be a slightly second-hand Audi R8 just up ahead. That car's been through the war, some damage evident on the left front.
One thing we didn't see any penalty, did we, for Mies doing that overtake on pit lane? I mean, I don't get it. I mean, it's under yellow, and he passed the car on pit lane. You can't pass a car unless it's totally disabled. Because the guys may be running, 5 to 10K slow, doesn't mean you have the opportunity to make that pass.
Yeah, that's true. But we race on. Right in the thick of things. Saw a moment ago, K-Pax Racing trying to fight its way back forward after losing the track position. This is the black Lamborghini working its way to another mostly black Lamborghini, at least on the back. Can't make the pass, and that opens the door here. Danny Jugadea up the inside. Who puts the power down sooner? Oh, look at that move, threading the needle.
That is a battle for position there you're looking at between the second of the Lamborghinis, the dark black car, and the Mercedes right behind him. Bill Sweedler there doing a tremendous job. Great to see Bill back. He's really been a stalwart of GT3 racing over the years, had huge success, won some of the biggest races in the world. He's won at Le Mans, Sebring, Daytona, won a GT championship here on North American soil.
Not an easy one to get by. Audi following through. He is not a contender. That's Mattia Drudy, 10th overall in the pro class, rather, 15th overall. Trying to claw his way back forward. Great restart here. Lucas Stoltz leads in the yellow Mercedes. Then we drop back a couple of cars. Look for the blue Audi coming through the frame, the first of two. Then in third place, the Stars and Stripes liveried Audi. Christopher Mies, he runs third. And right behind, Alessio Rivera in fourth in that yellow and red Ferrari.
To Bob's point earlier, all of these cars are pretty much identical in terms of achieving lap time. So you got that silver class car running second overall. Great run there for the 26 machine of Bart.
A couple of cars a lap down, fighting it out in front of second, third, and fourth overall. That backs them up.
Oh, somebody straight.
Yeah. Who is that? That is Bert. That is the silver leader. Doesn't cost him a whole lot in class outside of track position.
75 peeled off, I think. He's hit pit lane.
Killed him in the overall order, but the closest in silver is still quite a ways behind, I think. That's Jacob Abel, but you're right. Pro-Am Sun Energy 1 car comes to pit lane. Okay, move up the inside here. This would be for position. Hassa on Mies, book it.
71 car.
That was the
now
winner
up
there.
to second, 9.2 seconds back. So dealing with all of that traffic has allowed Stoltz to escape a little bit, scamper down the road, nearly 10-second gap. Does he have the pace to maintain that lead? That's going to be the key factor right now. Once we clear this traffic, get some clean air, then we can analyze at this late stage of the race who has the pace to win this.
And what set that up?
Oh, that's tight. That's really tight. He's going to lose the momentum come through this one. Here come the two Audis.
Can Hassa make it 2 moves in 1 lap? He just went around a fellow Audi runner into turn 1 a few moments ago, closes in, but Rivera keeps him at bay. The lap car ahead, that's James Safronis, GMG Racing, second in Pro-Am. He was racing with Conrad, who was the leader in the Pro-Am class. That's what stacked them up and set up that opportunity for Rivera to pounce and jump up to second. That was right through this section of the track the last time by. Don't believe Conrad and Safronis were on the same lap, so I think that was Safronis trying to unlap himself within the Pro-Am battle, 1 and 2 there. And Safronis has good pace. He's a very experienced driver, plenty of time in a 911 GT3R.
He couldn't give me the exact number, but we estimated about 250 World Challenge SRO starts, so a ton of experience, loves his racing. Doesn't do it on a full-time basis anymore, really focuses on his customer racing activities. Ooh, that was tight there, Ferrari peeking his nose down the inside.
Not sure what the incentive is, though, for James not to let this battle through. And maybe that's exactly what he's going to try and do here.
Again as well.
Yeah.
Not making it easy. Come on, James. Be a good boy.
That's certainly what the Audi boys are saying, and James has some history with Audi. He's run Audis quite a bit. In fact, a couple of GMG Audis are racing this weekend. There's a GT4 one in this race. Not cutting the manufacturer any breaks at the moment.
When he had the GT World Challenge title, I think it was like early 2004 maybe, and he had Rene Rast, an Audi factory driver, in a sister car. Dramatic final few laps. Johnny O'Connell was in the mix and everything. Just a fun race on the Houston streets.
It was. Right now, though, he's holding up these two Audis that run 3rd and 4th overall. That's let Rivera get away, and now I'm curious to compare Rivera's lap times now that he's clear. Looking up the inside comes Hassa. Nope, door shut in his face.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be a popular guy. I mean, I love James Safronis, I love the way he races, but right now he should just back it off, let these leaders go, and then settle back in. He's compromising his own race time by getting so racy here.
Looks like this one is a fait accompli at this point. Hassa pulls to the inside and clears him. Now can the team car, or the sister Audi car at least, Mies, follow him through?
It's allowed Pepper to catch these Audis.
Yes.
So certainly paid a favor to K-Pax, who are trying to get back in the game here after missing that opportunity to make the pit stop a lap earlier than they did, which was several minutes ago now with the time it took us to get back to racing.
Mies clears the lap car. Now it falls on Jordan Pepper to do the same. K-Pax Racing started back just inside the top 10. Very aggressive move up the inside. Pepper makes it work.
Spicy move.
It was. Like a ghost Pepper, our Jordan Pepper. Rapid South African driver from a racing family. Father Ian, touring car driver in South Africa.
Sister races as well, right?
Yeah, Tasman races in the W Series, and has done some other racing too. Well done. All right, it settled down a little bit at the front, at least for the moment. Pepper gets through, and now is starting to put the pressure on Mies. And I don't know how compromised some of these Audis are. It seems like all of them have had contact at one point or another. Not sure if they're at 100%.
So up front, Stoss leads. That last lap, I think, was a clean lap for Rivera. He was just 0.3 quicker, so that's not a ton, with a 10.5 second gap to cut into. This will maybe be the true indicator here.
Cadea passed Safronis now, so the top 6 shouldn't have too much separating them in terms of lap traffic. Stoltz leads by 9 seconds, got that great restart. The car behind is a lap down. That's Inception Racing's McLaren. Great to see them back out and running after some issues. So Stoltz here through this loop at the front of the lap, headed down into it now. Turn number 5. Now the bottom of the loop, turn 6. Again, this portion of the racetrack was not utilized last year in favor of the quick chicane, but seems to be popular here this weekend. So coming out of 6A, we are 5.5 hours or thereabouts into this race. This is the leading car, Lucas Stoltz. Hard on the brakes into turn 7 at the end of Holman Boulevard. Looking back to P2, this Ferrari here, Alessio Rivera. That's what 9.8 seconds looks like. That's what separates those two. Then third place car of Hassa. 4th place car is Mies. That's the second Audi through. Then Pepper, then Jules Cadea. The top 6 just like that.
Yeah, and looking at that last lap time, the leader Stoltz at 1:35.66. Rivera, who's chasing 1:35.07, so 0.6. And he's got 9.8 seconds to make up, so that's going to take him a while.
And And behind Jugadea runs Baird, who is now 7th. He was running 2nd overall at the restart, but we saw him have that scary moment right here where he took oval turn 1 to avoid disaster, and he could afford to do that. He lost a lot of ground in the overall fight, but still leads in the silver class by a substantial margin, over a lap at the moment over the Racer's Edge Acura NSX GT3 Evo, driven by Jacob Abel. GT4 leader Jerome Bleekemoen, Black Swan Racing. They've come to the frontier right around the halfway mark of the race. And with the brothers Bleekemoen presumably to take this car home.
They have a massive lead. They're 2 laps ahead of the competition, so obviously played the strategy game well, stayed out of trouble, fast lap times, so they should just be very conservative from this point forward.
Well, you think about some of the front-running GT4 cars. This is the 2nd place car in class, but a ways down the order. Tom Dyer driving for Stephen Cameron Racing. But some of the early contenders in the class were cars that have had issues. We saw the NOLA Sport car beached their way back in the order. Problems for GMG Racing, and that Aston, they were stopped on track and I think brought out a full course yellow. That dropped them back as well. And then Smooge Racing, which was probably the dominant team until the contact that sent them behind the wall, has them out of contention. This is the 3rd place running car, though, in the class. Bimmer World Racing, James Clay, Bill Oberlin, and Chandler Hull.
I'm not sure we even saw Hawksworth get action here today, did we? We were looking forward to that. I think it was just Conway and Jesbray to that point. I think they had the strategy of maybe putting Jack in towards the end of the race for a triple. But Carl was retired before that could happen.
Yeah, I think you're right. It has been a costly affair. Lots and lots of safety cars.
Just got to keep grinding. Even though that 54 car is a 2-lap lead, it only takes one technical issue, a cut down tire early in a lap to have to get your way back to pit lane, eats up the clock. Suddenly someone else can be back in the game. Up front, that last lap, Stoltz again losing about half a second, so I'd say it's like between 5 and 7 tenths is the margin that Rivera is cutting into each time on the leader. Now he's got traffic.
So looking at 16 or 17 laps at that rate for him to catch that yellow Mercedes AMG.
Certainly a roller coaster ride for this team. A good qualifying run here yesterday. Qualified for the pole shootout. Gounod put the car 3rd in that session. Engel super defensive, but running quick lap times through the first couple of hours. Then he got tagged by Wirtz coming through turn 10. Survived that. Then they went down a lap, couldn't maintain the pace of the Ferraris, and Stoltz had to give up that lead lap. But just through strategy, timing, he did a stop about 3 yellows ago. We've had a lot happen here recently. About 3 yellows ago, they dove to pit lane, and it was really a perfect scenario for them to really get back in the mix.
Down the stretch they come.
Another 6 tenths.
Another 6 tenths. Down to, call it 8 seconds flat.
Both drivers super Oh, there's a problem for the 47. Looked like he lost the brakes or something to just dive for the inside of the apex. That would be a shocker to those 2 cars, both the 6060 RG entry and certainly are chasing Ferrari there. Something went amiss there in the brake zone. Not sure if he just missed his marks and elected just to dive. Realized he's going to run over the top of the cars in front, or what happened if there's a technical issue with the car. He's running okay now.
Might have been watching his mirrors and missed his brake point.
That was pretty wild there. Noble behind the wheel right now of that NOLA Sport car.
As mentioned earlier, they've been in and out of the gravel traps.
Yeah, they've had some issues. I wonder if they got some kind of ABS issues as well. When we're seeing cars go through the gravel, certainly seem to come back with some ABS issues. So the 99 cars having a strong day here today. And Amanda is in their pit box.
Yeah, and Jules Goulin is standing by watching as the Ferrari chases that Moon Eyes livery on the Mercedes. And you guys have worked strategy here today. Where are you guys in the position of your fuel strategy?
Yeah, first of all, I think our engineer Dirk and Philippe standing there and Henning and all the MG team did a fantastic job. We have to don't forget we were a lap down, few let's say 45 minutes ago. So it's pretty amazing to be in the lead now. You just don't know what will happen with the pace of the Ferrari and the Audi. They are really quick. So for sure, I'm gonna give it a full push, and I hope to talk to you after.
You told me at any moment you might have to go. Where is your mind at right now?
Wait.
In real time.
Yeah, and that's because we have a beached Ferrari, and is the AM class entry from AF Corsa. That's not getting out on its own, so full course yellow safety car should be coming out imminently. Mark Kwame is the driver at the moment.
So Guillaume went for his balaclava.
Yeah, he's going to be doing a rapid get ready to go.
There's the loop.
Kwame just losing it there. I think that's the entry to turn 6, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct. And as we've seen, these are deep gravel traps. So full course yellow safety car with 2.5 hours to go. A couple of developments to pass along. Some communication from race control helping to keep us up to date on what's going on here. Two things. Number one, GT4. We talked about the big lead for Black Swan. Evidently, there was an issue with the wave around, not of the team's doing, and they ended up with an extra lap. And from what I was told, the plan then is to find a way under the next safety car, which would be now, to give that lap back to the rest of the GT4 field. That is one of the things to keep an eye on. The other is the story about Marcus Winkelhock. Now, we talked about how his partner was due to give birth to their child, and he had dispensation to leave as soon as his stint is over. I understand he might be being called away earlier than anticipated, and as a consequence, due to force majeure, effectively, the series has waived the stint length rules effectively for the drivers, the other two drivers in that car. Marcus won't be able to go far enough that the other two won't run afoul. They wouldn't go over the maximum time in the car, and they've been given dispensation to do that, with Marcus taking off from Indy here, headed back home to welcome in a new addition to the family. Pit stops here.
I'll tell you what, I'm surprised the 99 car didn't come, but maybe it's because Gunon wasn't ready.
That is possible.
And that's one thing that whenever I was doing endurance races, you get buckled. Whenever you were in the window, if there was a yellow and someone, you get the call, you want to be right there and ready to go. You wouldn't be kind of chilling out. I'm not saying Jean-Marc was, but that's going to be sure.
Well, television came calling.
Anything for Amanda.
Well, I, for one, am glad television came calling. It's been fun working with you all season long. This, of course, was the final round of the American Championship. We wrapped that up 3 hours into this, and since then, the focus has been on the 8 hours, second leg of the Intercontinental GT Challenge, powered by Pirelli. And these safety cars and their timing have had a huge impact.
They're keeping him out. I think they've kind of thought it through, and it's like, you know what, we're still not in a point where we're going to eliminate a stop. If you double 65, you're still not going to do it on one more stop, so maybe they're just taking their medicine here. I would have thought you could have come and done a short fill. Didn't necessarily need to do a full fill. Because you're not going to get a fresh set of rubber, but you could do 2 short fills to get enough fuel. Are you with me? You could do like 2 half-tank fulls to mimic 1 full stop, but you'd only change 1 tire on each of those stops.
Right.
Go for the short stop. I'm still thinking about Marcus Winkelhock leaving early. I want his travel agent. It's a busy weekend at Indianapolis. I don't know how he's getting out of here. In addition to the racing, it's Comic-Con, and there was something else going on.
Yeah, downtown was interesting last night with Comic-Con going on. That's safe to say.
Are the Colts playing at home today?
They are playing. I believe they're in Houston.
Oh, okay.
But I might be wrong. I know they are playing Houston. Anyway, Mattia Drudy in the pits. That's another one of the front-running cars. They make the call here, but they're towards the back. So Now, they don't sacrifice track position at any rate. And that's maybe the argument against calling Stoltz in, but I'm kind of with you here, Calvin. I'm a little perplexed by this one.
Yeah, there's various strategies going on, but it's not ideal for them because it's going to put the teams behind them. The real key is if a team makes a pit stop, they top up with fuel under normal circumstances without this box that you have to be within in terms of the minimum, maximum times. That typically gains you time on pit stop. If you all come in together, less fuel to go on board, you leapfrog. But if you're doing a long stop and there's a minimum stop time anyway, by them not taking fuel right now, maybe it makes no difference. Are you with me? They come into the pit lane, they got to put more fuel on board, but you can't release the car anyway, even if you're putting 10 seconds less fuel on.
So use the time.
Mea culpa. Colts are at home. Up 24-3 for those interested. Spoiler alert, perhaps a bit too late. We'll turn our attention, though, to motorsport here the rest of the way. Don't need our commentary on American football. 2:25 left. That's 2 hours and 25 minutes.
Why are you blushing?
Well, I left the stick and ball world behind a few years ago. Once upon a time, that would have been...
I can see why.
That would have been right up my alley, but much happier calling motorsport and fun to do so here in my hometown. Indianapolis Motor Speedway, very special to me. Love my sports car racing, and this event, we are so happy to see it grow, basically doubling the grid size from last year. And it's been an interesting race, if not the most straightforward, it must be said, as the wave around begins. And this might be part of that maneuver to try and help correct the issue with the GT4 field. Yeah, you see some GT4 cars pulling out of line. And the GT3 cars need to know about this, because if they're weaving back and forth like Stoltz is when a GT4 car is coming through on this wave by, that could get dangerous quickly.
Oh, it's happened a couple of times today where, you know, you're through a sector of the racetrack. I really think you should have designated places to do that wave around, because you know, you're leading the race, you're behind the safety car, you haven't seen anyone in a while, you're kind of doing your own thing, you start to weave around, and then suddenly you got this GT4 car sliding it down the outside. I think it was through turn 5 and 6 we saw early in the going. I was like, wow, that looked really close. I think it was when the Ferrari was leading.
There's more of those marbles offline.
Oh, look at that. Yeah, when you're rolling around right now, particularly if you're coming out on fresh tires, they've not got the temperature. But if you're just finishing a pretty long green flag run and then you're rolling around on this, I mean, it just snowballs. Just the hot rubber on your tire just picks up all that clag and just builds up. You can hear it all hitting the inner fenders on the car as you're driving over it. See a lot of teams do that at the end of a race. There's a lot of things that have to be passed in post-race tech inspection, one of which is ride height. So you roll over all of that rubber. You see it in all forms of racing, of course. It's just to really build up the tires, add a bit of weight to the car, all legit, and also raises the ride height.
It's got to be like driving down a gravel road.
Also, when you're running in a racetrack that's wet, typically you run off the racing line, and that's a good indicator. When you're hearing all that noise, it means you're offline, and that's where the grip is in the racetrack under wet conditions, typically, not always.
So I think the safety car has been extended somewhat in order to achieve the wave around in the GT4 class, correct the error, and put everybody where they're supposed to be. I think the cleanup appears to be complete.
Got to wait for the GT4 cars to catch up.
Exactly right. Looking at the order here, this is the closest anyone has been to Stoltz. Christopher Haase will restart third in line, but is second overall. And only Ollie Milroy in between in the Inception Racing McLaren, which despite its struggles early on with what appeared to be braking issues, that car has been very fast with Ollie behind the wheel. He's been keeping pace with Stoltz when we've been going green, so it's not a foregone conclusion that Haase, Pepper, Juncadella, etc. will be able to drive forward and put the pressure on Stoltz right away, but it is the closest anyone has been to Stoltz in some time.
What I want to see is that 59 car get around the 3 car, and you can say bell pepper. Ryan missed that one.
Sorry. Following up on the Winkelhock story, evidently they will not need a exemption, is what I'm now being told. So apologies if the information wasn't clear earlier. But I do believe Marcus is leaving, so that part of it is more or less confirmed. And again, our best wishes to the Winkelhock family as they welcome a new addition.
Okay, clear something up for us, Bob. Is it Winkelhock? What is the law? What is the rule on these drivers?
It's both.
It's both. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm not German. But I think it's Winkelhock.
Winkel. Yeah.
And Wirtz.
Marco Werner, right? But there's been some exceptions to that. I always used to get confused.
Yeah.
Is it Willy Weber?
I think they just dropped the dough. Willy Weber? They don't want to get into it. Yeah, Willy Weber, I'm sure.
Like the lights were off momentarily on the safety car a few moments ago. I thought we were about to go back to green.
I always referred to Willy Weber as Mr. 20%.
Yeah, he's the second highest paid in the Formula One paddock, I think.
That's right, because the first was Michael Schumacher.
Yeah, very good point.
His client.
Yeah. All right, lights are extinguished. So we can focus in with 2 hours, 20 minutes remaining. Nope, the lights are back on. Never mind. I swear they were off for a moment there.
Well, they've also got that flashing thing on the windshield.
Yes.
And it's kind of hard to distinguish the two at a distance.
Should call attention to the driver of the safety car. Mike Stillwagon is his name, and if you've been following TC America, powered by the Skip Barber Racing School this season, Mike is part of the Skip Barber School team driver lineup. Not for the full season, but has done a significant number of races. And when he's not driving his race car, he's driving the safety car around.
He's been doing it a long time, too.
He's up there on the laps led list, I think it's safe to say. Okay, more GT4 cars coming through. So the class wave by not yet complete, it would appear.
I think this is more to fix the 54 car problem, right?
Yeah, I think so.
This is not a typical, just a normal wave by. They do a wave by at the end, but I think a lot of this has been determined by the 54 car getting a lap up on the competition. So it seemed extreme when we saw he's leading by 2 laps. Like, wow, how did that evolve? But
even still, even if he did end up with a free lap, that's still a 1 lap lead for the Black Swan team. And it's no surprise that Jerome and Sebastian Bleekemolen are quick, but you called attention to it earlier. Going back to Sebring and the stint towards the end of race 2 of the weekend that Tim Pappas put in Pirelli GT4 America, I've had a number of competitors, including Matt Travis, who was trying to chase him down, say, that's the best we've seen Tim race. It was really, really impressive. More cars coming by.
This is what I don't like.
Nope.
Just what you were talking about.
Yeah, I mean, that's the best place to do it, but I just hope everyone's on the same page. It's all good if, Stoltz knows that's going to happen and he's not going to venture off onto that gray area beside the racetrack, but it looks a bit hairy.
Yes, it does.
Okay, we're now within 7 minutes of stopping and doing it on one more stop. So 65 minutes minimum stint time. Add 2 minutes to that. Get 67. So yeah, we'll be really close to being able to stop in the near future and make it on one more stop to the finish.
Yeah, let's reset the strategy. Well, we'll do it in a moment. Now I can say with a better degree of certainty that we are about to go green because Mike Stillwagon has hustled that Urus up the road. It's headed for the pit lane. Lucas Stoltz will lead yet another restart. He should be used to this by now. This is at least the third that he has been out in front for over the last couple of hours. That yellow Craft Bamboo Racing Mercedes AMG GT3 Ollie Milroy trying to scrap back a lap. He's way down the order at the moment, back in 17th, but 4th in Pro-Am. That's the second car in line, the McLaren 720S GT3, but then you get to the contenders, and here's a move for second on the road. Picking to the outside, Jordan Pepper, working to the outside of Haase, now to the inside.
Oh, big commitment there down to the inside. Can he scramble through? Yes, he does. Here comes Junqueira trying to take advantage. Pepper slips wide. Haase hangs on.
Oh, yeah, big twitch there when he put the power back down, dropping a spot. Pepper looked like he was going to be up one, instead drops one to the ASP Mercedes.
Pepper got in there hot, Ryan.
Yes, he did. Hard on the brakes. Couldn't quite woe it up in time. Now drops back his spot. Junqueira now takes over third. Still the one lap car in between. Haase runs second, then this ASP Mercedes. Then Jordan Pepper in the K-Pax Lamborghini.
I think Milroy's trying to display what might have been here today for that Inception team, hanging with the leaders right now, albeit many laps down.
9 laps in total, but only 1 lap behind the next car in class, which would be good enough for the class podium. So that's the incentive there for Milroy to unlap himself. And as we know, safety cars breed safety cars, so if he can get around, there's a decent chance he can get that lap back, but it doesn't look like he quite has the pace of Stoltz here, and now Haase has closed in.
Yeah, and Pepper's kind of dropped back a little bit here, trying to regroup, get back into a rhythm. Sure if he picked up any debris when he ran a little bit wide there on his tires and just trying to get those cleaned off.
Speed shot up onto the banking.
That is awesome.
Just watch and listen.
165 to 168 miles an hour, the speeds we've been seeing into the speed trap here, down at the end of the front stretch. Pepper now, got to get going. He's got to get up on the wheel. The strategy calls have been good all day, and then the last one, well, not the last one, but about an hour ago, they didn't take the opportunity to pit with some of the others, cost them the track position. He went on the attack on that restart and lost a little bit.
These leaders aren't all on the same pit sequence, it's worth noting, and that very well could have a distinct impact on the ultimate outcome. 5th place running cars, this blue Audi, that is the leader in silver. Charles Bert behind the wheel, or Nicolas Bert, excuse me. And Rob Bell is behind. This is the orange Crucial Motorsports McLaren, not a battle for position, not even for out-of-class overall position, as Bell is 1 lap down. Bert is not, but that now drops Bert back a little bit further. Behind him is the 2nd place running car in silver, Jacob Abel, and they are on the same lap. So battle is on for the silver lead.
Yeah, they're having a really good day.
Nope, I'm sorry, they're not on the same lap. Excuse me, there is 1 lap between them.
Still a great performance, got good position right now on the road. Solid stints by all of their drivers as we now see the 99 hidden pit lane. They can make this pit stop now, be able to do it on 1 more stint to the finish. So you're burning about 2 minutes coming down pit lane, then 2 65-minute stints. It's going to be tight though. So they'll burn 2 minutes here, 2 minutes on the next stop. So they're just inside that window. Just plays out. Take 4 minutes off that, give you 2 hours, 10 minutes, cut that in half, 2 65-minute stints.
Driver change underway. That then does give that lap we were talking about back to Ollie Milroy in Inception Racing. Puts him just that little bit closer to Bill Sweetler. Actually, there is more in between them than I...
By a short stop as well.
Yeah.
So they're just doing the short stop, resetting everything. Gunos in his first action of the day.
Speaking of cars that have dropped a lap, this number 51 team has to be so frustrated. They were caught on pit lane and lost a lap. I think they were surprised, as surprised as we were, that that's the way it played out. That was about an hour and a half, 2 hours ago. They find themselves stuck down in 10th.
Is that all tires? Just 1. Just did all 4, so this is a long stop. It'd be no less than 118 seconds when he hit pit in.
Pitted from the overall lead, so should not be in jeopardy of losing a lap in this sequence. But that promotes Haase now to the lead. Junqueira 2nd, Pepper 3rd as they run. But As I said, he shouldn't lose a lap. These are the leaders coming through. All right, Calvin, help me make sense of this one.
Let's take a look and see how long he takes. Wow, 158.2 at that stop for the 99.
Well, the reason you're going to lose a lap is because the lap is shorter than a minute 58.
You're right. You're right. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Miscalculated that one, didn't I? Mea culpa. Sorry. We race on. And so for now, it does put the Kraft Bamboo car 1 lap down. Didn't have the lead in hand that we saw from the overall leader earlier in a similar circumstance.
That's why I thought you could have done a short stop there.
Yeah.
I don't think you'd have been out of fuel. So, I mean, with a short stop, I think it allows you about 27 seconds of fuel. It's about 2/3 of a fuel load. So even if you're a little bit shy, I mean, he would have stayed on the lead lap with a short stop.
This has been a tricky one to follow. It goes without saying. Christopher Haase leads the second car in line. Audi, number 25. Santalok Racing, the team, with ACA ASP right behind. Mercedes team, Danny Juncadella driving, and Jordan Pepper from K-Pax Racing, who lost that spot on the restart. But he's not lost touch with this Mercedes. Comparing lap times, last lap, marginally advantage was for Pepper. How about this time by? We'll see. Wait for them to cross the line. And again, marginally quicker, just about a 10th. There's good pace in this Lamborghini. It's just taken basically the whole weekend to really see what it was capable of.
Yeah, it's certainly come their way as we've got more and more rubber down and race trim. The car looks good. What a story it would be if the 99 car could, the 89 car couldn't pull off this big result here today. Talked about it earlier in the race, Ryan, about how this car had to get here this weekend.
And for those just joining us, we'll go ahead and rehash it. Apologies for redundancy for those who've heard the story before, but it bears repeating. ACA ASP sea-freighted this chassis over to the U.S., thought it was going to be here in plenty of time, and it was on U.S. shores in plenty of time, but a holdup in the port in Norfolk, Virginia. A long drive, 700 miles, 1,200 kilometers to get to Indiana in the center of the country, more or less, from the eastern seaboard. When that car was released from customs, that was all the way back on Friday night and had to be driven overnight, arrived just before pre-qualifying Saturday morning yesterday. They turned it around in a couple of hours, had it on track, topped pre-qualifying, and has been fast here so far. 26, the silver class leader, comes to the pits. That should be right on time. You see the car sitting and waiting. That tends to be a good sign. And now they release it. It's a good sign because there's a minimum amount of time you are required to spend in pit lane depending on what service you choose to do, but assuming it was full service, must be 118 seconds.
Yeah, if there's any wait, that means they're doing the long stop. Otherwise, there's just a max time, so you can go as soon as you want to if you're doing a short stop. So if you see the car sitting, that indicates that they are on the long stop procedure, which has a minimum time of 118 seconds.
See very hungry Jules Gounon, who just got placed inside this car. Looks like he might be tasked to finish. The young Frenchman who was asked to qualify the car going back to yesterday in the full shootout. Pitted from the lead a few moments ago on a different sequence than the rest of these leaders.
Gounon's driven about for every manufacturer in GT3 racing, hasn't he? He's had quite the history career. By that I mean he's been quick every time he's moved places.
He was a Bentley boy before he became a Mercedes factory driver. Has driven for a number of different manufacturers and has even checked off the very rare Corvette, having driven and won a championship in GT Masters in the Callaway Corvette.
Every time we look, he's charging. He's only 10 seconds.
Haase spent a lot of time on North American soil racing, drove for Paul Miller Racing.
Something happened to Marciello. Or
he's the 89, he's in pit lane.
Okay, that explains that.
Have we seen Marciello today?
Not much. I think a little bit earlier.
Did we? Okay.
They've been saving a lot of his drive time for the end, which is a wise strategic call from the perspective of if you need someone to go get it late in a GT3 race, hard to think of a harder charger than Raffaele Marciello. Here he is exiting the pits.
At stop time, they used the joker there. Everyone using the fine margins now, so that was actually, that was a short stop for them. That was a 77-second stop, so they did the short stop with that car, I believe, to get Marciello in there. That's what I was thinking the 99 car was going to do.
Now with just over 2 hours remaining, so many strategy balls up in the air. Now it's a chance of waiting to see where they fall. Sort it out later. That's a hip check. That is Gunan trying to race his way forward and not lose much time. He's a lap down now to the leaders, courtesy of his stop a few minutes ago. Just got to the inside of 4th placed Charles Weerts in that Audi and kind of shoved him rudely to the side.
This is where it all kind of sequences out because, okay, he's a lap down, but he's got one more stop to do. A lot of the other leaders still have to do 2, and you're going to lose a lap with just 1 extra stop. So it kind of should even out. This is where he's really got to make hay. I mean, these are important laps to not get delayed too much.
Well, and as we talked about during qualifying, the consensus was these Pirellis were at their best early in the stint, which usually is the case, but especially so given the surface here at Indianapolis. So at the moment, Gunan using that to his advantage, knifing through the traffic. He clears it now. He's got clear track ahead of him, more or less just the GT4 car of Stephen Cameron Racing. Tom Dyer, will he give a wide berth? He will not. So that holds up Gunan's charge, at least temporarily.
Real rhythm to this. Okay, getting across swords here a little bit. Gunan on maximum attack right now.
You can tell by the body language of that Mercedes, it is being driven to the 10th.
And he is fresh. He hasn't seen action yet today until this stint. Track conditions just ideal. Really crisp morning. First hour of this race was blazingly fast, as indicated by the fastest lap of the race by Alessandro Guidi aboard the pole sitting AF Corsa number 51. They're just super consistent. Only thing is the getting offline, you can probably lose the car's handling for a good half lap if you have to encounter traffic and run wide.
Well, Jules Gunan certainly not unique in this field for being a second-generation driver. His father, Jean-Marc, started 9 Grand Prix and was a class winner, 2nd overall in the 1997 24 Hours of Le Mans. But he did not have much interest, at least according to Jules, in his son racing. So it took until Jules was 15 years old to jump into a go-kart. He made a grades for go-kart pact, effectively, with his father. He got the grades, he got the go-kart. Look at him now.
That's where you got to be the ultimate sandbagger, right? You got to like be pulling, you know, straight C's or something.
That's right.
Say, if I get A's, can I go go-karting? And they say, sure. Didn't know you were a math whiz for all these years.
Here's Marciello having made that pit stop. This again should be a car with its Pirellis at their peak. Working his way through on the GT4 class leader, Jerome Bleekemolen. And while
that's
we're looking
where you see the language or understanding the behavior of the race cars. Bleekemolen, so much experience. See how he easily gave that up?
Yep.
Just a nice wide berth, didn't lose a lot of lap time, didn't fight it. He's on his way with minimal time last, and he allows the faster cars through as well. That's just the experience of having driven these faster GT3 cars.
While we're talking about GT4, look at the top speeds overall. Race Vision powered by AWS. This car 4th on that chart. Now corner speeds at turn 11 for GT4. That's coming back up onto the oval on the south end, oval 1 and 2. That's a fast corner, as you can see, 115 miles per hour. Andy Lee in that Audi, the fastest GT4 car through that section of the track.
Yeah, and other than the really low-speed turns where there's not a lot of time difference, just rolling through a low-speed apex, about 10 miles an hour delta. Down the straightaway, it's about 10 mile an hour terminal speed, and through some of these high-speed sweepers as well. GT3 cars would be about 10 miles an hour up on that.
These were 2 cars that looked like they might factor in for the GT4 win. That certainly was the case for Black Swan, or has been up to this point. Saw the Nola Sport car that Blake Mullen is running down and has now passed. That car was stuck in the gravel and lost a lot of time. Second in GT4 is James Clay.
It's a good run here. Had the win last year, so they'd love to repeat.
Yep.
In GT4. Had a problem on their first round of pit stops. Didn't have the air turned on their stops. They lost a lot of time there, so been trying to bounce back. Still that 54 car has a lap lead on them.
Yes, exactly so. Nick Galante running third, another BMW Bimmer World Racing car. Interesting that Nick and James are split. They ran together this year in Pirelli GT4 America, but in two separate efforts for the team that James Clay heads up in Blacksburg, Virginia. That's where Bimmer World is based. Here's another BMW running strong. Fourth placing class, Stephen Cameron Racing. A big shout out to Greg Leafouche, who should have been in this race car, had a cycling accident, broke his collarbone. We wish you a speedy recovery. But Tom Dyer has done well deputizing in Pirelli GT4 America, and now here too, Guy Cosmo alongside Sean Quinlan completing that driver lineup. Back to fifth, Andy Lally got the late call, very late, just a couple of days ago, that he would be in this car. And as you would expect, driving it to its fullest potential.
Long history with TRG, Andy has, including running NASCAR Cup Championship for a while.
Where I believe he was the Rookie of the Year, which means we actually have two NASCAR Cup Series Rookies of the Year in the GT4 class, Kevin Conway being the other. I'm not sure anyone had that on their bingo card at the beginning of the season.
Andy's from my hometown, Northport, New York. Went to the same high school at very different times.
This is another cool story. Joel Miller, driving for GMG Racing, has been out of the cockpit really for the last several years. Former Mazda prototype driver, was in the Mazda program for a long time, coming up through the ranks into sports cars from open wheel. I don't think he's been in a pro race since 2018 and has been doing some stewarding work for some of the junior open wheel series. But back in the race car looking right at home. And GMG super busy in this race. They have an Aston running in GT4, this Audi in GT4, the Porsche in GT3. 3 different cars, 3 different manufacturers, 2 different classes.
Yeah, it's quite amazing what these multi-car operations are capable of achieving. Gives me a headache just thinking about it, but certainly GMG, wonderful job. Now moving to a state-of-the-art new workshop facility at the Thermal Club in California. As James Safronis continues to expand his operation.
Jordan Pepper runs second, 4 seconds behind the leader, Christopher Haase. Comparing their lap times, Haase on that last tour was a little bit quicker, 0.3 of a second. But it's been a slow but steady rise through the field here for K-Pax Racing after struggling unexpectedly, it must be said, to begin the race weekend. Had a run-in during one of the test sessions that cost them some track time. But right now, that 3 car is very much in the picture as we approach and enter the final 2 hours.
Christopher Haase very much in his rhythm here, doing a really nice job. Extended that gap up to 4.5 seconds right here. Under 2 hours to go.
Haase and Winkelhock, as well as Patrick Niederhauser in this car. And for Haase, he's been running.
Here he comes.
Yep. GT World Challenge Europe, Endurance Cup, and Sprint Cup this year. Also a program at GT Masters. And the leader is in the pits with 1 hour and 57 minutes to go. Where does this fit into the strategy equation?
Well, certainly one stop to go. I mean, the key component is he out of fuel in terms of whether they could do it on a full stop and a short stop to get to the finish and not take tires maybe on the last stop of the day. But I feel we could be looking at 2 full stops here. We'll have to wait and see.
We'll have to wait, as you say, for an indication here. Driver change and refueling going on. And the tires cannot start until the fuel is complete. There's the tear off the windscreen. You can see the brake smoke. Those things have been pushed to their limits. No technical pit stop here at Indy like we have at the 24 Hours of Spa. It's amazing the endurance of these cars and components that they can go this full distance pushed as hard as they have been. Here comes a tire change, now 2. So this should be the full stop.
You saw the grounding wire ripped away.
Yeah, you saw that quick disconnect. Sometimes they use that for topping up with oil. Other times they use that very similar system for the drinks bottle as well. Hopefully you don't mix those two up. Doesn't taste too good. But the key is, I'm not sure if Haas is allowed to pick up that piece. It's
I don't
almost
know.
like you're another mechanic at that point.
Don't know the answer to that, but I can tell you that the lead has changed in this pit stop sequence. ACA ASP comes through, at least the presumptive lead. Hasn't totally cycled through yet because we haven't seen Pepper or Fuoco, although now Pepper's in the pit lane. You see him at the back of the shot. But that favors ACA over Santalok, at least for the moment, on the strategy, but it can still come back the other way. A couple of Ferraris coming through, one of which would be for position. For viewers on the live world stream, we'll be joining U.S. television here shortly, so we'll be doing some recaps. Bear with us as we set the stage for our North American audience. That's coming up here in just about a minute or so. Here we go, K-Pax Racing making their change as well. Jordan Pepper had a great stint. He jumps out. So much still up in the air in the final hour and 55 minutes here at the Indy 8-Hour presented by AWS. Still a lot of drama yet to unfold.
Chamber of Commerce Day here in Indianapolis that will play host to the last 2 hours of this Indianapolis 8-Hour presented by AWS. We've been gifted a dynamic day of racing. Let's see how we got here.
Time to look at the highlights from the race here today. This is the ultimate start of the race. Waving American flag. Got the field of 39 cars, GT3 and GT4 started. From pole, Alessandro Pierguidi sprinted away, but take an eye on the black K-Pax Racing Lamborghini, making a big move up the inside, then evasive action.
Yeah, pretty wild start there, almost squeezed into the pit wall. And there's a little touch right here. The 91 car gets into the number 6, Lamborghini Huracan from K-Pax Racing.
Wild start to the race for Inception Racing. This car with some braking issues. This is the second time it skated into the gravel. That brought out a full course yellow. Here is the restart. And here, more braking issues for the McLaren, tagging one of the front-running Audis.
Yeah, Rob finds behind the wheel of the Audi. Did not see that McLaren coming, and big damage to the front end, taking out one of the contenders for the win here today.
That car has not been able to recover and now runs outside of the top 10 overall. Great day in the early running for Ferrari, but their race thrown off a little bit by this strategy call. It looked good for a moment there for the number 71 car, but a pit lane violation led to a restart. They lost that track position. This was the car, though, looking good for the moment, but it wasn't meant to be. That car forced down the pit lane for a drive-through.
Yeah, didn't ground the wire during refueling, so that gives you that drive-through penalty, and you lose about 30 to 40 seconds compared to the rest of the field. A lot of cut and thrust going on throughout this race. Here's a great move here. Here's Mauro Engel getting the run on Paul Halton. Through that high-speed sweep at turn 11, finally makes it stick down into the brake zone.
This was a top 5 fight in the early going of this 8-hour endurance event. That's how close it was, and that little off-track moment from Holton opened the door for the Ferrari to come around the outside.
Yeah, just really competitive racing. Cut and thrust all the way. You see the two Audis there, kind of keeping everyone honest as well.
Here was an interesting moment. GT4 on GT3. Both of those cars delayed significantly. Classic BMW and Wright Motorsports. This, though, very dramatic. 2 front runners running inside the top 5 when contact occurred.
Yeah, Wirtz turns Engel around there. Fortunately, not too much damage, and that car is still very much in the mix for the win here today.
At this stage, it was Marcus Winkelhock leading, but the Ferrari wasn't going to have that for long. I believe it was Antonio Fuoco coming up and making a pass first on the inside, then ultimately around the outside, turns 12 and 13. Change for the lead.
Yeah, it was tight, but Winkelhock had to give it up.
More contact there, and that's been the biggest drama for the silver class leading Audi that was hit there by the Inception Racing car. This was the 3-hour mark when the U.S. portion of the championship came to an end. Overall win to Compass Racing, Ashton Harrison and Matt McMurray. Here they are in the race. Some mixed class racing, GT3 and GT4 commingling, debatably well or not, depending on your perspective. And there have been several throughout the course of this race.
There certainly has been some great racing. This is an unfortunate moment right here. Nielsen cutting across John Jesbray. Contact, the Ferrari goes around, but was deemed to be at fault for that one. They had to serve a drive-through penalty. And a couple of laps later, we see Jesbray having to take that Toyota Supra back to the paddock area, done for the day with suspension and steering issues.
And Supra had been the leader in GT4. This is the offending car coming in, not just for a drive-through penalty, but a stop for 30 seconds. They've overcome that, though. That car still running inside the top 5, 4th at the moment. Nicholas Nielsen, who was involved in the contact, he's the one driving at this very moment. Green flag after a restart. Sister car, number 71, out in front. There's a big dash to the inside. Some dramatic moments, though, here. Entering pit lane, another front-running Audi with drama.
Don't understand this. Christopher Mee's getting away with this one. He overtakes the car. We're under full course yellow. Admittedly, the BMW probably not running at full speed. You're allowed to determine your speed once you get to that line, and then that Porsche was stopped in front of him. Just a crazy moment in this race.
Still not sure what caused the Porsche to come to a halt, but the 32 Audi has recovered from that. They run second as it stands. There is that car on the racetrack. Jordan Pepper in the K-Pax Racing Lamborghini right behind, working their way through some lap traffic. That's been a huge portion of this race in the second half, dealing with lap cars, both GT3 and GT4. But Craft Bamboo Racing emerged out in front despite going down a lap for a time. They played their strategy cards to perfection, not just to get back on the lead lap, but actually lead.
There you can see the gap, about 8 or 9 seconds back to that Ferrari, so they were looking in great shape here, but a lot of different strategies going on right now and determining when you make those final couple of stops today.
Top 6 overall, all were running very close together at this stage. There have been several safety car interventions, several restarts. This was one late in the race. Craft Bamboo out in front, trying to keep a lap McLaren behind.
Watch
and then
Pepper.
This move from Jordan Pepper.
Big commitment down to the inside, squeaks through there, but then the Audi responds, and watch this. That 89 car takes advantage. Jungadella goes through and takes the spot.
Big move there from the Acura ESP car that took that position. Looking now at the overall leader, Nicholas Nielsen. That was the lap car through first. This is the leader here, Antonio Fuoco, but he owes a pit stop yet. So Calvin, this would be a good time with 1 hour and 47 minutes remaining to set the strategy. Top 2 on the racetrack have not pitted in this most recent sequence.
Yeah, and I'm curious to know if you can do it at this stage on 1 full stop and 1 short stop. So I think that's going to be the key. Even on a short stop, you can get about 2/3 of a fuel load going in, but you can't take 2 sets of tires. So that's going to be the decision to be made. Does the Ferrari have enough balance, enough pace on well-worn rubber? You could take 1 tire, maybe on if you got some oversteer. You could take it on the outside rear, or understeer, obviously, the front, but just wait and see what develops here. Certainly a lot of decisions yet to be made to determine the winner here this afternoon.
My name is Ryan Marine. That was Calvin Fish's voice you heard. We're also joined in the broadcast booth by Bob Varsha, and you already saw and heard from Amanda Busick down in the pit lane. Bob, this is endurance racing to the extreme with so much attrition, so many different strategies in play. It's a hard one to parse through.
Well, absolutely. I mean, you think of endurance racing, you think of patience and sustained speed. But this, even though it's an 8-hour race, has seen so many guys pressing the envelope, so many risky moves. Some of them paid off in spectacular fashion. And I'm thinking of both the 51 and 71 Ferraris. But some of them, in fact, most of them, I would venture to say, have really come to tears. And you can ask anybody on that Audi team who came here loaded for bear with 3 full all-pro teams, and they still have one car in the fight.
Certainly this one here, the number 32 that survived the contact in the pit lane. Leader paying that pit stop that he owes. Coming in, that's Antonio Fuoco coming to the attention of the F Corsa crew. Pit stop here, driver change underway. And we'll let this strategy shuffle out here in the waning moments. An hour 45 left at Indianapolis. The Indianapolis 8-hour pit lane about to get busy. Pit stops underway, very busy here on the pit lane. Second place has dived in 2. Leader the lap before, and these are the stops we're keeping an eye on. Looks like full service for the Ferrari, Cal.
It does. I think that final stop is going to be the key one. Bit of a drama here on the left front, bit of a delay. Should have plenty of time to get this done and not lose any time on that minimum stop time of 118 seconds.
But with the minimum time being what it is, fuel and tires not being allowed to be done simultaneously, you do have to be on it as a tire changing crew, especially if you're doing a full fuel load, and perhaps that wasn't the case here because we saw that car stopping, and safety car is out right in the middle of this pit sequence.
Well, actually, it went yellow very close to the start of the pit sequence, and I was looking around trying to figure out why the safety car. We haven't seen anybody off.
It's Marciello coming through.
That's huge because he's beat the safety car, so he can just keep flying around this racetrack. That is a huge break for that team. That safety car jumped out in front of him. That would have arrested his speed. This could be a massive break for them.
And we still don't know why we have a safety car out there.
And there is the car. I wonder if they will be telling Marciello to slow. It looks like that might be the case. So this is the overall leader that should have been picked up, but it's a confusing time with leaders pitting and people cycling through to the overall lead to know exactly when to dispatch that safety car and who to pick up. The safety car, by the way, is for debris. Debris in turn 6.
Okay. This is why I actually like the safety car going ahead of time. Go yellow, send the safety car, get him out to turn 3. Then you have the ability at the start-finish line to determine who is the leader.
Right.
They come across the stripe, new leader, and it's like you got to communicate all that before you know the leader's gone by.
Safety car now has picked up Marciello, who should cycle through to be the overall leader under safety car conditions at Indianapolis. Safety car is out for debris in turn 6 here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. The safety car was deployed just as many of the front runners came into the pits. That has allowed the number 89 ACA ASP Mercedes that you're looking at here, Raffaele Marciello driving, to cycle through to the lead. The safety car has picked him up. And now we have to see what this intervention does to the strategy of the others. At least one Ferrari making the pit lane calls. That 51 it is. That is Nielsen. Now the pole-sitting car comes to the pit lane with an hour 42 to go. I suppose this should be the penultimate stop, correct?
It should, yeah, for sure. It is the penultimate stop. I mean, again, I think my big question on all of these strategies going on the final stop of the day, can these teams do it on a short stop?
And let's go into what that means. First of all, what can you do in a short stop? and what would be the hang-up to attempting it, and how could you run afoul by utilizing that strategy?
On a short stop, basically it's 80 seconds max, so you have to be out of pit lane within 80 seconds. You're allowed to change the tires, but no fuel. You can do minor repairs. You can do fuel and only one tire. But to do fuel, you got 53 seconds. You're going to transit down. You got 80 seconds to work with, so you can only put in about 27 seconds of fuel. It's about 42 seconds for full fuel, so it's a splash or a short fuel load. On a long stop, it has to be 118 seconds minimum, and with that, you can do a full service fuel and up to 4 tires.
So the barrier, perhaps, of running that short stop late in this race would be the fuel load situation, right? You have to be able to put enough in to make it to the end.
Yeah, but looking at the clock, you're looking at about 1 2/3 of a fuel load, and I think that should just about get you there with a full stop plus a short stop. The key is going to be you're only going to be able to put 1 tire on.
Right.
For that last stop. So then you got almost double stint tires, so that's huge.
And Pirelli makes a great product, but tires do degrade. That's partially by design, right? You want to have good racing. Tire deg is a big part of that.
Right. Fall off in tire performance. And we saw a service vehicle on the front straight near the base of the pylon. And it didn't appear to be moving. I don't know if that was part of the debris hunt.
Your net gain on a short stop versus a long stop is a minimum of 38 seconds. So that's a big chunk of time to work with.
Trying to remember a race that has been affected by safety cars to the extent that this one has, where weather has not played a part in that. And someone on Twitter pointed that out. I think it's a good point. It's been a beautiful day, if a bit cold when we got started, but the temperatures have come up. It's a nice fall day in the Midwest.
Engines like cool weather.
Yes.
Tires, not so much.
That's true. But we've seen some quick lap times. Most of them came early in the cool, it's worth noting. In fact, the fastest lap of the race was set by Alessandro Pierguidi way back in the opening hour, a 1:34 flat, and have not really come close to approaching that since, continuing behind the safety car in the Indianapolis 8-hour at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Field weaving back and forth, trying to keep the heat in the tires. That's certainly weather dependent. Had it pointed out that Bathurst is a track and a race known for having some safety car deployments there for sure.
Yes.
So
you don't have small ones there.
No. It's really fast.
What a facility. You been there, Bob?
I have not.
Oh, it's wild. It's crazy.
Yeah. Talked to a lot of our mutual friends, racing drivers who have been there, guys like Tommy Kendall and Scott Pruitt.
We'll have a bit of fun, someone out there. If you haven't seen it yet, pull up the YouTube video of Darrell Waltrip going for a ride with Jason Bright around the mountain. We were working with Darrell that weekend on the V8 race there, and he got convinced to go for a ride. And boy, did Jason take him for one. And Darrell's doing a full commentary. And you just think as Darrell being super funny. He was so scared.
Yes, he was so
He was
frightened.
angry afterwards. We got with him that night, and he's like mad. He's like mad. He was scared in the car. But his commentary is just to die for.
He was very, very complimentary toward his chauffeur. He's a wheelman. Oh, you could see it in his face. His eyes were huge. It was just, of course, it's tough being the passenger. You know, 10-10 situation.
Particularly there. I mean, the road just disappears on you. You look like you're flying.
Just totally blind.
It is not for the faint of heart, that's for sure.
Blazing down Conrad Street.
Yep. Oof. So glad to see the announcement of the inclusion once again of the Lukumawi Bathurst 12-hour on the upcoming Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Pirelli calendar. There's still some things to work with Australia reopening, but the plan is in place to have the country opened again to visitors in time. And it's it just doesn't seem quite right to go through the late winter, early spring without watching GT cars fly around that racetrack. And it's so unique, starting in the nighttime, effectively, before sunrise, and watching that sun come up in the opening hour. It's breathtaking, and it's got to be on your bucket list. Certainly it is for me. perhaps one day. Safety cars still out, leading the way. Raffaele Marciello at the Indianapolis 8-hour. Marciello, Niederhauser, Eilert, the top three, and the third name may be a bit interesting. Callum Eilert, the young Ferrari junior, reserve driver for both the Ferrari F1 team as well as the Alfa Romeo F1 team. And he's going to be racing here a couple of times next year in the IndyCar Series, getting a little extra track time here in the GT. While the wave-by goes on, let's hear from Amanda in the pits.
Well, with 1 hour and 36 minutes left in this race, it will be Raffaele Marciello that will take this car to the end of the race. You have to think what a Cinderella kind of story for this team here this weekend. Thinking that this car was stuck into a container, made it to the racetrack yesterday morning. If they finish on top of this race, the memories that will be made here for that 89 Mercedes.
Have to believe it would be emotional beyond just the normal race win in an international race like this one. And it should be Marciello to the end, as Amanda said. That we thought might be the strategy. We didn't see much or any, possibly, of him before very late in the going, and kind of made the comment when he hopped in to begin this stint. It's probably by design. He's a hard charger.
It's such a great story. I mentioned at the top of the show with the small error in that I picked the wrong car.
Proof it happens to the best of us.
You're too kind.
But you're right, what they overcame just to be here, let alone to be in a position to win, and that's exactly where they find themselves. Each of these cars that's still running at the front has a story like that, though. Maybe not quite as dramatic as that one, but you know, the drama that we've seen for each of the Audis, none of them has had a clean run. Pit lane strategy gone awry, and penalties for both of the main Ferrari contenders. K-Pax Racing had the puncture early that sent them to the back. They've been recovering ever since. Up and down the order, it's hard to find a car. Even the leader in silver, and it's been a nearly flawless day for them. They've been running in the top 10 overall all race long, but they were hit, as we saw in those highlights a little while ago. So it's hard to find a car that's had a clean run.
I know some folks who are enjoying this, and those are the promoters down in Kyalami, South Africa, who will stage a 9-hour race to wrap up the Intercontinental GT Challenge.
First week in December to wrap up the season. Safety car lights are out. And it will be Raffaele Marciello. What a wheelman he is. About to hit the acceleration zone, but he's got second place right behind him, third place directly behind, then the fourth place car. So 1, 2, 3, 4 overall, all right there, nose to tail, out of turn 14, accelerating away, looking for the green flag at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Just over 90 minutes left.
Long train of cars now coming down into that brake zone. Niederhauser looks to the inside. He's been really bullet quick in this Audi here today. Really made some tremendous moves earlier in the day. Let's see what we can come up with now late in the going.
And then the driver in third, young Callum Eilert. Fans here in Indianapolis, take note. He'll be racing for Juncos Hollander Racing in the IndyCar Series full season next year. Made his IndyCar debut in a test on this Indy road course. Not much GT experience, but you wouldn't know it. He is piling the pressure on the Audi, and Marciello doesn't look totally sorted in the lead. Here comes Niederhauser closing in on the exit of 6A down to Holman Boulevard, and Marciello drops a wheel.
Yeah, he ran wide there going through turn 6, man. Got a bit of pickup on his tires. He's vulnerable right now. Niederhauser looks to the inside, has to give it up. Callum Eilert sets him up. Can he go to the lead? Here comes the Ferrari.
P3 to P1.
What a move.
Callum Eilert takes the points.
Brilliant stuff from Eilert.
Just awesome. Just could see that one developing before his eyes. Just waited, was patient, and watch him cut across and get the power down. Perfect timing. If you go too early, you're just going to get bottled up behind the Audi, and he made it stick.
Last year's F2 runner-up, Callum Eilert. Might have had a bright future in sports cars if he had elected to go that route with Ferrari. Instead, chose to go back to open wheel in IndyCar next year, but his sports car career is not done yet. He's out in front in Indianapolis.
Can Pepper now get a run on the Mercedes as well? That black Lamborghini Huracan sitting there in the 4th position. Looks to the inside, gets on the brakes late. He's got a bit of damage, it looks like, to that left front fender.
Some body work flying, but yes, that left front fender flapping in the breeze. Raffaele Marciello dropping a couple of spots on that opening lap from the restart. I would have lost money on that bet. You don't see that man go backwards often.
Now I think coming through this next corner, he just got in there a little bit deep, ran out wide, and he might have got some pickup on those outside tires there, the right-hand side. That got him off sequence coming through this one, ran a little bit wide, kicked up some dirt. And suddenly, the Audi was there and the Ferrari's just sitting and waiting.
The orange McLaren that's giving chase is not in the picture as far as the overall battle is concerned. He's down a lap. That's Ben Barnicoat, McLaren factory driver, piloting that race car. But he's splitting Jordan Pepper, or sorry, Andrea Caldarelli rather, in the K-Pax car from 5th place running Dries Vanthoor. So he can have a part to play in this, even though he's not mixing it up for an overall position.
Yeah, the car has been quick. It's just unfortunate with that delay. Now the Ida flies down the inside. I think Ben might have just given him that one. Damage on the left front of that Audi as well. They've been through the wars a little bit.
Great restart up at the front for Callum Ilott to take the lead. We'll check his advantage at the stripe. Just 90 minutes remaining in the Indianapolis 8-hour. Callum Ilott over Patrick Niederhauser by just under 1 second, coming down to the final dash to the checkered at Indy.
Today's coverage is brought to you in partnership with Fanatec, AWS, and CrowdStrike.
One other change of position of note on that last lap was for 6th overall. Alessandro Pierguidi in the pole-winning Ferrari passed the silver class leader of Lucas Leggeret, moving up one more spot in the overall order. Leggeret, though, still with a comfortable margin, as has been the case for the bulk of the day for the Santaloc Junior team, as far as the silver class goes.
So there's 7th overall. Second place silver car is Matt McMurray. That 77 squad, the Compass Racing team, just had a brilliant day. Ashton Harrison, awesome stuff. Really did the majority of that 3-hour race to claim the overall victory at the 3-hour mark for North American Championship points.
This here is for position. Dries Vanthoor trying to take away 4th from Andrea Caldarelli. See the scars of battle on Dries Vanthoor's Audi, the left front in particular, showing all kinds of marks from the contact that they've survived. Doesn't look like the left front headlight is functioning anymore, but it's still fast, amazingly so, as the sun starts to drop at the sky and the shadows grow longer along the front straightaway. Oh, here's a big move.
Looks vulnerable. Big move there by Dries down at the inside. Can he keep the car on the track? Caldarelli comes back at him side by side. Who's going to get the power down first? Andrea gets back that position. Vanthoor running wide now. Can he cut back across? Awesome battle here. This is for 4th on the road.
Right-hander here, turn 5 GT4 traffic getting in the mix. That's Automatic Racing. The 09 Aston. Front runners in GT3 able to handle it, but
there's a touch.
Yep.
There's a touch. He got squeezed. You'd love to have the disappear button at this stage for those GT4 cars. It's going to get wild here the last hour or so.
There's nowhere to go and hide, is there? Gives Caldarelli some breathing room. We'll see how long it lasts.
You may hear I Want My Mummy at some stage.
Vanthoor in the 32, Team WRT. Starting to close in on Andrea Caldarelli. The fight is on for 4th place overall, but Callum Ilott leads Patrick Niederhauser here at the Indianapolis 8-hour. GT4 pit stops underway, but the GT3 and overall leader, Callum Ilott, coming out of turn 14, giving chase. Patrick Niederhauser not too far behind. That is Ferrari and Audi, center of the screen. They've got some GT4 traffic to deal with, though, before too much longer. Some leaving the pit lane right now. Here was an interesting moment just a little while ago, Calvin.
Yeah, this is a Dries Van Toor diving down the inside of Andrea Caldarelli. They accelerate off the turn 2, side by side. Caldarelli gets there. Then they're going to come up on some traffic, and it gets pretty wild here, and you're going to see a lot of this in this last hour and a bit of this race. Everyone on max attack, not willing to give anything up. This Aston Martin, the 09 car from Automatic Racing, very much in the mix there, but watch this. Dries Van Toor running around the outside, comes back online. There's just a glancing blow right there. Now Aston Martin just trying to find some clear space and get out of the way.
And that was Michael Miller driving that car. Really not much he can do. Like you say, you can't just disappear. Ultimately, the battle for top 5 overall positions does snake its way through. Not much to separate these two. Comparing lap times, they've been within a 10th or 2 of each other since Eilert went to the lead.
Well, there have been some great moments and great stories in this race thus far, and I'm sure there'll be more, but they're going to have to go a long way to top that pass. Callum Eilert late on the race leaders, going from 3rd to 1st in 1 corner.
Here is Eilert dealing with Andy Lowey's GT4 car. Watch the Audi coming through behind, though. That's where it gets interesting. Patrick Niederhauser. Lowey was about as down on the curbing as you can get.
It's going to continue to be the way, I think, to the checkered flag, because no one wants to give an inch. They don't want to give up that ounce of lap time. If you think about it, guys, this is really the big picture of this race, right? Ferrari having the pace, Audi kind of hounding them, just hanging on. And maybe they have a bit too much pace for both the Mercedes camp and the Lamborghinis here today. It's taken a long while to get. There's been a journey to get to this point, but it's almost like a reset from the beginning.
Swap in position here. Van Toor has passed Caldarelli, so move WRT around K-Pax. 4th and 5th changing hands in the overall order. GT4 leader continues to be Black Swan Racing. Tim Pappas, owner and driver behind the wheel of the car, and the brothers Jerome and Sebastian Bleekemoen are down in the pits with our Amanda Busick.
I love when we get into these last couple hours of racing and you can see the anxiety in drivers' faces. You know that there's still a battle out there between you and the 36 of Bill Auberlen currently. You've raced alongside Tim Pappas all season. What about him impresses you as you head to this last part of this race?
It's great. It's such an exciting one. I have to say we had a really good day so far. We've been leading most of the race, actually. Unfortunately, all the safety cars and the change of the rules that they were waived by suddenly has lost us 2 laps. So I think we would have had a big lead, but still, we're doing great and we're in the fight for the win, so we're not giving up.
Sebastian, you're going to take it home for the team. How do you keep the lead and get the win here in Indianapolis?
How do I keep the leading? Drive as fast as possible, of course. So, the traffic out there is crazy, especially last hour. So let's see where we end up. But we have a good chance for the podium.
What a moment shared between brothers.
Definitely so. It's been a good performance from the team. You heard Jerome make reference to the fact that there were some changes to the rules. Initially, the plan was not to implement a GT4 class wave by for GT4 cars trapped behind the overall leader, but ahead of their class leader when safety cars are deployed. Ultimately, that was changed. And so that, I think, is what he was talking about.
At one point, they had a 2-lap lead. Then we got the information that they got a wave by, which was not their fault. They were told to do it, but gained a lap on the field. They had to give that up. But now we've got Bill Auberlen here giving chase, and he's running lap times about 3 seconds a lap quicker than Tim Pappas and sits some 30 seconds back. So it is game on for this GT4 win as Bimmerworld looks to repeat from what they did last year.
We talked about it a lot over the course of the broadcast, but when it comes to this GT4 field, when you have an ace like Bill Auberlen up your sleeve, you can throw at the final couple of stints. It's going to make for a spicy finish in that class as Eilert continues to lead and has extended that gap slowly but surely. We'll compare the two at the line this time. It was 1 second flat the last time by. How about an additional 0.2 that time for Eilert over Niederhauser?
It's not a lot, but it shows that he has the edge. If he's going back the other way, then suddenly you get to the point where you got to get defensive, compromise your lap time. So Callum's doing a great job here. Ferrari have a lot of faith in his abilities. He's a test driver for their Formula 1 team. Excellent career, GP3, Formula 2. now, as you mentioned, has turned his attention to racing here in the States.
There's Marciello, who led the field on the restart, dropped those 2 spots, and has dropped off the top 2. 5.3 seconds behind the leader, Ilott, and is quickly now falling into the clutches of this car, Dries Vanthoor. This has been the car on the move since the restart. He's made up a couple of positions, and including that pass on Caldarelli just a little while ago.
He's flying.
Yeah.
His last lap was a second quicker than the leaders. We talked about at the top of the show, like who may be a favorite. We talked about this car, the 3 car, but we also talked about the Audis. Dries Vanthoor would love to reverse the result from the Spa 24-hour race where he lost the lead late in the going.
Wouldn't that be something if it ended up being Dries Vanthoor in an Audi fighting with a Ferrari yet again in an Intercontinental GT Challenge race? It very well might be the case as we get down to the wire at Indy. Some of the action deeper into the field. GT3, GT4, all mixed in together. Lights starting to come on to these race cars too. As for a cool visual down the front straightaway, this is a battle for overall position here with Marco Mappelli currently holding that spot, 11th overall for K-Pax Racing. It's the green Lamborghini, but right behind the young up-and-comer Dakota Dickerson. We've been singing his praises throughout the season. It's only been a partial season, Cal. This is a young man with a huge future ahead of him. He is rapid.
He's a little superstar. I mean, he's done some great things here. Runs a lot of different categories. He's a busy young man in terms of being early in his career and how much racing he's doing, but I think he's got all the tools to make it big time.
Currently 3rd in the silver class. Lucas Legeray leads that class ahead of Matt McMurray. Those two are on the same lap now.
It's close.
Yeah, 7 seconds.
A 7-second gap.
Exactly so. And that's after Legeray and the Santaloc Junior team held a lap advantage for the bulk of this race. Now, again, it's worth reiterating, several of these cars are on different strategies, so this might not give the fullest picture just looking at the leaderboard on the left-hand side of the screen.
But the 77 car has been in recently, so they should be on the back foot strategy-wise. What a day it would be for that group if they can win the GT World Challenge America portion of this event at the 3-hour mark, and then maybe come through for a Silver Cup win here as well in the 8-hour.
Not out of the realm of possibility given the strength of the car so far. And Matt McMurray is a good little peddler himself.
He is. He's won a couple of titles here in North America over the last couple of seasons, including a win aboard that Acura NSX, so he knows the platform well. He's really come on strong. I mean, he got a lot of headlines for doing things at a very young age, but he really had to learn his craft a little bit, and boy, has he come on strong over the last couple of years.
The battle for the lead has closed up Callum Ilott's advantage that was up over 1 second. Well, you could see it here. Ferrari over Audi. The fight for the overall lead at Indy is on. Callum Ilott just a few moments ago led by 1.2 seconds over Patrick Niederhauser, but that advantage has disappeared. Here comes the Audi late in the stint. We thought some of the scuttlebutt pointed that direction, that this car might be stronger deeper into a run relative to the Ferrari. Maybe that's what we're seeing here.
I think it is. I mean, they've both got great pace, and it's just those little margins right now, but as we saw the Ferrari, Bob, you mentioned, had about a 0.2 of a lap advantage over the Audi. Now it's being reversed in the other direction.
Niederhauser, the 2019 GT Masters champion, came out of single-seaters, made that transition into sports cars. He's made a home with Audi, part of the factory driver lineup. A lot of work on the Nürburgring Nordschleife in GT Masters as well this year. And applying his trade now stateside. I don't believe he's got a lot of experience over here. We saw this race prove to be something of a launch pad for Jordan Pepper last year, where the North American audience kind of took note. A driver with talent, I'd put Niederhauser potentially into that category too.
Yeah, he's looked awfully solid here today. That move he made earlier in this race through that sector after the turn 7 braking zone where he's, I don't know who he set up there, but it was just excellent, just beautiful racecraft.
Unrelated to this battle, Race Control issuing a drive-through penalty to car 75. That's Sun Energy One Racing, the Pro-Am leader, drive time violation. The issue for that Gradient Racing Run team.
That may be on. Kenny Bull's name was up there a lot today.
He was in there a long time.
He was. I'm
sure.
like, boy, he's really pulling some big stints. So,
well, to his credit, the car has been at the front.
He was running great.
Yeah.
But you must see his name up there for a long, long time.
So I believe that car has a lap in hand over the second place car in that class. That is Dennis Olsen for GMG. But that will obviously come down somewhat with this drive-through penalty.
I guess that drive time violation could be for two things, either exceeding 3 hour 15 or exceeding a 65-minute stint.
Not sure which of those two infractions it might be, but that is the word from Race Control. Marciello dropping back now into the clutches of Vanthor. We've talked about it. Oh, and he pushed wide. He knows Vanthor is coming. The hungry young Belgian driver, Dries Vanthor, lost out in the memorable duel with Pierre Guidi at Spa. Doesn't really have to atone for it. I wouldn't say he won the Sprint Championship in GT World Challenge Europe, but I'm sure he's ready to put that sour taste out of his mouth that if he could have a stirring drive to the front in this stint, that would go a long way to doing so. Meanwhile, up at the very front, Santalok Audi versus AF Corse Ferrari, Callum Eilert and Patrick Niederhauser dueling it out with just 75 minutes remaining.
Yeah, that Audi looks really crisp right now. Carving the corners, looking really efficient, not sliding around. Callum's going to have to be on full guard right now. Takes the middle of the road a little bit. Niederhauser runs out wide. What can he do with this? He'll get the power down a little bit earlier. Looks to the inside. You could see that. You just take that wider arc in. You get your hands a little bit straighter. Means you can go to power that little bit earlier.
But Eilert was clever with his car placement. Didn't give a full car width to the inside.
Big run. Big run. I think Ferrari may have a bit more grunt down this straightaway, but Niederhauser is as close as he's been coming off of 14.
Eilert threatened, moving to the inside, forcing Niederhauser to the outside. Audi late on the brakes, trying the crossover move, looking to get to the outside of the 71 Ferrari. Can't do it, dropping a wheel at the apex of the corner, pushing that Audi for everything it's worth.
Callum's got to watch that double move. As long as he goes first, but that second move, I'm not sure. Audi had already gone back out there. And then you're essentially blocking. But out 14 on the table, I think these boys are going to do whatever it takes to hang on.
And could the GT4 class have an effect on the outcome?
Whoa, that was tight. Committed to the outside, but he needed the BMW to get out of the way. Now he's on the dirty part of the racetrack. Audi is going to be push right now.
Oh, and a collision between the GT4 cars behind. Great save by Michael Miller, but here comes Niederhauser pushing.
Can he force a mistake from Callum right now? Go time in this race. Looking ahead to their final pit stop here in probably the next 15 to 20 minutes.
Well, effectively the window opens up, what, in 8 minutes? To not run afoul of the 65-minute maximum stint. These are the top two. They run 8 seconds ahead of third place Marciello, who continues to keep Vanthor at bay. Ferrari team watches on.
Look pretty calm, don't they?
They do.
Got a lot of confidence in this young man.
Once again, catching some out-of-class traffic. Callum Eilert, how does he negotiate it? This is not something you experience on the junior open wheel ladder. This is something totally different. But he has some practice running this GT3 car in GT World Challenge Europe this year. Callum Eilert still holding off the hard-charging Patrick Niederhauser.
Today's coverage is brought to you in partnership with Pirelli, Rebellion, and Total.
Once again, Patrick Niederhauser closing in on Callum Eilert. These two 7.5 seconds ahead of third place. First and second on the road. Ferrari versus Audi. Look at all that
was
traffic
sweet.
up
That's
ahead.
where he's really good. I think it was on Paul Haltemer he made that move,
Yes.
trying to reflect back. Discussed how he set him up perfectly with some racecraft through that sector. So he's really got a great line through there, but Callum is certainly not opening up the door at this stage. This is tricky.
Slip from the Audi too.
Yep. That gets really tight there as the TRG Porsche needs all of the room. It's not easy flat coming up onto the speedway, particularly when the tires are a bit worn. Engineers are looking stressed.
Yeah, they certainly are.
And do these two make that final call to pit lane? That becomes the question. These are two sister cars, AF Corsa Am car. I checked up the progress of Eilert a little bit, but actually looks like Niederhauser wasn't able to take too much advantage of it. Gap remains pretty stable, right around that half a second mark. Look here at the Santaloc Racing crew, team behind the number 25 Audi that runs second.
Looked like they were enjoying the show.
As are we. If this is the duel to the finish, sign me up. Vanthoor has not gotten any closer to Marciello. He's 1.5 seconds back now, but it should be noted the two of them actually are making inroads on this pair as we get deeper into the run. This is dropping back to find Marciello, who runs third. Look for the blue and white Mercedes. There it is. Working to the outside. Now the GT4 Audi. And Vanthoor has dropped off quite a bit after going on a charge early. Wonder if he used up the tires a little bit.
He looked to be the fastest man on the racetrack there for a while, and you're right, Ryan, he has dropped off the pace a bit.
Callum Eilert with a bit of a gap over the Art of Bricks with 1 hour and 9 minutes to go. Callum Eilert has survived the charge, at least for now, from Patrick Niederhauser, closing in on the final pit stop of the race. With Eilert in the Ferrari, Niederhauser in the Audi just behind, but Fili Marciello and Dries Vanthoor running third and fourth. Slowly making some inroads on these two. Lost a bit of ground the last time by as they dealt with lap traffic.
What a chess match this is right now. Just eyeing each other. Easier for Niederhauser, he's looking forward. For Callum Eilert, he's trying to determine where that Audi has the strength, where he has to be super defensive, where he has maybe a little bit of an edge.
Looking at it from high above, this is the right, left, and then back to the right. Sections turn 8, 9, and 10. Then a fast sweeping right-hander up onto the banking oval, turn 1 and 2.
South chute.
And hard on the brakes for the right-hander of 12. This is where Niederhauser looked like he might make a move up the inside a few laps ago, turn 13. The all-important turn 14, which looks easy, but everyone has told us, as you said, Calvin, late in a run especially, get the tires worn down a little bit. It's not totally straightforward. Full throttle all the way down up onto the straightaway.
The Delta is stabilized once again. Looked like the Ferrari had the edge, the Audi had the edge, and they look pretty evenly matched late in the stint.
With these two cars this close together, this could also come down to that last pit stop. Who gets the pit work done closest to the minimum time?
Who has a joker left? I don't really have the data available to me to who's used them up here today. By the joker, we mean you can be 1 second underneath the minimum and not get a penalty. And that could be enough to change the track position.
Right. I'm not entirely convinced that the 71 is the faster of these two cars. He's got the track position right now. And I think Niederhauser might have something if he could get in clear air. We go back to third and fourth. And after starting to claw in on the top two. Now, the last few laps have not been as kind to Marciello. He's lost ground, now 8 seconds in arrears, with Vanthor closing in.
Looking at the last lap times, Eilert did a 135.8, Niederhauser 135.9, Marciello 136.4, 136.1 for Vanthor.
It's been a while since we chronicled the battle in silver. 8th and 9th overall, Lingerie over McMurray, but only by 8.5 seconds. That's been pretty stable since the restart. Pro-Am leader is still Sun Energy 1, despite that drive-through penalty 15-20 minutes ago. Mikhail Grenier, the Canadian, who raced on the oval here in Indy Lights, going back quite a while. But now 13th in the overall order, and with a solid cushion over the GMG car of Dennis Olsen, which runs 15th overall, but second in Pro-Am. But as good as this fight is at the top of the field, I think we're going to want to take our eyes off of it. 1 and 2, this close together.
Oh, that was a catch.
Yep.
Ate up a lot of the curb there and had a big twitch coming off. Boy's got fast hands. We saw that yesterday in one of those sessions, Bob.
Yeah.
Here's from Cambridge, England.
Marciello has pitted, by the way, from 3rd place. So that is the first domino to fall, and he does it at the earliest possible opportunity here. 65 minutes left. By the time he exits the pit lane and the stint clock starts, it'll be less than 65 to go, so he should be good to the finish.
Oh, look at Niederhauser really piling the pressure on here. How close are they at making their final stop of the day? You're in the danger zone a little bit with the amount of caution we've seen here today by staying out, so maybe that forces the hand a little bit as Niederhauser has a little look there down the inside into the brake zone for turn 12.
This is the ACA ASP car going to work. We'll see, is it a full service stop? The driver change is complete? Yes.
I think the way they've been leaning on these tires has been a hard last stint here. I don't think you can consider doing it with just one fresh tire going on board for a short stop. That's all you're allowed. That may dictate that. I think you can do it on fuel with a short start, but I don't think you can do it on tires.
This temporarily puts Marciello 1 lap down until these two make their pit calls. Looked for a moment that Niederhauser might make the move, but the lap car probably precluded that, the GT4 car. Nevertheless, Niederhauser with a nice run.
Here he goes. Oh. Eilert had to protect. I'm not sure if he got touched there or whether he just twitched by kind of pinching his hands a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what happened.
They're right at the end of their grip right now. They'll be pleading for new tires, I would think. Been an awesome drive, great battle. Kind of distanced themselves from the competition here.
Using every inch of paved real estate up to the perfectly manicured grass here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, closing in on just 1 hour remaining. And this is how close it is for the overall lead. 7 hours or thereabouts into an endurance affair.
You see the Ferrari down Helmand Boulevard just gap the Audi by about half a car length. Then the Audi comes back at him into the brake zone. So that could just be downforce. Audi developing a bit more downforce or running more downforce in their car with the wing setting to give them the grip, but compromised on the straightaway speed a little bit.
I could explain why that car looks a bit more stable on used tires if you've got that extra downforce there to help you out. Eilert working his way around the number 36 car, GT4 front runner. He's the leader in GT4, Bill Oberlin.
He is.
I don't know if Bill saw Niederhauser coming right behind Callum. I think that's a pretty common thing in racing. You worry about that one guy. You don't see the 1 or 2 behind him.
That's why you need a spotter, I think.
Yeah.
When you have the ability to see so much from the grandstands here, why not employ someone to be up there, giving you the nod, giving you the okay on the radio?
Silver class.
Look at
Here
Niederhauser.
comes Niederhauser. Yep.
He's carving these corners. He's got the grip compared to the Ferrari right now. Will Eilert crack? Will he open the door here before they hit pit lane?
Lingerie pitting from the silver lead that has let McMurray through briefly. These tires screaming with exertion, everything being asked of them. This is the silver leader. Dropped off the Jackson, released. Beautiful overhead shots as Niederhauser continues his pursuit of Callum Eilert. Top 2 0.3 of a second between them.
How deep will they go? So from the leading runners, it's really only been Marciello who's hit pit lane. Maybe he was unhappy with the balance. Maybe he needed a tire pressure adjustment to get the balance back in his Mercedes, so elected to come in and try and have a strong last stint. Albeit if there's any kind of reset, he's going to have more miles on his tires than these drivers who are staying out a little bit longer.
And by pitting early and losing that lap, a safety car would put him behind the 8 ball. He would get the lap back when these two pitted, but not the track position.
That's the key, is that they talked about finding the next class leader, so theoretically he should get a wave by.
Yes, that would be getting the lap back. I suppose depending on who they pick up, you're right. Could
How
get
quickly
them back
they
in the
do the
picture.
wave by.
Yeah.
If he can hustle back around while these leaders are on pit lane,
right,
that could be massive.
All that's hypothetical.
Looks like Niederhauser drops back a little bit, maybe to cool down his tires a little bit, and then charges right back up to Eilot's bumper.
This racetrack is getting really dirty as well. By that I mean just offline. Can't quite see, certainly see the debris way offline.
Niederhauser mounting yet another challenge. He's been close. He's been alongside on a couple of occasions. But this is some stalwart defense from Callum Eilot. It is hard not to succumb to this kind of pressure lap after lap for over an hour at this stage.
And he's been up on the wheel. We certainly see some twitches, some little moments where he's clobbered a curb and had to catch the car, but he's got the skill set to deal with that. Absolutely on edge, trying to maintain this lead, keep Ferrari out front.
And his front straightaway now completely covered in shadows. The sun gets low.
Now out of the shadow of those giant grandstands, here's an interesting discussion. This is that strategy play being debated, I suspect, within the AF Corsa camp. Car, Callum Eilot behind the wheel, leading overall, but only by a narrow margin over Patrick Niederhauser. Vanthoor, since he's been set free of Marciello made that pit call, right? So that gave Vanthoor clear track, and he's been chipping away a little bit.
Yeah, it was 9 seconds back a little while ago. Now it's 7.
That's not a driver I'd love to have behind me, right? Coming down to the wire. Often you hear Alan McNish referred to as a little terrier. I think Dries Vanthoor maybe falls into that category.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. What a talent, what a resume he's got behind him. Wins at Le Mans, wins at Bathurst, Nürburgring, just amazing.
7 seconds back, but could be potentially en route to adding Indianapolis to that list. Under an hour to go. Sun starting to set. And let's drop back and try and find him. There he is. That's what 7.1 seconds looks like in real time. We've got to go all the way back to Andrea Caldarelli, running 4th overall for K-Pax Racing, right there under pressure right now from behind. Less than an hour remains in the Indy 8-hour presented by AWS. Callum Eilot continues to lead over Patrick Niederhauser. Dries Vanthoor runs 3rd and has just chopped off another nearly a half a second on that last lap. Also closing in is Alessandro Pierguidi. This car's had its ups and downs today. Started on pole, now back in 5th and starting to reel in Andrea Caldarelli for 4th.
I'll tell you what, if we should see a reset, he's still quite a ways back. He is 21 seconds back of the leader. I don't think there's enough time on the board, even with the laps he's cutting here, to catch them. But if there was a reset, I wouldn't discount Pierguidi somehow getting to the front once again. Really been the star of the show here this weekend. Loved that lap he put together yesterday, Bob. Just so smooth, clinical, precision. Didn't look ragged at all, but boy, when you looked at the lap time and the sector times, sensational.
I think that's key. It never looked ragged. It was just always in control, smooth and fast. that kind of whetted our appetites to see something a little bit quicker from them as the session went on. But it turns out the track and the tires and combination just wouldn't allow it. But it was quite a lap.
To your point, though, Calvin, if we did get the reset with the safety car, we saw how he's willing to lay it all on the line with the pass he made on Dries Vanthoor in the rain around the outside at Blanchimont to win at Spa. Could we have a redux? Time to tell. Right now, though, it's this Ferrari sister car.
These drivers just feeling each other out. We did see an AF Corsa driver getting kitted up, so I'm not sure if there's going to be a driver change here late in the going in the 71 machine or not. I think Callum's done an awesome job. Unless he's out of drive time, I'd keep him in. Maybe he doesn't have enough time left on the board.
I saw that. I thought it might have been the AM class Ferrari, just judging from the driver's suit colors.
Could have been.
All run by the same AF Corsa team, pitted right next to one another, so very possible operating under the same tent.
It'd be unusual to put someone in for a single at the end. You really want someone who's totally in the groove.
Coming up to put another lap on the GT4 leading car. Erstwhile GT4 leading car. They've slipped down here, haven't they? Bill Oberlin has come by to take the lead.
They're running second. Sebastian now behind the wheel. Bleekemolen. Strong day. Certainly Jerome was pretty upset about some of the protocols with the wave buys and stuff. He loves to win.
Yes.
Almost has a smile on his face when he's saying it, though. I'm really mad, but I'm smiling.
Everybody loves to win.
These Dutch, they like to have fun.
We talk about our racing families, and the Bleekemolens certainly belong towards the top of that list. Not just the brothers, but the father, too.
He's Formula One a little bit. Michael, right? The dad?
I don't know. You may be right.
This young man looked poised for a Formula One career. And for whatever reason, finances, opportunity, connections, whatever it is, it didn't quite work out coming through the Ferrari Junior program. Runner-up to Mick Schumacher in F2 a year ago. There's not enough seats, not enough places around the table for Ferrari to promote him up the ladder. And so they find an option for him as he does testing for them in F1 to plug him into a sports car. It's something totally new for him, running the Endurance Cup this year, in addition to a partial IndyCar campaign that came together late. And it's one of the strange aspects of this sport where there's more to it than the pure talent alone to make it to the highest echelons. And you look at what Callum's done in this race and in his whole junior career, and it's hard to look at it and say this shouldn't be a driver with an F1 start or two on his resume at the very least.
Well, it still could happen. Sure. I mean, it's not like he's in the wasteland. He's still very much on the radar there. And maybe they've just elected. They've got such a strong driver lineup at Ferrari right now with Carlos Sainz and Charles Leclerc. So probably not a lot of change there. So why not let him get some more single-seater experience here in a very competitive IndyCar championship?
Speaking of Formula One, the internet knows all and sees all. Calvin was correct. Michael Bleekemolen has Formula One experience.
The Ram and ATS teams. And he still races, by the way.
Does he really?
Competes in the NASCAR Whelen Euro Series. Running for his own team.
Waiting for these cars to make the trip to the pit lane. That is the other variable that still remains out there. Saw Raffaele Marciello make the call early, as soon as possible. In fact, right as it became a valid option within the regulations to not have to do another stop with the 65-minute maximum stint lengths. But no one else from the front of this field has elected to do the same, but tires are getting ready. This is apparently in the Santalock pits. That is the second-placed car.
Here he comes.
And here he is. All right.
This is the key. Can the undercut work here? What sort of traffic is Callum Ilott going to get on this in lap? versus some fresh Pirelli P0 straight out of the tire warmers going on board this Audi.
You expect A, of course, to respond and bring Eilert in
I
this
think
lap?
you'd have to. You'd have to.
Got to cover him.
Vanthoor in. 50 kilometers per hour, the speed limit.
In some ways, being so close, but in the second position, a bit of an advantage. You can make your own call, or you could follow the Ferrari in. Right. You've got all of the options open to you.
Yep.
What?
71 has stopped on the track. That is the leader.
Contact.
Oh, my goodness.
Damage on the left front of the 09 car. That's down in turn 1.
Yes, it
He would have been on
is.
max attack. You could bet that the team said, you got to go. It's hammer time. Did he take a risk down in turn 1?
Full course yellow, you have to believe is imminent. Waving the camera operator out of the way, but the fuel rig still attached. Here's the replay. This is what happened.
He'll be on full attack. He knows that the Audi is pitted. Comes up deep. Wow.
Oh, he's going down the outside.
Yeah, but the Aston Martin has just parked it on the racetrack. He's going so slow there. Didn't turn into the corner. Maybe he thought that the Ferrari was going to dive to the inside wire to give him that inside line. Just total miscommunication there.
Yeah. I'll just hold possession, let him go around me.
Unbelievable.
This consulate faces in the AF Corsa garage. Eilert climbing out of the car. This could get interesting.
Oh my goodness. He will not believe that.
Utter dejection. From the lead, stopped on track one more time. This is how it happened.
Well, let's watch a Ferrari coming down at a big rate of speed, and I think the 09 sees the blue flag, gives him the inside lane, but Callum had committed to the outside and had nowhere to go with it. I think he expected the Aston to cut into the corner and keep going, but he just slowed so much, and he just stayed out wide. He couldn't cut back down at the inside. He just cannot believe that. Just misread that situation. I think he accepts some of the responsibility by the fact he hasn't gone over and had a word with the driver of the Aston Martin right there.
And that's Michael Miller driving the Aston. He too out of the race car, also with a look of frustration upon his face. And again, let's remember, so many of these cars at the front of the field, we see the 51 in now, driven by drivers with extensive multi-class racing experience. Callum Eilert, this is his first year doing sports cars, first year with multi-class racing, and that's all been GT3s, never mixing in GT4 before.
This is interesting. Caldarelli getting out. Remember, Bortolotti was having a really strong run. Caldarelli wasn't able to do anything, and sometimes, some days, you can be one of the best drivers in the world, and you're just not feeling it. And it's up to you to tell the team, put someone else in. I think that's what may have happened right here.
Day done, it would appear.
Yeah.
Wow.
That was walking away.
So unfortunate. I think the Aston Martin was trying to do the right thing. Just stay out of the way, stayed wide, go down the inside. There's an acre of room there.
99 Guinan service complete. He has left the pit lane. This is K-Pax with the dislodged body parts on the left side of this race car. K-Pax crew doing quick pit work here in the pits at Indianapolis.
Today's coverage is brought to you in partnership with Acura, Ferrari, and Lamborghini.
Pit work complete for the pole sitting AF Corsa Ferrari. Also for the
pit lane was closed.
Yeah, K-Pax car I think was stopped there at the exit. This is the 32. Dries Vanthoor comes in.
This is going to be a tasty last 40 minutes or so here.
Yeah, Caldarelli and Pierre Guidi stopped at pit exit. The pit exit closes when the safety car train comes through.
Bortolotti might be behind the wheel now. I think that was him that got in, not Jordan.
Yep, you're right. Now it switches over on timing and scoring. Now they're released.
Is this going to shake out?
He's in now.
My brain is hurting. I think we'll just let timing and scoring sort out.
My head would have exploded by now.
This is the other K-Pax Racing car, Marco Rappelli, just not been their day, but persistence might yet net them a top 10 finish. They run 10th.
What does Vantor have? You know what I mean? He was quick, and then it kind of faded a bit. Maybe used the tires up. There's pace in the Audi, though.
Oh, for sure. On that stint, he came from quite a ways back. 7th or 8th, I think, but had a bunch of lap traffic to clear, and he did it.
Not sure you get full price for the car on eBay Motors with the damage, but still quick.
A remarkable job by the WRT team to, over the course of this race, massage that thing and put it in a place where it can at least fight deep into the running when it looked like it might have been catastrophic with the damage they picked up earlier today. This also will affect several of the other class battles. We saw Santalock call in their silver car. Racer's Edge kept theirs out longer, and we'll have to see how that shuffles through also. Just 46 minutes left in what has been a topsy-turvy day at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Pirelli. Indianapolis 8 hour coming down to the wire. Pit stops continuing during this safety car period. We saw Ben Barnicoat dive in. That is a lapped car. Currently 6th, though. It's been a strong run for a debut team. Crucial Motorsports, based down in Orlando, Florida. Really good job running solidly all day. Also, the leader in silver is in the pit lane. That's the Acura NSX GT3 Evo of Racer's Edge. White and red car also in the pit lane. So we're letting this update on timing and scoring to see who is in what position, and what kind of lap traffic they're going to deal with. So Vantor crossed the line as the overall leader. Gunan behind in 2nd. That's because of the pit decision at the end of that, with the display of the yellow. The Vantor team really lucked out. The other cars got stuck behind the safety car train at the exit of the pits. It has put the WRT car suddenly in the catbird seat.
And Audi in the catbird seat in the manufacturer's standings, because they've got cars in 1st and 3rd. And their nearest rival from Ferrari is down there in 8th.
Yeah, and you can have 4 cars nominated to score points here today in this 8-hour event, as well as the 9-hour Kyalami. Only 2 will score points. That's based on the overall positions. Doesn't matter which class you're in. You could win your class, but if you're 6th, you'll get 6th place points.
So Audi, as it runs, if I'm understanding that correctly, would be in position to clinch that title.
That's right.
Headed into the finale at Kyalami in December.
They come in with a 17-point lead. Right now, they have provisionally 40 points for the 1st and 3rd place cars. And Ferrari really cannot fight back, so I would think they could clinch at the end of the day.
And Ferrari should be, well, they should have been further up. We had 2 front-running cars over the course of this race, and misfortune has them one out, and the other mired back in 8th.
Yep, just another reason that incident involving Callum Ilott down in turn 1 is so unfortunate for him, for the team, for the brand. But that's why we run the races.
Now, where is Vantor in the safety car train? Because as it stands, there are several cars trapped a lap down. I suspect they would be in a position for the wave by. Have to wait and see.
Should be. The 51 car's trapped. He should get away by it.
Yeah. Another 1 or 2 that fall into that category as well. Still a lot to shuffle through as we approach the final 40 minutes of the Indy 8 hour.
Is when they do that wave by, and if you got enough time to hustle back around and get to the pack before the leaders go green.
Well, also, the key would be, right, where is the GT4 leader in this mix? Because the safety car could potentially pick up the GT4 leader, not the overall leader.
I think the GT4 leader is behind the 32 car in terms of track positioning. So I think the GT3 leader will be the next class leader.
Well, that simplifies things, and I'm grateful for that. Vanthoor here, the 9th place car is ahead in line. That's Leger, silver class, 9th placed car from Santalok. So I think everybody
to the 26s maybe, 26 on forward, so the 26, 51, 3, 77, 89, 25 are trapped. Will get the wave by, but if they then go green on the next lap, they'll hustle back around. They've got a ton of cars to cut through. This is really a 2-horse race at this stage between Vanthoor and Gunnar.
That's how it appears. Audi versus Mercedes as the field has been whittled down.
41 minutes still to go.
But pit stops.
Will we see another yellow?
Right. Pit stops, though, should be done, at least the required ones. We'll see if it's a straight-up fight to the end. Let's look at what the strategy was for the WRT car and how they were able to get out ahead, Calvin.
Let's take a look here. Fuel going on board. Don't see any mechanics getting ready to do a tire change. Typically, they're like crouched down, ready for that fuel hose to be pulled.
Where's the ground wire?
Then sound it.
Don't see anybody grounding the car.
That's a great point, Bob.
Interesting.
Now he goes. Yeah, just fuel only. So that's the short stop. We talked about it throughout the course of the afternoon, if anyone could play that strategy to good effect.
And that was the case for WRT. Wave by procedure underway, closing in on a return to the green flag. Wave by underway. With the pit sequence effectively complete, it should be a straight-up charge to the finish, but the big winners on strategy, WRT and Craft Bamboo, with Audi and Mercedes running fairly close together. So, to help you sort this through, 32 Audi right there in the center of the screen. That is the overall leader. Then a couple of lap cars, and behind, we should be looking for a bright yellow Moon Eyes liveried Mercedes-AMG GT3. Second Mercedes coming through the picture at the back there. That is Jules Gounon. He's into the finish. And just 2 cars separating that Mercedes from the race leader, Dries Vanthoor. Meanwhile, everyone else who was caught a lap down by this safety car has just been given the wave around, and now they're hustling around the racetrack. We'll see if we go green this time by. The intention of race control was to do the wave around prior to the restart, the lap prior to the restart. So keep an eye on the safety car lights approaching turn 7. That is when they should be extinguished. 32 is ahead because of some clever pit work here, using a provision in the rules to do a shorter stop, and that has allowed them to jump ahead in the sequence.
Big key is going to be tires, because the 99 car did a full stop, so that yellow Craft Bamboo car that you see right there, got a couple of lap cars between he and the leader. He's going to have much better rubber here to work with on the run to the checkered flag potentially. Got to wait, got to be patient on these restarts. When it goes green, you have to wait to the start-finish line. So for Gunnar, he's hoping that those cars in between him and the leader get going so that he doesn't lose too much time to the leader.
The lights are off. The safety car accelerates away. The wave-around car still hustling to try and make up that lap through the wave-around process, which basically, for now at least, leaves us with 2 cars to fight it out at the front of the field. Look how far back they are trying to work the wave-around through.
They're half a lap back.
Yep.
It's a disaster.
Well, it's such a short lap relative to a track like Spa or something that there's not much time to catch up on the wave around. Meanwhile, green flag is out. Here comes Vanthoor weaving back and forth, trying to get the temperature up in those tires. back behind. Gudon coming under attack as well. That's a lap car, but it's an Audi.
It's an Audi.
Yeah.
It's an Audi. That is a team car to the leader right now. Gives Gunnar a big clout there. And also he can be the perfect wingman and protect his teammate, Vanthoor, who leads this race.
That is the car that was hit early in the race by the Optimum McLaren with Robin Freins driving. Robin is driving again. It's been repaired. It's up to 13th, 9th in the pro category, and that move creates just that much of a buffer for Vanthoor.
Gunnar wasn't thinking about that. He was asleep at the wheel on that one.
Yeah, and I don't think he has the speed he did at the green flag.
Look at this, another car that's a lap behind. Optimum McLaren putting the pressure on
he's
the
got
second
problems.
place car.
Yeah.
He might have some damage. He definitely has some damage. He's got big damage right now. This has gone upside down in the terms of half a lap. Broken front suspension.
And that was the 10th place car he collided with, Ben Barnicoat. 8th in the pro class. His day appears to be done. Safety car yet again, and what a gift for those that got the wave by the last time.
Mamma mia.
Wow. Wow. Gunnar was so focused on getting those tires cleaned up, he didn't think about anyone attacking him. He would have been told, listen, everyone's a lap behind, it's just you, go after that car in front. Didn't dream that one of those lap cars was going to dive down the inside and also hit him.
Incident under review, but you're right. And look, Intercontinental GT Challenge, it was dreamt up as, above all, a championship for manufacturers to highlight their customer racing programs. A little cooperation between Audi teams.
Who would believe what we're seeing here in the last few minutes with Callum's incident
Yep.
and now this one? Devastating.
It is. And this car, this team, I mean, what great work they did today. Remember when they dropped the lap and we thought, well, their chances of win are gone. Timing of safety cars played into their hands. They got back on the lead lap, actually got to the lead. They played their strategy perfectly here in order to get in a position to challenge Vanthoor to win this race.
I think he was already
8 hour. Remember last year, the rain early and what wrenched that through into things. Ultimately, Valkenhorst, the famed BMW team, took control of the race. They were clever with their strategy and put themselves in a nearly unassailable position without something going wrong. And venerable BMW M6 GT3 won the inaugural running of this race. Unfortunately, no BMW left to try and defend those honors with the withdrawal of the Turner Motorsport car prior to the race. Illness, not COVID related, for one of their drivers, Michael Dinan. They were supposed to pull that car out when it looked very fast in practice. We've been left with a great scrap between Audi, Mercedes, Ferrari, all up in the mix at one point or another, even Lamborghini factoring in. Now coming down to one final 30-minute sprint to the finish, barring yet another safety car intervention. Sad way to end for this brand new Crucial Motorsports team. Ben Barnicoat stuck in the water, being pulled away with just 30 minutes remaining at Indy. The cleanup effort still continues at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. 30 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. Shouldn't be much of a concern about tires the rest of the way. The leader is Dries Vanthoor in the Audi, right behind the Lamborghini Urus safety car. The question, though, is where in this train is second place Patrick Niederhauser? We'll look back for that Audi. There it is. Sandwiched between two GT4 BMWs. You see the 2, now it says NIE up on the Lumerank display, left-hand corner of the windshield, now back to 2. That's the second place car overall.
It's about 8th or 9th in line. Not too bad in terms of how much ground he's got to make up.
Pelli has pitted. I wonder if they've got another set of tires to throw at that Lamborghini, perhaps. Trying to charge back through. That's big for that car. They're back on the lead lap now. They've really not been a factor, so you might as well roll the dice.
Only trouble is by pitting, you're losing that track position, more traffic to get through, but not much time on the board. But why not roll the dice? Just hope for another yellow with fresher tires. Could gain you some positions before the checkered flag.
Should update you on some of the other classes too. This Leisure 7th overall, but 2nd in the silver class. This is the silver leader, Compass Racing at McMurray. And they were on a different sequence than the Santalok Silver crew. It has allowed them to jump up ahead.
They pitted recently though, so it's not like they're in bad shape or anything, so I'm not sure if they... A quick look here. They did a short stop. Hang on one second. Yeah, they did a short stop, so may not have taken tires.
Now, this is the silver leading car. California-based Compass Racing, for a long time based in Canada. Several cars in between that one and Leisure in the Santalok Audi. We get ready to go back to green. I'd suggest you buckle up tight, given the way this race has panned out so far. Just 28 minutes or thereabouts will be left when we take the green flag once again. Dries Vanthoor with a sizable gap between himself and fellow Audi runner Patrick Niederhauser. Then it's Raffaele Marciello. Then the silver class leader Matt McMurray. Mirko Bortolotti for K-Pax Racing runs 5th. Pole sitter Alessandro Pierguidi 6th. Leisure silver class runner-up 7th. Here they come, accelerating back out onto the oval. Green flag waves ahead of Dries Vanthoor.
So Ollie Milroy aboard the Inception McLaren there, sitting in 2nd position as a fast car. But that is not a battle for position. We've got to look back into that 2nd pack of cars to look for Niederhauser, who runs 2nd overall right now.
The question is, how much of the traffic can he clear and how long does it take him to do so? Plus, how much incentive is there to fight with your fellow Audi runner?
A lot. You want to win. I mean, I know you can't get too aggressive, but Niederhauser wants to win this race.
He's able to get through the GT4 car of Jones that lined up ahead of him. Now we drop back to Marciello coming through. That was the Mercedes. Here's the silver leader, McMurray, coming through.
Great day for that team, Ryan. Winning the 3-hour event and now leading their class 4th overall. Just a stunning achievement. Here's Niederhauser coming through turn 7. What can he do here in the last 26 minutes of this race to get that Audi and scrap with his teammate? Clear air ahead of him. He'll be cutting fast laps right now.
Interesting message from race control to the 32. Drive-through penalty for failure to follow instructions.
Wow.
That is the leading car. Here he comes. From the lead, a drive-through penalty for the race leader with just 26 minutes left. We've seen it all today in Indianapolis. That moves Patrick Niederhauser to the top. What is his gap to Raffaele Marciello now? That becomes 1st and 2nd, just 5 seconds at the line. Matt McMurray not far back, and hey, how about the pole-sitting Ferrari, Alessandro Pierguidi? He runs 4th, he's not far behind either. Tough lap here for Mirko Bortolotti, just lost a position overall to Leisure, who's on the hunt, trying to catch up to McMurray for the silver class lead. 2 silver cars currently running inside the top 5 overall. This is the driver and car that inherits the lead with this late penalty to Dries Vanthoor. All we know is drive-through for not following instructions, failure to follow instructions. That's the message from race control. We'll effort more details on that situation. But now the battle on track as it has evolved. Niederhauser leading this man. Raffaele Marciello bit between his teeth. The victory potentially just 5 seconds ahead.
Aaron reports that some of the teams that were held at pit lane, with the pit lane being closed, remember. Oh, there's an incident there. That's the 77 car. That's Matt McMurray.
Leader in silver. That will cost him the lead. 3rd in the race. Not anymore. Forced to the access road for the oval. Lost a ton of time. And crucially, the leading class.
Who hit him? Pierguidi?
Take a look and see who hit him. Everyone's on max attack right now. Here's the replay. Look below. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It's the Ferrari.
Yep.
I suspect that will be under review here shortly. There's already... There's a look at it again. Nope. Back we jump, actually, to live action, excuse me. Matt McMurray. Now he'll be driving through the red mist. Just 24 minutes to go. He's dropped to 6th overall. And he's some 4 seconds behind the class leader.
Car's working okay. I don't see any bodywork damage on that right-hand side as he came down the straightaway. That'll be a key component if the car is damaged or not.
And Pierre Guidi has continued on as well. Is 5 seconds behind Marciello in the fight for second. That incident under review with just 23 minutes left at Indy. Just when you think you figured this one out, throws another curveball at you. 25 car is Niederhauser. That is the leader. He's got lap cars ahead of him because those cars would have been behind Vantor as he led the field to the green flag. Cielo giving chase the last lap. Ooh, it was a big advantage Niederhauser, but I don't know what kind of traffic they were dealing with.
Yeah, good question. But I think Niederhauser's got this one in hand if we don't get another reset. I think he's got the pace, he's got the track position. Don't believe he's got any penalties coming his way, but who knows? It's been a wild day. That steward's room has been smoking.
Battle for 4th and 5th. Alessandro Pierre Guidi holding on to 3rd position. Leggeret leader in silver ahead of Bortolotti, the leader in pro. We've got an AM class Ferrari at the front of this train. You can kind of ignore that one as far as this fight is concerned. Leggeret there and the Audi is 4th. Bortolotti is 5th, and keep in mind, Pierre Guidi, after that contact, very likely, or quite possibly, let's say, could be headed to the pit lane as that incident, the contact with McMurray, is under review.
So a little bit late. To see it again, actually, just to see how that developed. We saw him down the inside, obvious contact with Pierre Guidi to the inside, but did McMurray throw the block late? Who knows? It's just been a crazy last couple of hours of this race.
Marciello's last lap, perfectly in lockstep with Niederhauser. He did not gain, but he did not lose anything either. Pierre Guidi running 0.3 of a second or so off of the pace of the top 2. Back to the fight for 4th. Leggeret has it, Bortolotti wants it, and Conrad Grunwald doing a great job, good pace in that AM class A, of course, of Ferrari. That's the one at the front of this train, and to his credit, he is not really holding these two up. He is able to keep the pace nicely.
He has great pace. Yeah, really great pace.
See how long he stays there, though, knowing what's at stake behind him. These are 3 different classes, all within the GT3 category. AM, Silver, Pro, running nose to tail. Battle for 4th and 5th is hot. This race turned on its head with the drive-through penalty a few minutes ago for Dries Vantor. That's given the lead to Patrick Niederhauser. He's been exchanging laps with Raffaele Marciello, a 10th or 2 here or there, but in the aggregate, it's been the Swiss driver, Niederhauser, who's been pulling out the gap. It's up to 6 seconds now over the Mercedes man.
Yeah, he's looking comfortable. And with the 6-second gap, you can afford to be a little bit more careful in traffic. You don't have to take the big risks. Can't afford to get stumbled up for about 2 or 3 seconds, but certainly you can pick and choose your moments.
Great performance from the Santilak Racing team. Patrick Niederhauser shared this car with Christopher Haase and Marcus Winkelhock, who has already left the premises. Had special dispensation to do so. His partner giving birth to their child. Due date really could have been any time. Had the same dispensation in place last weekend for the Endurance Cup finale in GT World Challenge Europe. So it comes down then to Christopher Haase and the man behind the wheel now, Patrick Niederhauser from Switzerland. Just turned 20 years old.
Guidi to pit lane. Gets the drive-through for incident responsibility with that contact with Matt McMurray. We're debating whether it was his responsibility or not. Let's take a look here. We see it quite late.
Comes through the back of the shot there.
Down to the inside. Murray had the apex, it looked like.
And watch at the top of the screen, already spinning through the grass, McMurray from the silver class lead. And now the penalty for the 51 pole-sitting Ferrari.
You would assume that Matt wouldn't have got too defensive there. I'm sure the team would tell him that's not for your class position, even though you want the best overall finish, maybe a podium. He wouldn't have fought it that vigorously to risk losing the class lead.
There's some traffic, though, to contend with for Niederhauser. Marciello dropped off 9/10 of a second that last time by. It's nearly 7 seconds now. Here comes Niederhauser up the inside. That is Mikael Grenier, 10th overall, the leader in Pro-Am. And that was tight.
Grenier, another one of the drivers celebrating a birthday today. Amanda spoke to Corey Lewis earlier, so maybe they can share some cake tonight.
Maybe so. Right now, Grenier slated to stand on top of the podium in the Pro-Am class. What a great run for Kenny Habul's Sun Energy One team.
Not sure with that drive time infraction if they've served a penalty or if they're going to get something after the race with that one, Ryan.
The message we saw was drive-through penalty.
Was it? Okay.
But a lot has happened over the last 7 hours and 42 minutes.
Oh, you think? This is amazing.
It has been. This is second place. Raffaele Marciello, that last lap time, a 1:36.1.
Half a second quicker than the leader.
Now Niederhauser was in traffic there, but that does help Marciello.
Been a quiet day by his standards, though. He's normally so spectacular. I don't think they have the car underneath him to really make some strong moves, but still a remarkable run and a remarkable story as we've documented today. How this car wasn't even at the circuit until yesterday morning at 5:30 a.m. The team and the drivers used one of the CrowdStrike Racing spare chassis to get some lap time in and get some setup information, but just a tremendous effort by this whole group.
Everyone from the Mercedes camp to the Zaka ASP crew as well. All of them credited DXDT Racing, the CrowdStrike Racing team, for giving them the chance to use the spare car and kept them on target as they awaited the arrival of that chassis. And I think you're right. If that Mercedes had something, Marciello would have extracted it, right? Here's a change of position. This is for the overall podium here. Marco Bortolotti has passed Lucas Legere. Now, this is not a class position, but how big is this for K-Pax to get on the overall podium here on the home round of the championship in IGTC for the team?
It's big. I mean, you have a championship season like they put together with 9 victories. You then come into this global race with a lot more competition, obviously. Some of the best teams and drivers from around the world. You'd love to win it, but even so, it's been a really solid day. I mean, coming on from the back foot a little bit in terms of not getting the setup right on the car, losing a lot of valuable track time, wet practice sessions, but they just keep grinding away. Good strategy calls all day. Had that one moment where maybe they could have pitted a lap early. Scott caught by that a little bit, but kept digging, and the podium run looks to be on the cards.
Unofficially, I think that penalty to Alessandro Perguidi in the Ferrari puts Audi on the plus side of the ledger in the manufacturer's points. Now, whether that changes because Legere has dropped back one position, I think it's right on the borderline. This one is not over yet.
Today's coverage is brought to you in partnership with Mercedes-AMG, Porsche, and 511.
What drama is yet to unfold in the final 15 minutes of the second annual Indianapolis 8-hour? Patrick Niederhauser, Team Santilak for Audi, out in front, inherited that lead thanks to a penalty to Dries Vanthoor. Still looking for some clarification as to exactly what it was for. All we know is a failure to follow directions or instructions that has allowed Niederhauser to slot in to the first position. That's overall. How about in GT4? Bimmer World Racing Bill Oberlin taking this car home. He's had a nice stint here to drive this car to the lead.
He has, and communicated with him mid-race, and he said, I'm a bit frustrated. We had a really good opening stint, and then we had a little snafu on the pit stop, but just one of those days. It's a long race. He's been around long enough. Closing in on 500 races for BMW. I think that happens at Sebring potentially next year in terms of that number keeps escalating, and the winningest professional sports car driver here in the States, certainly. So he loves to win. His passion at his age is just truly incredible. Still one of the best in terms of speed as well.
Enthusiasm nor the speed have come down with age for Bill Oberlin. Giving this car a great ride in GT4 at the moment. Guy Cosmo will finish things off for Stephen Cameron Racing. They've come to the fore late in the going. They are second in GT4 and continuing to climb up the overall leaderboard.
Watching Bill cut some laps here. Focus forward, as his old team boss Bobby Rahal like to say. Just in a rhythm, in a groove, enjoying it. Driving Indianapolis. What could be better?
Drop it back. 82 car, a little bit further down. This is Devin Jones, fourth in class.
This is a win, though. Seeing him back at the racetrack.
After the accident he went through, for sure. Great to see him able to finish off the race for that car. Just 13 minutes left in the Indy 8 hours. Down to the final 13 minutes. Taking a look through the GT4 front runners. This is the second place car coming through. Now we've got the Black Swan car right there in the mix. Spencer Pompelli, fifth place in GT4. For TRG, driving with Derek DeBoer and Andy Lally. Been a quiet day for them, but in a day with so much that has been unpredictable, having a quiet day is not the worst thing in the world.
Top 5 run. Great team, led by Kevin Buckler, of course. So much success on the sports car, in the sports car arena for so many years. Good race for himself, Kevin, and I think that really helps when you got someone at the helm who's been a racer before. Allows the drivers to talk to a team owner, team manager, puts it all in perspective, can accept what's going on a little bit better than someone who's never been behind the wheel, I feel.
It is tight, second and third in GT4, just 3.3 seconds between Cosmo and Seb Bleekemolen. It's 15 seconds from Cosmo to Bill Oberlin, the class leader. So top three all on the same lap.
Cosmo's a couple of seconds quicker than Seb on that last lap, so certainly enough time to catch him at that rate or not, if he can keep that delta up.
For Derek Jones, a great comeback after the big accident at VIR. We take a look back to the front of the field where Swiss driver Patrick Niederhauser announcing himself to the North American viewing audience. Audi Sport Team Santalak out in front by 9 seconds. That gap continues to grow over second place Raffaele Marciello.
Well, looks to be under control, but I thought that a couple other times today, and then the fireworks started. He has really been quick, though. I mean, he's driven beautifully here today. Some of the moves he put together were top draw.
No question about it. Maybe one of the less heralded, shall we say, members of the Audi factory lineups. Might be stopping now with a performance like this one. This is the car that dominated the Silver Cup for much of this race. Lucas Legere right now, another Swiss driver trying for victory at Indianapolis, but it looked like it might have swung towards Compass Racing late in the going. Only that contact that sent Matt McMurray flying off track after Alessandro Pierguidi got into him. It's been a setback there. McMurray's 14 seconds behind Legere, but they run 4th and 5th overall, respectively. Great performances from both of those silver class cars. Then to Pro-Am, Mikhail Grenier, 10th overall. Martin Conrad, Kenny Humber, and the rest of that driver lineup.
Kenny was really cutting some great laps earlier in this race. Really impressive. not running on a regular basis. He kind of does a handful of races a year on the global stage, doesn't really pick one championship or another, it seems, but I think some of that was certainly compromised last year with all of the COVID stuff going on. But nonetheless, I think he's now got the experience and the seat time collectively over the years to jump in and do a really solid job. I think he'll be happy with the day.
Australian-born Kenny Hobble, he'll be excited to have Bathurst back because he just bought property, I understand, within the last year or two on the Conrad Strait at Bathurst.
I think I saw the listing for that property. Kenny has resources.
Well, I'd pay a pretty penny just to look out the window for a few minutes.
Yeah, it's a spectacular home if it's the one I'm thinking of.
Saw a moment ago the leader at AM, Conrad Grunwald, finishing it out for AF Corsa. 16th overall, and then here Bill Oberlin, leader in GT4 with about a 14-second lead over a guy Cosmo Seb Bleekemolen. He's third for Black Swan. Niederhauser's lead continues to grow over Marciello. It is Mirko Bortolotti trying to run him down in the fight for second, but less than 10 minutes remain. Just 8.5 on the clock, coming down to the wire at Indy. Great performance from this Bimmer World team. Great operation out of Virginia. So much experience. This will be a big win for them. It'll be a big win for Hasso Winkelhock. And Niederhauser also. I wonder if this will be the first win in Marcus's career that he's not actually been on site for to celebrate. As we chronicled, he had to jet off with the birth of a child.
Could be a special day for him.
Yeah. Do we know if it's a boy or a girl? Well, either way, their name is Indy.
You would hope so. That would be fitting, wouldn't it? Almost destined to be a racer, too. This also is a racing family. I know his uncle, Joachim, was very active. I think his father was, too.
Smoking Joe Winkelhock.
Yes.
I know we told the story yesterday in pre-qual, but unique where he made his Formula One debut, Bob, and actually led his home track, the Nürburgring, the European Grand Prix.
In a downpour.
Came in, switched to wet weather tires, heavens opened, and everyone else died for pit lane, and there he was leading for the Spiker race team.
Has made a great career for himself, though, Marcus Winkelhock in sports car racing. Has been part of the Audi family for a very long time. But it's up to his teammate, the young Patrick Niederhauser, to close this out. Just 6.5 minutes remaining. We're doing 90-second laps, so 3-4 laps left. It's all that separates Santalok Racing from a huge win on the hallowed grounds of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
I suppose we'd be giving it short shrift if we didn't complete the Winkelhock story. Of course, Marcus's dad was the late Manfred Winkelhock, who was racing in Formula One when he lost his life in a crash in the Canadian Grand Prix at Mosport Park.
Great heritage, though, throughout that family. Closing in on the final 5 minutes at Indianapolis, Niederhauser and Audi lead. Down to the final 5 minutes and 44 seconds. Patrick Niederhauser, you can see him working through that windshield, the head going left to right, looking far through those corners, up onto the front straightaway to cross the yard of bricks yet again. And with each crossing of those famous bricks, a reminder of the accomplishment that is 5 minutes away for this Santalok team.
It kind of seems inappropriate in a race like this one, in which the entire field has been all over each other all day, that Patrick Niederhauser and his teammates should come home well clear of anybody.
Yeah, so it looks pretty calm right now, doesn't it? Not fighting any traffic right now. Just bringing it home, hitting his marks, ticking off those laps. Beautiful performance. It could have gone a number of ways. Certainly the Ferrari seemed to have the fastest car. Lamborghini got back in the mix there. They're frustrated by a couple of things on pit lane where they got held, where they felt they should have been a lap further up. Certainly the Mercedes gave everyone a big fight. Gunnar there looked to be in great shape on fresher tires than the Audi. And essentially the Audi that he was behind then got that penalty anyway, so he would have assumed the lead if he just kept it clean.
That's a good point. Behind Niederhauser, 12 seconds. That's as far back as you've got to go to find second place. Raffaele Marciello. Solid drive, just not quite enough to challenge the pace of this Audi late in the race. Marco Bortolotti's been charging too in recent laps. He's cut the deficit to Marciello down, but it looks like he's going to run out of time. Still 10 seconds to overcome.
Compass Racing team will be frustrated. Such a great day, but could have been that little bit better right now. I know there's a few laps to go here, but McMurray holds down that second position in class, some 19 seconds back.
How cool would this be for Santilak to come to Indy, and they're primed to win 2 classes overall and in silver with the 4th place running car.
That's a great point.
I think it's safe to say WRT is the more heralded of the two internationally, but both have extensive links to Audi. And this is a day where there were a lot of ways you could go wrong, especially on the strategy side with the safety car interventions. And to have 2 cars positioned to win speaks volumes.
They seem to be on top of things, didn't they? They didn't always make that mega call where you think, wow, that was really out of left field and made the right call, but they were solid. Didn't make any mistakes with their strategy calls, it seemed.
Matt McMurray dropped 2 positions on that last lap. One of them, interestingly, was to Alessandro Pierguidi.
Probably drove off the racetrack to get out of the way.
Right. Dries Vanthoor was the other, so that is 5th and 6th overall. That puts McMurray, who is 2nd in silver for Compass Racing, down to 7th. Really strong run, though, for Compass, showing the strength of that team against an international field.
Great job for Jacob Abel as well. Races Edge team, 93 squad, 3rd in the silver class. Another strong outing for them.
Absolutely. Top 10 run in the overall order. They've kept their nose clean all day. We've not really seen much of that car, but that really is a compliment on a day like today. Here comes Niederhauser. Should be the penultimate lap. The second to last round of the Intercontinental GT Challenge, powered by Pirelli. Kyalami coming up in December, first weekend of December in South Africa. That'll be where championships will be decided, but it doesn't look like the manufacturer's championship will. Looks like Audi will have done enough, by our math at least, to lock that down with 1 round still to go.
When you think about it, winning any race, any endurance race is a massive achievement, but when you do it in the current travel climate and the logistics that it takes to move people around and the paperwork and everything else, the extra effort that has to be put through for all of the team members, it's exhausting. But they're here, they're committed, and a great squad. Cars look great. Patriotic livery here on US soil.
How about an extra wrinkle to the equation? There's a car, several cars under investigation for entering a closed pit, and one of them is the Santilak leading silver class car of Leisure. There's the message from Race Control on the screen, the 26. So, it's not done yet. The drama and the intrigue of the Indianapolis 8-hour as it reaches its final lap. The white flag for the overall leader. No drama for this car as far as we know. Patrick Niederhauser with a lead of over 10 seconds with just under 2.5 miles to go.
Be another 8 hours at the steward's office tonight in terms of people wanting to understand and certainly bringing people in to reprimand them. A lot of incidents here today. We expected it with the traffic, the deep field, multi-class racing.
It's been quite a day, no doubt about it. Sometimes seemed that we'd never even get to this point. Fortunately, it is a timed race and not a lap distance race.
Well, a dominant performance as it's turned out since that restart, since they moved to the front from the penalty. Patrick Niederhauser has not cracked. The race-leading pressure deep into an international event like this one has not gotten to the young Swiss driver, working his way through GT4 traffic on the final tour of the famed Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
And I think you're right, Ryan, that Audi will not have done everything they needed to do to lock up the Manufacturers' Championship, but, you know, that probably doesn't matter a bit to these young drivers who have suffered through this 8-hour event, and they bring the team home at the top of the podium.
Christopher Haase and Marcus Winkelhock did their bit. Patrick Niederhauser brought the car home. Santilak and Audi prevail in the second running of the Indianapolis 8-hour. The celebration begins. Jubilation as the cars stream across the line looking for second place. Raffaele Marciello, here he comes. He earns a spot on the podium for the ACA ASP crew that had no guarantee this car would even be here in time for the race. Looking further back, how about K-Pax Racing? Fighting through adversity. They come home on the podium. Mirko Bortolotti finishes it off. The two K-Pax cars finishing side by side. The sister car, Marco Mappelli, brings it home in 9th. It looked like it was, at least provisionally, on the road. A silver class win for Leggeret and Santilak. And here's the GT4 winner. Bill Oberlin and Bimmer World take victory at the Brickyard.
Second year in a row for that team. Great performance. Bounced back nicely after a few little hiccups early in the race.
This, though, is the team of the hour. Santilak Racing, for the moment at least, winners in both the overall as well as the silver category. And Niederhauser taking his time on the victory tour of Indianapolis.
We can only wonder what it means to Christopher Haase, Marcus Winkelhock, and Patrick Niederhauser to put their names in the roll book of Indianapolis winners. And you think of all the great legends over the years and all the different disciplines of motorsports that have raced here. That's a pretty special thing.
Pole-sitting car, not the result they were looking for. Still a top 5, 4th in the pro class for the Spa-winning trio, and Alessandro Pierguidi early in the running with the CrowdStrike fastest lap of the race for AF Corse, a 1:34 flat. Not sure anybody really came close.
The opening hour was such a sensational pace, just totally crisp conditions. And this man is something special in terms of his speed. Burst on the scene here in the States back in 2014 as a silver-rated driver, and was really the lead driver when they won with level 5 at the Rolex 24.
Had a Pro-Am win at the Total 24 Hours of Spa earlier in his career, and overall had been denied to him, and that was an emotional interview he had on the podium earlier this year. Similar emotions expected from Santilak Racing. Patrick Niederhauser and Christopher Haase, and the departed Marcus Winkelhock, who is headed home to welcome in a new member of the family. What a day for him. What a day for Audi in Indianapolis.
And what a day gone wrong for Ferrari. All the potential they showed with their two cars. Callum Ilott having a brilliant day. And then
big moments, big decisions that just went away from them. Had the pace. Shoulda, coulda, but ultimately just a tremendous performance by the Santilak team, grabbing the win.
Well, there it is, CrowdStrike fastest lap of the race, but the win escapes Ferrari. Instead to Audi and Santilak Racing at the Indianapolis 8-hour. Closing in on victory celebrations and the podium ceremonies at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. This is the car that came home first after 8 grueling hours of endurance racing, and Patrick Niederhauser climbs atop the roof to celebrate. Quite possibly the biggest victory in his career.
Got to be careful hugging someone wearing a racing helmet.
Speaking from experience?
Oh, yeah. Wonder if anybody got Marcus Winkelhock on the phone to say, hey, we'll bring your trophy home with us.
The first man in there for the hug, that was Chris Reinke, head of customer racing for Audi Sport. There he is in the background, German national, but actually spent some time growing up in Chicago. You'll understand what it means to win in Indianapolis. And there's the celebration, the crew able to cheer on their hero. Patrick Niederhauser did what was needed to be done and brought this car home with the win. A lot of happy German being spoken for a French team. That's Haas up on the right, Niederhauser on the left. Looking forward to hearing from them very, very soon. There's Chris coming in again to share some pictures and some smiles with the two drivers that secured victory. And look, in some ways, this is a return to form for Audi in the North American round of the IGTC. If you go back to the beginning, the California 8-hour, the first two were dominated by Audi. They were denied in the third. Didn't have a full factory program on site here last year, but they brought out all the big guns for this one, and it paid off.
Yep. It was a huge effort, no doubt about it. The strongest lineup any manufacturer could put in the race with 3 pro teams and 1 Silver Cup team. And boy, oh boy, they lost all kinds of soldiers today, but they won the battle.
A jubilant victory lane at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. That's where we find Amanda Busick.
And the celebrations have not stopped for the overall winner here at the Indianapolis 8-hour. And Patrick, you were able to bring it to the checkered flag. And when you finish off a race that was as dramatic as this one, how much of a relief was it to see that finish?
Yeah, massive. I don't really have words. You know, in the end, it's we simply never gave up. You know, after the safety car came out right after the pit stop, I thought it's game over. You know, everything is done. But yeah, it's not that we're ever giving up, so we just keep fighting, and finally we got that win.
Well, Marcus is on the phone to join into these winner interviews, and Christopher, you said to your teammate, we did it. What was the difference maker here today?
Well, I think the difference was to stay as low as possible on mistakes, and I think that's what we did. So thanks to the Audi Sport team, Sandblock Racing, made a fantastic job. My teammates, Patrick, Marcus Winkelhock, which can't be here right now. This is a dream came true. 8 hours of Indy. I was dreaming of that.
Dreams do come true at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. That's part of the magic of this place. And here's the celebration, the reaction after jumping out of the race car with the famous yard of bricks right beneath. Look at that smile. That says it all. And now the hug. I think a lot of photographers got a very good picture right there. Down to Amanda once again.
Oh, and just a dream story for this team all weekend, what they battled to even make it here today to race. When you think of the challenges that your team faced, are you happy with the way this finished off?
Yeah, so first of all, at the beginning was not so good because we don't have our cars, so thanks to another team, they give for us the car from the team, and yeah, we was able to know the track because all of us, so it's first time for us here, and also it's first race in US for me. So honestly, we take good luck, I think, today. So strategy was good. Yeah, fantastic. So.
Tim, it was your first time competing here in Indianapolis. What can you take from this one that you apply next time?
Yeah, I mean, we did the best we could. It was not possible to do better, and for sure for next year we have to try to figure out why we were not so quick. And we struggled with some set of tires, some set no, but I mean, we did the best we could, and it's still second place in Indy 8 hours, so yeah, we can be proud.
It was a nice stint by you, Rafael. And Danny, You guys competed here hard this week, and you knew the challenges that you faced. What will be the leading memory of this race for you?
Right now, to be fully honest with you, I have never been so unhappy for a second position because I felt like that was not racing out there. We just had so many, and I couldn't understand how many safety cars were out there, like for so many reasons that just played not in our favor. So, yeah, to be honest, I didn't really enjoy that. And of course, I have a good memory of the place. I love this place, so much history, but this kind of racing is not what I signed up for.
Frustration from Kadea here at Indianapolis. They come home second, 11 seconds behind the leaders, Santalock Racing. Shots of the famous pagoda at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. The track has gone silent after 8 action-packed hours. We've seen a little bit of everything, Bob.
That was quite an interview, I'd have to say, from Danny Yucadella. The place is so important, so significant. We really wanted it. I've never been more unhappy with a second place.
Down to Amanda.
Well, I'm not sure if the third place team is going to feel any better. Andre, you seem a bit frustrated still. What's going through your mind?
No, nothing. We had some problem on the front left, and I was affected the whole stint with that. We got a bit unlucky with the red flag at the end of pit lane when Mirko came out. So otherwise, the race I think could have been a bit different. But a good effort from the team, a good podium. You know, first race for us in IGT. So it's all big thanks to the guys that did an amazing job all weekend.
When you look back at the race at hand, are there things that you're going to replay in your mind that you would have done differently?
Nothing. I think we did everything right today, all right calls. My teammates did a great job, the team also. So I think we can be really, really happy with what we did today, and we got the result we deserved, at least to be on the podium. I think we, as Andrea said, we were a little bit, I don't know if we can define it as bad luck or something else, but for sure it didn't help us, let's say it that way. And but it's the way it is, and good to have a podium.
Jordan, you guys wrapped up your championship at Sebring. You come in here, you enter into the 8-hour. What will you take from this experience that you had touring all over America?
Yeah, but it's hard to reflect now. You know, it's very, very bittersweet. Yeah, it's a podium that the whole team deserved. I'm so proud of everyone at K-Pax. I'm so proud of the way they've come to this new program with Lamborghini and really giving it 110%. I'm proud of every single team member on our crew. We fought hard this year, and it's tough to lose the race like this, but at the end of the day, I'm just proud of everyone and happy to be on the podium.
Another podium to close out this season for the North American champions, K-Pax Racing, here at the famed Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Third place overall in the second running of the Indy 8-hour. Post-race festivities continuing at Indianapolis. The track has gone quiet. These are the provisional results, and several things still are under review, so we emphasize provisional. But for now, top 3 belong to overall cars. Santalock Racing, Patrick Niederhauser, Christopher Haase, and Marcus Winkelhock ultimately coming home with the win. Winners in silver, at least for now, they have something that's under review from the stewards. Lucas Leggeret and the Santalock Junior crew held 4th on the road, and on the road were the first placed car in silver. Winner in Pro-Am down in 10th place. Great run for Sun Energy 1. Mikel Grenier brought that car home that he shared with Kenny Harbull and Martin Conrad.
5 different manufacturers in the top 5 spots.
Great diversity of GT3 machinery, that's for sure. We page down now to 16th through 30th. That's where you find your AM winner. They, of course, are there. J.C. Sada, Mark Kwame, and Conrad Grunwald, the winners in that class. And then look how tight it was in GT4. 3 cars on the same lap, all within 20 seconds of each other. Bimmer World, though, for the second straight year, prevails in the GT4 class.
Very competitive race in GT4. There was an ebb and flow to that one as well, but at the end of the day, they stuck Oberlin in. He brought it home once again, but it was a tough fight. I mean, Tim Pappas had an awesome run with Black Swan, along with the Bleekemolen brothers. They could have won it, and everyone seemed to be in the mix.
And that windward car at the very bottom, DNF just a bit too soon, denied a chance to score points for the North American Championship. That hurt Russell Ward's campaign to finish in third. High atop the famed pagoda, the flags blowing briskly in the breeze. It was the American flag, though, that started the race with a great jump on the start from Alessandro Pierguidi from pole, but early dramas for Inception Racing's Brendan Reeve.
Brendan Reeve there had an ABS issue, went off the road a couple of times. Here you see him back out on the racetrack, but the braking system is still not working. He took out one of the front runners there, with Robert Fryns getting hit, major damage to the front end of that Audi.
Number 37 Audi, though, soldiered home to bring home 12th overall, 7th in class. Strategy call here. It looked good for the 71 crew. They saw the yellow coming. They ducked to the pit lane. It did shuffle them forward. There is the yellow for contact between the 111 and the 20, but a penalty ultimately for the 71 deprived them of any advantage gained. This was the 3-hour mark, which paid the final points in the North American Championship. The overall win to Compass Racing, Ashton Harrison, as well as Matt McMurray teaming up for the win in the North American portion of the IGTC race. Lots of drama throughout this field, and the front runner in GT4 from that contact behind the wall, that led to a big-time penalty here.
Yeah, Nielsen just got a little bit wrong in terms of giving Jesbray enough room. This was a weird one. Christopher Mees overtaking in pit lane, then the Porsche in front of him stops, clouts the front bodywork on that Audi, so a bit messy right there. Big move here, though. Audi down to the inside, big fight coming off the corner. Good battles all day long. The 32 car going to come up on some traffic here, though. Gets awfully tight here with this multi-class racing. Great battle here for position between the number 3 car, Lamborghini Huracan. This was a big moment in this race, Bob.
Absolutely. Callum Islet, who seemed to have things totally under control, guessed wrong, tried to go down the outside of another car down in turn 1 and stopped.
Looks like that might be the move in the race there. More on that in a moment. Contact between Pierguidi and McMurray. Sends McMurray around. That provisionally might have cost him the lead and the win in silver. There, though, at the stripe, taking the checkered flag first, Patrick Niederhauser, Christopher Haase, and Marcus Winkelhock winning overall at the Indy 8-hour. BMW and Bimmer World Racing wins in GT4. Parc Fermé at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Look at all of those GT3 cars after being put through the endurance test. 8 hours around this 2.59-mile road course. And now the drive back to the famed gasoline alley, where they will go through a final tech inspection, and that will help us finalize the results from what was an absolutely wild day of racing in the racing capital of the world.
Yeah, the statistics from this race are going to make interesting reading, I think. The number of laps the safety car led after one incident after another, some of them very bizarre incidents. Well, certainly an eventful day.
And a memorable one for the Santalok team, which came to the lead. Let's remember, there was the crucial drive-through penalty for the other Audi from WRT. Dries Vanthoor was driving at the time. They were given a drive-through for not following instructions. That's what we've been told from race control. And that cost them. They had a massive advantage after playing the strategy perfectly, Calvin.
Yeah, and apparently the understanding is they were told to get behind the pace car, so I'm not sure if they actually gained a lap there. We saw several of those cars go down a lap. We saw the Capex cars get trapped at pit out, so there's a lot of consternation amongst the groups about how everything was settling down there for the final hour of the race. But either way, it cost Dries Vanthoor the opportunity to rebound from that disappointing loss at the Spa 24.
From the look at the ever-expanding skyline of Indianapolis, Indiana, now to the podium. Real estate prices.
We're very excited to kick off our podium ceremonies,
and
we will
right here
start
on the podium
with our overall podium finishers. Finishing in the 3rd position, driving for K-Pax Racing in a Lamborghini Huracan. Welcome up Jordan Pepper, Andrea Caldarelli, and Mirko Bortolotti. Finishing in the second position for Mercedes-AMG ACA ASP, Rafael Marchiello, Felipe Castro-Fraga, and Timur Bogulovsky. And actually, that's Daniel Junkal.
Daniel Junkadea is the name we're looking for
Welcome
here.
to the number 89 squad.
Filling in for Felipe Fraga, who was
And your
initially in
victors
this driver
today
lineup.
for the second Indianapolis 8-hour presented by AWS. For Audi Sport in the Santa Lock team, Christopher Haase, Marcus Winkelhock, and Patrick Niederhauser!
Now that's what victory looks like in Indianapolis. You saw the emotion on the face of both Haase and Niederhauser. Now this is not an event that has 100 years of history like the big race in May, but it still means something a little bit extra to
well
win
done to the Audi Sport squad.
here at the Brickyard.
And before we get started with the trophies, please stand for our winner's national anthem of France.
Marciez rigging out on the loudspeakers at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Recognizing the winning race team, Santa Lock Racing, based in France. But a bit strange, French national anthem for a German manufacturer with a German and a Swiss driver and another German who's not here. But the French team, as we said.
Right.
And therefore the French anthem rings out. The medals you see distributed, those go to podium finishers who are part of the Intercontinental GT Challenge point scoring lineups, and in each of these three cases, these are IGTC point scoring lineups, so the medals go around the neck. It's that little extra to take home and celebrate from a dramatic race weekend here at Indianapolis. Trophies up high on the victory rostrum at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Santa Lock Racing, Patrick Niederhauser, Marcus Winkelhock, and Christopher Haase win the second edition of the Indianapolis Enduro. A lot of champagne will be sprayed up on this podium. Look at that, they're not done yet. Christopher Haase celebrating with Patrick Niederhauser.
Well, they had to make up for the absence of Marcus Winkelhock, so away they go.
Should be an extra bottle up there somewhere.
Maybe we should run check.
Be some big parties tonight downtown Indy, I bet.
I bet you're right.
Time to celebrate if you got enough energy. Been a long day for those fellas.
It has. It started early. And it's not the same kind of grueling test that a 12-hour race at Bathurst might be. It's not the same as the 24 hours of Spa, but 8 hours, nothing to sniff at.
This business of dropping the champagne bottle and whatever contents are left in it down to your teammates can get pretty sketchy. I've seen a few smashed bottles when they hit the pit lane.
Sun starting to set in central Indiana.
What a beautiful picture that is.
It's a beautiful day. I mean, the weather has just been glorious. Crisp. This morning was certainly chilly on the grid before we got going, but certainly saw some sensational lap times in the opening hour. I mean, Pierre Guidi just got the hammer down and laid down that fast lap really early.
On the early going, it looked like it was going to be an all-Ferrari affair, 1-2 for much of the opening couple of hours. But this was a race that was impossible to predict.
Yeah, there's just so much going on. It seemed like the yellows really threw a few curveballs at many of the teams in terms of how they handled it. And then when we went back to racing, you got cars that were out of position having to cut their way back through the pack. A lot of incidents, a lot of argy-bargy went on, and some key moments in this race. You talked about Callum Eilert, then Pierre Guidi trying to come back through the fast race car. He obviously had that big hit with Matt McMurray, got the drive-through that took him out of contention.
Silver class podium now being introduced.
Finishing in second for Compass Racing, also in an Acura NSX GT3 Evo, Ashton Harrison, Matt McMurray, and Mario Farnbacher.
Podium ceremonies continuing at Indianapolis. This is the introduction of the silver class podium. Compass Racing and Racer's Edge have taken their places. Now for the class winners.
Lucas Laguerre and Nicolas Barret.
Saw earlier today.
Great job to the Santalok
Ashton Harrison, part of that Compass Racing lineup, made history, becoming the first female driver to win overall in a GT World Challenge America race. That was part of the 3-hour North American portion of the 8-hour. And now you look at the podium, Ashton and Taylor Hagler both sharing the podium here today.
That's a very cool thing indeed.
Great performances, and we've seen what Taylor can do this year on numerous occasions. But for Ashton on debut, she was simply spectacular today.
Yeah, I think another big-time talent identified through the HPD GT3 Academy.
Showing the boys how it's done.
Well, look, all 4 GT3 Academy drivers that were in this race were up on the podium right there. That's amazing. The other 3, of course, being the Racer's Edge trio, Jacob Abel, Dakota Dickerson, Taylor Hagler. Historic day for them in a lot of respects. A nice day for Acura, Honda in the silver class.
Acura's was strong in that class, really strong. We still got to wait and see if the Audi has any issues with that pit lane being closed. There's a few inquiries going on, but they certainly deserve it. They ran a great race.
Down to Amanda.
We always got to love the celebrations here on the podium. You can smell the champagne from where I'm staying. And Nick, when you look at the race that happened today, what was the factor that got this win?
We just went pretty consistent and just, yeah, we want to finish the race. And it was the only key. And then we are P4, so, and first in Silver Cup, so amazing.
Aurelian, when you need a win like this at a track that you've never been to, how much trust has to go into the team?
Yeah, I was not at the beginning, but like Nico said, we did an amazing job. I want to thank all the Santalok team because they did also an amazing job with the Pro car and the Silver car. So yeah, it was just amazing to race in the US, and yeah, thanks to my teammates.
Well, and Lucas, when you knew that Acura was offline, what was your reaction inside of the car?
I kept pushing because we know we were top 3 in overall, so I tried my best. Unfortunately, I got overtaken, but tried to stay safe and bring it home for the victory. So yeah, amazing job to Santalok. Thanks to my family who supports me and everyone around me for this opportunity.
Congratulations to your Silver Cup champions here at the Indianapolis 8-hour.
2 wins for Santalok Racing, both in the overall as well as there in Silver Cup. Historic day for the French team and a historic venue, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. The second edition of the Indy 8-hour presented by AWS was a memorable one. Audi prevailed in a topsy-turvy day. Niederhauser, Winkelhock, and Haase for Santalok Racing. So long for our American audience watching on CBS Sports Network. Thanks for tuning in. To our international audience on the stream, we continue with the podium ceremonies, wrapping up the second Indianapolis 8-hour. We've heard from our Silver Cup winners. The silver podium has concluded. Pro-Am, and GT4 still to come.
Finishers.
Winner in Pro-Am, Sun Energy 1. We'll see them coming to the screen in a moment, along with the rest of the top 3.
Jean-Claude Sada, Conrad Grunwald, and Mark Kwame. And now for your Pro-Am podium finishers. Finishing third, driving for TR3 Racing, in a Lamborghini, Bill Sweetler, John McGrew, and Giacomo Altoy. Finishing second for GMG Racing in a Porsche 911 GT3R, Kyle Washington, James Safronis, and Dennis Olsen. And taking victory for Sun Energy 1 and Mercedes AMG, let's welcome up your Pro-Am winners, Kenny Abul, Martin Conrad, and Mikel Grenier.
What a run it was from this team. Best Pro-Am qualifying car. They
Awesome
ran
job
inside the
to
top
our
10
AM
just
winner
about all
and
day.
Pro-Am
Ultimately came
podium
home 10th
finishers
overall.
For today's
Kenny was amazing there,
Indianapolis 8
running
hour,
like the top
presented
10, 12 cars
by
early in the
AWS.
race.
So
Kenny
it's a
was great.
crowded
Martin
podium, guys.
Conrad
We'll welcome you all up. Get
held
comfy
his own, and
together.
Mikel Grenier at the finish,
And hold
showing
those
the pace
trophies
that he
up
displayed
nice
with Windward in
and
a couple of starts earlier this year in GT World Challenge America.
Yeah, he's the real deal and celebrating his birthday today, 29 years old, so have some bubbly to work with tonight.
Yeah, well, to have as quiet a race as they did on a day like this, it was a well-earned position.
Similar things can be said, I think, for GMG Racing. Safronis, Olsen, and Kyle Washington. To come home second, Kyle had never done a race of this distance before. You wouldn't have known it. He was mixing it up at various times, too.
He was. He needs to learn to put the trophy down and use 2 hands on that bottle of champagne, otherwise you're going to get drowned by your teammates.
I don't think he's going to complain.
He doesn't want to let go of the trophy.
And amazing to have the opportunity to call in a Porsche factory gun like Dennis Olsen as they did. That really helped elevate the program, but all 3 drivers pulled their weight. And the 3rd place car in that Pro-Am class, TR3 Racing. Well, let's hear from our winners. Sun Energy 1, the 3 drivers are with Amanda.
I'm telling you, it never gets old watching these celebrations. And Martin, you guys pick up the win here at the Indianapolis 8 hours. How significant this is a win for your career?
Oh, it was super close, 2 seconds in front after 8 hours. It's amazing. Amazing lineup. Thanks to Kenny, thanks to Mick. Yeah, super happy. What I can say more. Last year P3, this year we deserved P1.
Well, Mick, in years to come, what will you tell people about your 29th birthday?
Yeah, it was a bit difficult at the end. I hope I was wishing a bit easier life, but we made a mistake, so we had to do a drive-through. But the car was good. Kenny put a good program together, had a good teammate. I think the best bronze driver around here today, so it's good to win.
And Kenny, why was this the right team that was going to win this effort here today?
Look, I'm really thankful of Mercedes AMG, and Marty is, in my opinion, the best bronze in the world, and we make a good team together. And Mickey has just proven that, you know, he's one of the best in the world, period. And when you put us together, we're always going to be somewhere close. And today went our day, so thank you.
Congratulations to your Pro-Am winners.
Well done today. Again, it all got set up with the qualifying effort to start inside the top 15. Got that car into the pole shootout. The only Pro-Am car to do that here this weekend. And that makes your job that much easier, especially on a day like today with the chaos erupting here, there, and everywhere.
And I think for Kenny Abul to come in here on not the back of a busy year, it's tough for an AM driver to rock up at one of these big events and deliver like he did is something special. I mean, I was amazed at the performance he put in early in this race.
And just to underline the point made, a 2-second victory after 8 hours.
Yeah, that was Dennis Olsen who was charging late in the going, put in some very fast laps in that GMG Porsche to close that down, and that's what Mick was talking about. I'd rather have an easier life, but I suspect now that it's over, the win is that much more sweet. Knowing you held off a driver the caliber of Dennis Olsen.
Yeah, when you're behind the wheel, you just think, why is this going to be a hassle here to finish this deal? But then you're right, Ryan, afterwards tonight, I'll feel even better that you fought off one of the best Porsche factory guys there.
And another podium still to come. The GT4 podium celebration is underway.
Finishing in the second position for Stephen Cameron Racing in a BMW, Sean Quinlan, Tom Dyer, and Guy Cosmo. And victorious once again here in the GT4 category, driving for Bimmer World and BMW, your winners, James Clay, Chandler Hull, and Bill Oberlin.
How about that? 2 years in a row for Bimmer World in the GT4 class in the Indy 8-hour. Nice win for Chandler Hull as a young man. Also, kind of in that fast track story, we've talked about a couple of drivers just trying to get a jump start after getting into motorsport relatively late in life. He's done a lot of driving over the last couple of years, programs in the States and in Europe, and a great team to have around him right there.
Yeah, that'll be a special win for him as a young man. And as you say, he's been working hard on his craft, really learned a lot, showed a lot of pace here this weekend. He knows how to crack a bottle of champagne, too. Lando Norris style.
I had the same thought. Not the first time for Chandler. Certainly not the first time for Bill Oberlin.
He went and hit first, right?
That's
then
right.
Comes back around the corner.
Veteran
Sneaky.
move.
The contemporary technique calls for you to bang the champagne bottle on the ground and then fire away.
This is a tradition started by one Dan Gurney, correct? I wonder
Yes,
what
it
he would
was.
think of this new technique. He was always an innovator, though, the Big
yeah.
Eagle. I suspect he'd be all about it.
Spa in 1967.
All right, let's hear from our happy trio, the BMW Bimmer World drivers from the GT4 class.
It's pretty impressive that they go back-to-back, winning 2 years in a row here in Indianapolis. And James, when you stand on that top step, what's the view like here in Indianapolis?
Oh man, with the sun setting and on a long day like today to end our SRO season, it's absolutely amazing and the best view in the house.
Chandler, when you consider that fact that you guys can repeat the performance and win here again, what was the difference maker?
The beginning of the race was tough for us. We didn't get a great start to it with a couple issues, but we just put our heads down and kept our nose clean in a race that saw a lot of cars get taken out. So we just, I'm lost for words. It feels great.
Bill, I had heard during the middle of the race you were a bit frustrating knowing you guys needed to bounce back. Why is patience sometimes the best strategy?
I have no idea because I'm not very patient when it comes to racing. This race was really odd. We led early. The car was perfect. This BMW M4 was amazing. And then these guys went to work. I mean, James and Chandler did all the legwork, and then I just did the victory lap at the end. It was super easy. Thanks to our sponsors, Redline Oil, and everybody involved, BMW, for getting us here 2 years in a row. Who would have thunk it? It's pretty amazing.
Bimmer World on top of the world in GT4.
Well, Chandler had a really great observation. On a day like today, yeah, just keeping your nose clean, it's
tough to do.
That's right.
Yeah. And you could tell from Bill Oberlin's response, winning never gets old.
No. Love to see that enthusiasm that late in your career, and that's why he keeps delivering. He lives and breathes it still.
He does. He was quick to downplay what he did, but let's be honest, those final couple of of stints from him. I mean, that's exactly what they needed to drive to the front. More ceremonies on the podium here at IMS.
Motorsports Group in an Acura NSX GT3 Evo. Welcome back up, Taylor Hagler and Dakota Dickerson. And taking victory today overall, as well as in the Pro-Am category, driving for Compass Racing in an Acura NSX GT3 Evo, Ashton Harrison and Matt McMurray.
History happening here.
What a wonderful job to our Pro-Am podium finishers for
Ashton
the
Harrison
GT World
becoming
Challenge
the first
America
female driver to stand at the top of a GT3 podium in SRO America as an overall winner. We saw Aaron Vogel and Taylor Hagler, who you see to the left, win in class earlier this year. But at the 3-hour mark of this 8-hour race, that was the final lap of the GT World Challenge America season, and it was Compass that led the way, not just in Pro-Am, which is what they're celebrating here, but overall as well.
Is Matt McMurray old enough for champagne?
I think he just is, isn't he?
Yeah.
Birthday coming up November 24th. Yes, he should be. So he should enjoy this one. Amanda, let's go to you.
Well, it's 3 wins on the season for Compass Racing, and right here you pick up the last one in a 3-hour battle. How satisfying is that, Matt?
It was great. Good to round off a good season with another win. The whole season, the team kind of just kept improving, and capped it off with a win, so you can't do any better.
Ashton, I talked to your team owner, Jill Beck, about you coming here this weekend, and she said without a doubt you were the person to round out this effort for them. You were the first female to stand on the top step overall in GT World Challenge and in SRO America. Where does this rank in your achievements?
Oh, wow. It's definitely up there. It's probably one of the best, and I'm so thankful for my team, Compass Racing, my sponsors, Harrison Contracting, my coach, Tom Long, Wayne Taylor Racing. You know, they've been so supportive with this transition, and Honda really gave us a great car, and Compass gave us a great car. So I'm so thankful for the opportunity. And Matt did a killer job, so I've been thankful to work with him and Mario Fonbacher this weekend. It's been awesome.
What a 2021 season. Compass Racing gets the win.
That'll be a nice boost for that team headed into the offseason. Hit their stride in the midpoint of the year, Calvin, in the GT World Challenge America competition, and a nice way to cap it off with not just a class win, but an overall.
Yeah, they really did. They had a few snafus in the pit lane mainly early in the season, but they got into their stride, found the sweet spot with the chassis, and just some really strong performances at the end, capped off with a great finish to the year here at Indy.
Well, that does it for us here at Indianapolis. Big thanks to everyone who tuned in to this second annual Indianapolis 8-hour. Congratulations to Santalock Racing and Audi, which came away with the overall win here in the racing capital of the world. Big thanks as well to Amanda Busick, Calvin Fish, and Bob Varsha for all involved on our side. Thanks for tuning in. The next round of the Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Pirelli coming up the first weekend in December, the Kyalami 9 hours. Hope you tune in for that.